of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll start the City Commission meeting for, I'm looking at the wrong thing, not January 19th, but March 15th, 2021. We have a presentation today from Lights Ledenhouse, President and CEO of Sun and Fun, and we're happy to have him give us a presentation. Thank you, Lights.
Oh, man. Is that proper? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me a little bit better there. I can't tell you how much we appreciate the opportunity to update you on one of what I would consider one of the finest additions to the Polk County School Board, because we do this for our city and our county and the whole region for that matter. So we're just thrilled to be able to show you what we're up to here. Whoop, go back one real quick. So it's all about the students. It's all about the kids. It's all about finding pathways for them to become successful students in our lovely county. So to do that, let's take a look at what happened, because you want to know why you support us. Well, we've had a pretty severe hit. If you go back a year ago, we took a major financial, let's say a knock to the head, but we were strong to begin with. That was the important part. We were prepared for a major challenge. And so when it happened, we had no debt, 1.8 million in the bank. Our Skylab was funded at 80%. And our ticket sales to date at that moment were the strongest ever for the 2020 fly-in. Obviously, it didn't happen. Well, it happened. So what do? We realigned our compass and we focused on our mission, so we didn't lose sight of it. We took all of our STEM education programs and put it virtual. So we're reaching out around the world. And then we started Skylab. That was a tough one because we were only 80% funded, but we went ahead and did it anyway. 80% funding was approximately $4 million out of the 5.2. So we got that going. And then we started doing our recovery plan. You'll notice the first and foremost up there was the finest gift we could have been given by our good friends at the airport. Gene Conrad is in the audience out here in the airport, Lakeland Linder International Airport. They waived our $335,000 fee for 1 year. I'm hoping y'all will seriously consider that for another one because it's a 2-year recovery plan. But we motivated our exhibitors, sponsors, all the ticket holders, roll their money over so we can continue to use that. We encourage all the vendors to do the same thing and hold our prepayments, so we were prepared for 21. Our staff had to be reduced. Most of that, almost that 33%, 35%, that's literally part-time people. We only lost 2, one went on to another job, and one person we had to let go. We just didn't fit the mold at that particular time. Voluntarily, our staff was kind enough to donate a substantial amount of their time, and they worked for free. And then our assets started being dwindled down. We sold. When you're driving around trying to get from one place to another, you don't drive a Lamborghini. You get back in whatever vehicle you can and put as minimal amount of gas in it, and we sell all our assets off. So 7 airplanes later, a trailer, a car, and an RV, and we made some additional monies right there. We halted all improvements. Anything that wasn't safety oriented, everything stopped except Skylab. And then we did a really tough thing, and that was started shutting off all the power and water. All our utilities shrank by 25%. That equates to about $5,000 a month as we made in savings right there. Additionally, we raised our camping revenue because guess what? People are camping. So they all came out of the woodwork, and we started motivating folks to use our campsite. We created a holiday flying festival. Some of y'all may have been out there for that in December. We really thought that was a little bit of a gamble. We took a chance, and it netted about $100,000 of pure revenue when it was all net profit when it was all said and done. We worked with our insurance agents. That's a big bill. That's about $200,000 a year. We got that extended for a couple, 3 months so we could spread those payments out. We increased our hangar tenants to add revenue there. We secured several small facility rentals. So we were doing things like 5K runs and small weddings, anything that people could do outside. We brought those revenues in. And then we stuck to our course with all these virtual summer camps and our programmings where we do teacher teaching, we do student STEM activities on the weekends, and we sent those all around the nation. Actually, that went out to about 21 states, and 3 different nations around the world picked up on that one. And then we had a home edition where we did a fly-in on our website. And not that it was a hugely success as a regular fly-in, but it was very successful and kept us relevant. And that's the most important part. So with all of that we did, then we got help from, that's right, our friends at the PPP loans. Polk CARES Act was designed to help us there. Board volunteers and our supporters made major donations, and we ended up with a little over $800,000 of revenue we normally wouldn't have gotten to help us bridge the gap between 20 and 21. So where are we at today? Well, most importantly, we protect our endowment. It's almost $750,000, $750,000 in the bank, and we have no debt. We've been able to manage our finances so we didn't put ourselves in jeopardy. So we're financially solid. Game on, here we go. The fly-in is gonna happen. I wanna personally thank each and every one of you, because it was with your guidance and advice, and we worked with your emergency management team. We came up with our COVID procedures, but we got concurrence that we can do this. We can do it smartly, we can do it safely, and we're gonna have a great fly-in. So our advanced ticket sales, a little scary. They're exceeding even the best year we ever had with 2019. So if you take the ones that rolled over and the new ones that bought, we're way above our previous year's advanced ticket sales. So we're excited about this. I'm sure some of y'all have been to Strawberry Fest. Their numbers were up over all the previous years. So it's a sign of the times. People are ready to get out. So obviously our COVID procedures are in concert with everything that y'all laid out with your team. So in some cases we've exceeded it. We'll be wearing masks. We've got cleaning. We've got sanitization, air scrubbers, foggers every night. So the place will be as sanitized as humanly possible. We're promoting physical distancing where we can do it because we've got, that's right, the airport lets us have 2,000 acres to play on, which is plenty of room. And then we're focusing mostly on outdoor activities, though there are some things going on in our exhibit halls, but they'll be wide open with fans going, and everybody has to have a mask to get in the building to do business in there, which is a good thing. So with that, we're able to continue on with our scholarships. We average now over $500,000 annually that is invested into a scholarship program, and you can see the real numbers that have been spent over the last 7 years. We're approaching $2.5 million. That's learn to fly and to fix and to go to college on all kinds of aircraft or anything associated with a aviation or an aerospace degree. What's important about that is those dollars go back into the community because they all rent airplanes and go to schools right here in Polk County. That's a positive component. So that put us in a place where got about 121 students, which have become private pilots since we started the program, and we keep about 35 to 40 in the queue training all the time. Remember, every time one of those young ladies or men go up, they're putting money right back into our economy here. About 50 college students are out there on 4-year college scholarships from us. That equates to $5,000 per year for 4 years if they keep their grades up, which is positive. And then we're working on bringing a new airframe power plant mechanic course onto our campus, which you'll see here in just a second. The future. Don't stop now. Look to the future. So here we have the Skylab project. Skylab project is 22,000 square feet. It's expansion of the museum. It combines the pavilion and the museum in two stories. And it'll be hands-on aviation-based STEM learning, laboratories for real learning. So that will be done here shortly in the middle of summer. We're just about 1.1 million short. Just got a call this morning, another anonymous donor gave us a $100,000 matching grant. So we'll use that during the week of the fly-in. So during the fly-in, from the Tuesday through the Sunday, anybody that drops any amount of money into the till for us to place into Skylab, that will be matched by this anonymous donor. So here's a little image of the project that we're doing right now, and you'll see it's pretty impressive. So that's what it's going to look like when it's done. Right now it's pretty close to that. Hangar doors to allow you to move airplanes in and out and break it up into smaller classrooms or one large auditorium. So it's very versatile. And we're working with the Polk County School Boards, obviously, to make this happen. And then this area right here shows the whole education corridor leading up to, and you look on your screen on the left-hand side where the actual construction is taking place. And that's going to be done here in July, but you can see they're moving rapidly along. I would tell you, if I could recommend anybody do construction, Register is the best in the business. Those guys are fantastic. They have either come in ahead of schedule and under budget every single time. They're very good to work with, so we're thrilled to have them on board as our construction team. And there you have it. We finish up in 21. So our flight plan forward, we're going to get ourselves up and going again here. Summer 22, we should be back on track. But between now and the next couple of years, we're hiring more teachers. So that's just the beginning, 2 to 3 more Florida State quality teachers. Travis Career College is moving as of 1 August, their whole airframe power plant curriculum for aircraft mechanics onto our campus. And they'll do all their adult learning there, as well as our students in the Central Florida Aerospace Academy will be able to go to their after class as well. Now they'll be separated, adult and minors. That's no problem, but we're doing it. We've also worked with the school board on getting every 6th grader into our facility over the next couple of years, starting probably next year. There's a few things in our bureaucracy that we got to get through, but they're all on board with it. I just met this morning with the Department of Sciences for Polk County School Boards. They're touring our facility, and they're giving us ideas on the kind of equipment we need in our laboratories to teach their curriculum as they outline it for Polk County, which is fabulous. So that's why we're working with the K through 12 education department there and after school enrichment programs. Our destination summer camps go back live again this year, and then we'll start with Simtastics next year, which is a one-day event, and those will be live until 22. But the good news is they're back with people in the classrooms. And then our Classroom in the Sky, which is the teachers teaching teachers how to use the sciences through aviation, that now has been so popular we made it into a 2-day conference, which is fabulous. So with that, I would tell you, we're thrilled to see each and every one of you back this year when we open the doors on the 13th of April and help us make a brighter future through aviation right here in Polk County. Any questions?
All right, commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Reed.
Thank you. Light, I was waiting for you to give the dates again so everybody can hear it. What is the economic impact of the fly-in to the city of Lakeland or Polk County?
The last economic impact review that was done by 2 doctors at Southeastern University, Florida Southern, were 2018, and they estimated $248 million. And that's based on direct and indirect as well. And that understandably encompasses the entire year round, where we bring in all the major other events, such as the Family Motor Coach Association with their 500 RVs. We bring in the Carlisle show for 3 days. We bring in the dog show for 5 days, AKC dog show. All those combined, everything together, wraps up to about $248 million.
Are there any special prices on tickets, or is there, can you give us an idea on what tickets cost?
The tickets are $45 a piece for one day, and I believe it's $120 for the week. I recommend $120. And there's still a couple of tickets left for the 927, which is the high-end VIP club that gets you breakfast, lunch, and dinner when there's dinner served. And that's in an air-conditioned glass facility where you can sit there peacefully and sip your wine and watch the air show in quiet. And they're almost sold out.
Commissioner Walker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Lights, always good to hear a good report that you normally would share with us anyway. And the breakfast was a very good success as well.
Yes, sir.
Leading up to our Sun and Fun fly-in. But, and it's good to know that we have a place where our children, our youth, those especially have some career objectives when it comes to aviation out there in our airport, which is booming as it is as well. But my question is, Kathleen High School, is it still considered a feeder school?
Yes, sir, it is.
For the aviation program?
Yes, sir, it is, but please understand that our school is open to anybody that can get there. The only requirement is you have to have a certificate proving that you graduated 8th grade someplace. Now, you could have graduated in Tampa or over in Orlando. If you can get there, you can still come. And you'll appreciate this. We've now added we're working on another school, middle school that's down in Mulberry, to make that a feeder school along with Sleepy Hill. And we just met with the leadership, if you know Lincoln, over at Academy Prep. We went and toured their facility, and we're teaming with them, writing a memorandum of understanding, so that we can, when they do their 8th grade class this coming year, the school year, that next year in 22, we'll be actually actively recruiting those students, because they're high-end young men and women. Got a tough start in their lives, but they're making up for it in a quick way.
Sure. Thank you.
Commissioner Selvage.
Thank you. What's happened out there in the last 10 years is one of the incredible good news stories of this area, Lights, and it's due to your leadership largely. And so I congratulate you on everything that's happening on campus. I'm trying to get a handle on the outside events that you're taking on now. About how many do you have a year, and during the weekend, what is the impact that's going to have locally with the traffic, et cetera? Are you having one every weekend pretty much?
Well, right now, but before COVID, we were at 93 events on an annual basis for a calendar year. So do the math, that's a little less than 2 per week. Now, some of those are 25, 30 person, bridal showers, maybe a small wedding, a birthday. But a lot of them, we typically like to have at least one a month where we have 2 to 3 day events. Whether it be a balloon fest, it will be the AKC dog show, a gun show lasts 3 days, those kind of events. We typically will get at least one, if not 2 of those. And so to answer your question about traffic, obviously, if you're aware of where Medullo runs into Pipkin, it's becoming problematic getting in and out of there because obviously that fine housing development going on south of Pipkin's rapidly developing, and there's people coming and going at a higher rate than we've ever seen before. So getting onto Pipkin is now becoming an issue. I would envision that in the not too distant future, Bill Beasley and his county commissioners will be looking at some sort of a traffic light out there, I'm going to guess.
And so, as the city and county do their transportation planning, do you foresee in the next decade lights obviously widening of Pipkin, but also perhaps widening of Medulla as well?
It would be in everybody's best interest because of the events that are continue to repeat out there. They're no longer one-year wonders. That we're consistently having larger crowds out there. That an expansion to Medulla would be very advantageous for everybody. In addition to that, I did speak to Bill Beasley, and they are going to start this next year working on Pipkin, on the 4-laning it from where our campus is going eastbound. Now they'll be doing it in sections, and he didn't promise that they'd keep it, they'd have it open for the 22 fly-in, but there will be periods or have traffic restrictions and have some sort of deviation in there, I'm sure. But
are you aware of any traffic study that's been done on Medulla?
no, sir, not to my knowledge. I mean, at one time we were looking at moving our camper registration over to Hamilton Road. And Hamilton is literally a 1.5-lane road. It's not even 20 feet across. And we were asking Bill if there's any way he could make that just a 2-lane road. And it's, it's on the radar, but it's so low priority, it wouldn't see it for the next like 5 or 6 years. But to answer your basic question, Medulla would be paramount, and they're already going to do Pipkin, and that will help immensely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner McLeod?
Thank you. Thank you, Lights, for the update. I know we're thrilled to have Sun and Fun back this year. And what would be your message to the community? I know there's always a push to get local residents out to Sun and Fun. We draw a lot of visitors, but as we head into, we were off last year and now we're back. What's your main message to the community right now?
I would tell everybody in Lakeland that this is your event. It's just like Strawberry Fest belongs to Plant City. The Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo belongs to Lakeland. You need to come out and support it because we put the money right back into the heart and soul of the educational programs here. And I would tell you, if you get online right now, you could go get that Florida Resident Special. So you buy Saturday and you get Sunday free. Normally we sell about $3,000 of those by this time advance. We've passed 21,000 in climbing, just in Florida residents. So that's a positive piece, and I would tell them, take advantage of that. Come see the Blue Angels twice. It'd be great. You can't miss it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Reed?
Thank you. While we're talking of some different areas, how many campers will you have there this year?
Typically, we run between 900 and 1,000 rigs that park out there. We actually have to expand past our own restricted area that the airport lets us use, and we go into another lady's, we call it Miss Betty's, it's off to the west. We move all the cattle to another facility, and then we feed them. We clean up all their residue, and then we put hundreds upon hundreds of campers out there.
Then what's your average attendance per day or over the week?
Well, over the weekend, we'll typically get up there around that 28 to 30, 33,000 people per day. And remember, on my campers, I don't really give you the number for all the ones that camp under the wing because it's really hard to keep track of them. They just come in, pop up a tent, and they're there. I'm just talking about the ones that bring a rig in or a trailer or park a tent over in the camping area. But underneath all the aircraft out there, there's just a myriad of people that it sort of looks like a gypsy camp. They just come out there and camp from all over the nation underneath aircraft.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lights. I think it's always informational to hear from you. I especially am passionate about the education programming we have out there. Those are jobs that are leaving, as people retire and the silver tsunami's happening. So the more that we can encourage young people to participate in this industry, the better off we'll be. And so I love that it's centered here in Lakeland and serves Polk County so well. Thank you for all you do, and thank you to Mr. Conrad. I know you all have a great working relationship with the airport, and so we appreciate everything you do for the city of Lakeland. Thank you.
All right, thank you all very much. Have a wonderful day, and see you at the fly-in.
Be there.
One, two.
We have technical difficulties, but if Dr. Lynn Marshall wants to come forward with her group from Melanin Families Matter for their proclamation, that'd be great.
I'm stepping in for Dr. Lynn Marshall. My name is Marcia.
Marcia, thank you for coming. I'll just come to the microphone and we can go ahead and get started. So Melanin Families Matter Month, March 2021, here to receive is Marcia. African American women have pregnancy-related deaths that are preventable, yet they are 3 to 4 times more likely to die compared to white women. Black babies are 2 times more likely to die in Polk County before their first birthday than white babies, and the black maternal death rate in Polk County is 3 times more than the white maternal death rate, which we should have no maternal death rates, in my opinion. Local and national agencies such as Melanin Families Matter and other partnering agencies educate and advocate on behalf of African American families. Reducing the maternal and infant mortality rate among African American families is a public health issue, and together we can all help save lives, close the disparity gap, and promote access to fair and equal health treatment for African American mothers and babies in Polk County. So thank you so much for coming. We're honored to recognize and give you a proclamation today.
Thank you very much.
And if you want to say anything, you're more than welcome to.
Like, kind of just- yeah, Thank you, Commissioners. We just want to thank you for recognizing March as Melanin Families Matters. We encourage everyone here, everyone that's listening, to just continue conversation, because I know this information is new to a lot of people that are hearing it, and we just want to make sure that people just spread the word. And you can also find information on our website, that's Melanin and Family. And again, I thank you and I appreciate, and please recognize Melanin Family for March month, okay? Thank you so much. Unfortunately, everyone was busy, and so I stepped in at the last minute, but thank you. Okay.
Can I just do it from here, or you want to do it from here? All right, now we have Take Down Tobacco Day, March 2021. Here to receive the proclamation is Julie Davis. Is Julie here? Hey, there she is. Thank y'all for coming. Julie Davis is the SWAT Program Manager with the Florida Department of Health in Polk County. We're glad you all are here. It looks like you have a big SWAT team. Come on up, everybody. While youth smoking rates have reached an all-time low, skyrocketing youth e-cigarette use is reversing progress made towards achieving the first tobacco-free generation. Several of the most popular e-cigarette brands are owned by big tobacco companies. E-cigarette companies use the same tactics that tobacco companies use to target and recruit young smokers. Take Down Tobacco Day is a day where communities across the globe rally to push for the first tobacco-free generation. Students Working Against Tobacco, known as SWAT, it's a great acronym, is Florida's statewide youth-led organization working to educate and equip Florida youth. Polk County SWAT is standing up to big tobacco by supporting the campaign for tobacco-free kids Take Down Tobacco. So we're thrilled that you all are here. Here is your proclamation. Would you like to say something on that?
Actually, I'm going to hand it over to the youth because they're much more powerful than I am.
Thank you guys for recognizing this. This is really important to us because as youth, we typically see a lot of youth in school that use nicotine or tobacco products because they have an addiction. And that's really hard to see at a young age because we know how detrimental tobacco is to the community. And we want to stop that while we can and not take that to our next generation because we need healthy, strong people to help our life. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, even better. I'll do that. Unless you direct everybody. Yeah. I think so. I have 2 cameras. Unless it's in charge. Okay. All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3. going to move into committee reports and related items. Real Estate and Transportation Committee meeting was held on Friday, and Commissioner Bill Reed will read the minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. The Real Estate and Transportation Committee met me a go-to meeting on March 12th, 2021. The meeting was available to view on online and local channel, and the Commissioner Bill Reed Chair, Mayor Bill Muntz, Commissioner Walker members were present, along with Commissioners Madden, McCauley, Salvage, and staff. I called the meeting together at 8:04 a.m. Two orders of business that day. The first was a purchase and sale agreement for 1405 South Wabash Avenue. This purchase and sale agreement with Mr. Adam Langford for the purchase of 1405 South Wabash Avenue is for the South Wabash Avenue Extension Project. This project will provide a two-lane road from the intersection of Ariana at Wabash Avenue to Hardin Boulevard south of the Polk Parkway. The Public Works Department is following federal guidelines for right-of-way acquisitions, so that the project will remain eligible for federal funding should the funding become available for construction at a later date. The city engaged Mr. Burrow Wilson, the MAA appraiser, to appraise 1405 South Wabash Avenue. In his opinion, the value of the property is $38,150. This city consultant, American Acquisition Group, made an offer, and it was accepted by Mr. Langford in that same amount. The pursuant to federal guidelines, Mr. Langford also is eligible for a supplemental replacement housing payment in an amount not to exceed $51,750. To receive the full payment, Mr. Langford must purchase a decent, safe, and sanitary building at a cost of not less than $89,000. Staff recommended the City Commission approve the purchase and sale agreement for the purchase of 1405 South Wabash in the amount of $38,150 and a supplemental replacement housing payment in the amount of not to exceed $51,700. And authorize the appropriate city officials to execute all documents necessary to finalize this transaction. Funding for these items are provided by the fiscal year of 2021, the Transportation Fund. Palmer Davis was the presenter on this particular to our committee. The property was about 8,000 square feet, and the city will be taking the west 1/3 of the property. It was a partial take, but the mobile home could not be relocated or oriented, and therefore lose its utilities. The remaining could be sold or left undeveloped. All the appraisals were completed by CSX. Greg James planned to present other purchase for sale on April 5, 2021. He plans to accomplish the right-of-way by this time of next year. The city did not have construction funding, so the city will compete with projects along other parts of the state and from the road from the project between Ariana and Olive Street that would become connected to the north and south of this project. State statute or status on Beaker Road and the Turnpike Authority. Greg James spoke with the city in revising the survey. The city already has revised the plans for the authority request. He hopes that the transfer will become available in April or May of this year. Motion, Commissioner Walker moved to approve the purchase. Bill Muntz seconded. If the administration approves the infrastructure for the bill, the Wabash Avenue would have a complete funding would compete for funding against Polk County and all districts and interstate projects. The off-ramp option will be available at the time of approval for right-of-way acquisition funding and the construction agreement. Commissioner Rood called for the vote and carried unanimously. The second order of business is a lease agreement between the ATP USA Inc. The proposed lease agreement with ATP USA Inc. is for office and classroom space located at 3131 Flight Line Drive, Suite 314, located on the south side of the airport. ATP is seeking a lease of approximately 1,112 square feet of office and classroom space to provide aviation training and professional space, as well as 3 tie-down spots for aircraft. ATP is a Florida-based company with 53 locations at airports throughout the United States. The term of the lease will be for a period of 1 year with effective date of April 1st, 2021. The lease contains 2 additional 1-year renewal options upon mutual agreement for all parties. Pursuant to the lease, ATP's base rent will be $1,390 per month or $16,680 per year, which equates to $15 per square feet annually. This will commence on April 1st, 2021. The monthly rental includes utilities but does not include applicable sales tax, which ATP will pay addition to the base rent. Rent shall be subject to an annual increase of 2.5% on the renewal terms. Staff recommended the City Commission approve the lease agreement with ATP and authorize the appropriate city officials to finalize and execute the above specified terms. Palmer Davis was the presenter. Bill Munch Mayor Bill Munch moved to approve the lease. Commissioner Walker seconded. The motion carried unanimously, and our meeting adjourned at 8:15 a.m. on the 12th of March. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. So we have an action item with the purchase and sale agreement at 1405 South Wabash Avenue that is a voice vote if we have a motion on the floor.
So move.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and our second item under real estate and transportation, lease agreement with ATP USA Inc. Is there a motion on the floor to accept?
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? Comments? I missed that the last time.
Oh.
Yes, Commissioner Selvage.
I know there's some interest in this Wabash progress. Is there anybody in the audience
So
that has, pardon me?
I'm sorry.
Is there anybody in the audience that has anything to say about this? No? Okay, just
Okay.
checking.
Thank you for that. Little bit of nerves. So on the second item, the lease agreement with ATP USA, we had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so both motions carry. Thank you. Now we move on to the approval of the consent agenda. Those are denoted by the asterisk on each of the items that are general business for the City Commission. Do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
And a second?
Second, Madam Tim, we have another report.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Legislative Committee report, Commissioner Walker. I'll take a deep breath since the microphone wasn't working. I'm a little thrown off, and I have on readers and a mask. If everyone give me a little grace, I would really appreciate it.
I'll hold my motion for consent.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just so you know, I'm not Mayor Mutz. I'm the Mayor Pro Tem. The Mayor could not be here today. He's out of town. Commissioner Walker, I'd love to hear about the Legislative Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Legislative Committee met on March 12th, 2021 via GoToMeeting. The meeting was available for public viewing online and local cable channels. Myself, Chair, and Commissioners Sarah McCauley and Bill Reed, members were present. Mayor Bill Mutz and Commissioner Salvage, Madden McLeod were also present. City Manager Sean Sharrouse, City Attorney Palmer Davis, Finance Director Mike Brozart, City Clerk Kelly Coos, and lobbyist Dave Shep were also present. Dave Shep has been sending the Commission weekly updates on the legislative activity during session. For those that may not be aware, we're currently in our third week of our legislative session here for the state of Florida. This past morning, of course, on Friday, he reviewed opportunities and challenges that we see here for our local area. Opportunities are as follows: COVID liability protection, House Bill 7 and Senate Bill 72. Bills will provide liability protection for businesses and local governments that remain open safely during the pandemic. House Bill 7 passed the Florida House 83-31. Senate Bill 72 passed its final committee as well. Secondly, as far as opportunities concerning the affordable housing budget, the House and Senate have not yet released their initial budget proposals, but conversations continue to swirl for full funding of the affordable housing programs. Budgets are expected to be made public in week 3 or 4. Thirdly, e-fairness online sales tax. House Bill 15, Senate Bill 50. Bills mandate the collection of sales taxes for all online sales. All online sales. So Senate Bill 50 is ready for full vote of the Senate, and House Bill 15 passed the first committee. Last opportunity that was shared was municipal airport construction engineering inspection. House Bill 57, Senate Bill 1500. Bills exempt airports from duplicative engineering inspection requirements. Both bills have passed their first committees. Now I'll share with you the challenges that we see affecting our area. CFWI rule ratification, Senate Bill 7062. DEP, Department of Economic Protection, is seeking legislative ratification of their proposed rule. On Wednesday, Senate Bill 7060 and Senate Bill 7062 were filed to ratify the rule and will be heard on Monday, which is today, March 15th. This item is not a priority for leadership in the House or the Senate. Second challenge, broadband infrastructure. House Bill 1239, Senate Bill 1592. Bills were introduced to remove municipal electric exemptions on broadband pole attachments. Senate Bill 1592 passed its first committee. The bill handcuffs, again, this bill handcuffs local government. Third challenge, reclaimed water. House Bill 263, Senate Bill 64. Bills require all domestic wastewater utilities to submit a plan for eliminating non-beneficial surface water discharges. Both bills passed their respective committees this week. The goal is to limit discharges into the Gulf, the Atlantic, and lagoons throughout the state, and to make more potable water out of discharge. Lastly, a challenge we see as well as mid-block crosswalks. House Bill 1113, Senate Bill 1412. Bills were introduced to replace existing mid-block flashing beacons when red traffic control devices are, let me share it with you again. Bills were introduced to replace existing mid-block flashing beacons with red traffic control devices or be removed entirely. The bill was born out of a traffic death in Southeast Florida. The committee discussed the following: short-term rental situation. The short-term rental situation, the amended bill had a 50-50 chance of passing. Secondly, the benefit and issue not being a priority for House or Senate leadership. The need to be vigilant throughout session for last-minute changes. Red light cameras in school zones. Mr. Shipp, our lobbyist researched the issue. He said he would. And broadband, lastly, it was not a priority for leadership, but they did not see it as a negative. The bill could affect the city's pole attachment ordinance. One broadband bill that was a leadership priority was the rural broadband program from the Department of Economic Opportunity. That bill was moving quickly. There are major differences between the two bills. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, the Legislative Committee adjourned at 8:38 a.m. is my report.
Thank you. Could I have a motion to accept the report?
Motion to accept.
Second. And a second? All in favor? It's a voice vote?
Aye.
Great. Thank you for that report. Are there any questions or comments for Commissioner Walker on the legislative report? And just for the general public, we are very fortunate to have Commissioner Walker be our legislative chairperson this year. He's staying up to date on everything that's happening in the state legislature with session happening beginning March 3rd, and has worked really diligently with our lobbyists to bring all this information forward to you as the public so that you're aware of things that will impact the city of Lakeland. Thank you so much, and thank you for your grace. To my colleagues, yes ma'am, Commissioner Madden.
I just wanted to echo your sentiments for Commissioner Walker, because often we go as a body to the state to advocate for things that will take away local control or that we feel like will have a negative impact on our citizens. And so this kind of sounds like just bullet points on a list. We don't know if these things will go forward week by week, but Commissioner Walker is kind of our eyes and ears along with David Shipp. And when they get closer to, feeling more imminent and a threat towards something, like I'll give the example of the pole attachments. So we spent 3 years, working with our city attorney and with Lakeland Electric to come up with a pole attachment that's not onerous or highly regulatory for the carriers, because of course we want broadband. On the other hand, it's critical infrastructure, and if you measure whether or not you want internet or electricity, you're probably going to want to make sure that we have electricity, and you know that we have to harden those poles and make sure the wind loads are all appropriate for things like hurricanes in Florida. So when you make blanket brushstroke FCC regulations across the country or even the state, we feel like locally we are the ones that should have some control over things like who could attach to our poles, how much they should cost, where they're placed on our poles so that we have security for our linemen, as well as the communications workers. So sometimes, you know, those issues when they're a state or national level, they sound like a Republican or Democrat issue and you join a side. But on this nonpartisan body, we think about citizens and see all of y'all at Publix and in our neighborhoods and want to make sure that we have some say as to how these things affect the folks on the ground, so to speak. So that's just one issue. Our poll ordinance, you know, we're all, you know, supporters of broadband, but you can read a title of a bill and make it sound really wonderful, but when you look down into it, you know, it threatens local control. So Commissioner Walker has his eyes on those things and making sure, you know, that we have the information that we need since we can't go up to Tallahassee this year and meet with our legislators personally.
Thank you for that. Thank you again, Mr. Walker.
Thank you.
Now moving back to the approval of the consent agenda, Commissioner McLeod.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on the consent agenda? Seeing none, this is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. And now we have a request to appear from the general public. Paige Conister from Swan Pedal Company is back to share with us about their company. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. Thank you for having us back today. My name is Leslie Raisin, and I'm here with my business partners, Stephanie Lewis and Paige Knatzer. We are here because we want Lakeland to be seen as a destination, and we want people to spend their time here. Lakeland's downtown area has the facades that are pleasing to the downtown area, or pleasing to the eye, but we are losing people to Tampa and Orlando because we lack entertainment opportunities. We want to introduce a new amenity to Lakeland that will bring people downtown, and our pedal bike will give us the opportunity to collaborate with Lakeland businesses by generating sales and enhancing their values, and will also allow us to strengthen the connection between people and the places they share. So our mission is to create a vibrant mobile space to foster community and reimagine the downtown Lakeland experience. And so what is a pedal bike? A pedal bike is pedal powered by its riders, and it does have an electric assist as an added option. It has a total of 16 seats, 12 of those are pedaling and 4 are non-pedaling. And a designated Swan Pedal Co. employee will drive and accompany the bike at all times. Some other legalities and informations. Waiver requires compliance at the sole discretion of the flight crew, and flight crew does refer to a Swan Pedal Co. employee, so that does mean that all riders will have to sign a waiver. Riders must be 21 years of age or older when alcohol is present or consumed on the bike. Riders will be issued armbands to identify tour participants, and our flight crew will be responsible for maintaining a safe, clean, and tasteful adventure. Our pedal bike will not operate as a taxi service. We are just a scheduled experience. So to date, we have 3 flights planned, and that includes a downtown Lakeland pedal crawl, a Dixieland coffee crawl, and a downtown Lakeland coffee crawl. Our downtown Lakeland pedal crawls occur every Friday, or would occur every Friday and Saturday, and they would visit places like the Joinery, Swan Brewing, Linksters, Federal, just to name a few. and our Dixieland Coffee Crawl and our downtown Lakeland Coffee Crawl would occur 1 to 2 Saturdays per month. The Dixieland Coffee Crawl would visit Hillcrest Coffee, Good Time, Concord Coffee, Born and Bred, Cobb and Penn. And then our downtown Lakeland Coffee Crawl would visit Mitchell's, the Farmers Market, Delicious, Black and Brew, and Fresco's. Other opportunities to use our bike would be for special events. This would require a full bike reservation, so you could use it for a birthday party, team building, or even a bachelor or bachelorette celebration. As mentioned previously, our bike is what takes people to businesses. We are not a competitor. So by bringing people to the downtown area, we are adding financial value to not only the businesses, but to downtown as a whole. Based on our personal experiences and the experiences of others who have been on pedal bike tours, we found that each rider purchased at least one beverage per stop. So with that in mind, this is what the enhanced sales would look like if we booked the bike at 50% capacity. So we used $9 to represent the average cost of a beverage and multiplied that by our 50% capacity rate of 8 seats. It's a total of $72. With that $72, you multiply it by 4 to represent the number of stops per tour to get a total of $288 spent downtown per ride. 288 times 6 tours, the 3 on Friday and the 3 on Saturday, gives us a weekend total of a little over $1,700 spent downtown. And while that number does seem low, if you look at it monthly and annually, we are almost generating $7,000 of new revenue downtown, and it increase it, and then it would be a new projected revenue of $83,000. If you take it one step further and you look at it as 70% capacity, so at 70% capacity, you're adding an additional 3 seats, and we are still using that same $9 amount. Our monthly totals increased to $9,500, and our projected annual revenue increases to $114,000. Obviously, there will be fluctuations in these numbers based on how many seats are booked, if someone books a full party, and this also does not include any of our coffee crawl numbers, but we are confident in Swan Pedal Co.'s ability to increase the financial value of the downtown area and businesses while also creating a unique experience for the Lakeland community. As a company, we do believe in pedaling it forward. So each month, a portion of our proceeds will benefit a specific Lakeland-based nonprofit organization. So this is what we are asking from our city, and is what is needed in order for IDEA to reach its maximum potential. We need a city ordinance amendment to allow open container on the pedal bike. This would prohibit open container to and from the bike from any establishment on the streets or on the sidewalks. This allows participants to bring 1 to 2 sealed beverages on the bike prior to departure and to enjoy while pedaling. Only beer, wine, hard cider, or malt-based beverages may be consumed by riders while on the pedal bike. So to put very plainly, this is just basically a BYOB type situation. The riders, we would not be selling alcohol, we would not be providing it to the riders, they would be bringing it and would only be allowed to drink it while pedaling.
And we're over the 5-minute time.
I know, it's okay.
Yeah.
And just to finish off real quick, just 2 existing city ordinances for your consideration would be St. Pete and Sanford, and I included the St. Pete verbiage in your packet. It just states that the ordinance specific to the alcohol on the pedal bike is no alcoholic beverages other than beer, wine, hard cider, or malt-based beverages below 19% alcohol may be consumed by passengers on the bike. And it also states the same 21, the age of 21 are allowed on the pedal bus during a ride where alcohol is or is planned on being used or consumed.
Thank you all so much. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Commissioner McLeod?
Thank you for the presentation, and I like what you said in your mission of trying to make a more vibrant downtown, and I think that resonates with us. A couple of questions, traffic considerations. So how does this, the pedal bike integrate with traffic along those routes? And then a second question, are there other cities other than St. Pete and Sanford where you would point to that have a similar model operating currently if we wanted to look?
For the first question, as far as traffic concerns, we met with Palmer Davis and some other city representatives, and they didn't bring up any traffic concerns other than maybe we might be too slow and might receive like some honking, but I think the honking would be like excited honking, like, yeah, that's so cool. We've experienced this. We haven't received any negative feedback from like, but I mean, and we did speak about, there had been talk of the pedicab boundary area that maybe would be beneficial to us.
Okay.
And we obviously wouldn't load or unload on the street.
Okay.
So, and I think we can logistically work out something that's safe for everybody. As far as the second one, we did do a little bit more investigating, but a lot of those are full-on open container, walking from the bar back to the bike with a beverage.
Okay, and that's an important distinction.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's why we
okay,
kind of want to mimic St. Pete,
Yes.
because they
Okay.
have it closed.
okay, thank you.
Commissioner Selvage?
Thank you, ladies. It's an interesting concept. I'm confused about the process here. City manager, I mean, are you in partnership with the LDDA, with Catapult, with the CRA? We usually build ordinance through the staff, and they come to this body for a vote. Are you trying to go top down? We need staff input on this, I think, before we can.
Well, we
Take a
are
vote.
a part of Catapult, and we've met with Julie Townsend, and she gives us her full support. We've also met with Palmer Davis and other, and we've met with the mayor as well as Steve Scruggs. And so basically, we didn't really know how to go about this. So we came and presented the first time, and they said, please go back and talk to Palmer Davis. We've done that. But I think because this is such a new concept for Lakeland, I think we had to pitch to you in order to say, yes, I think maybe we can go to
I
the
mean, your
next.
business model, I understand it. Now, we've passed ordinances before, and they, for example, we used to have a blue law where you couldn't drink on Sunday morning, and that was an ordinance that this body passed to change that a few years ago. And so, Sean, I mean, how does this work? I think it's worth pursuing, but doesn't that have to come up from the staff?
Well, Commissioner, we did, receive the request to appear at the commission meeting when the ladies last appeared. And then since that time, because it would be an ordinance change, they have met with Palmer because that proposed language would need to come from legal. So I would anticipate if maybe there's some form of indication from the commission today as to whether or not you would want that to come back to you in the form of a proposed ordinance. I think that's probably what Palmer, I don't want to speak for Palmer, but I would think that's what Palmer would be looking
Okay.
for.
Because there are two components here. One is your business model, which is really your business.
Right.
And the second is this change in the philosophy this city has had for 100 years about open containers. And so that can be sometimes a little dicey. I just want to know how we approach that. But okay.
So we as a commission would direct staff if it's palatable to this commission, to this body, to suggest that we look into this further. So that, I'm opening that up as a question. Are there other, yes, Commissioner Madden?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, ladies. My daughter-in-law, Ashley, was very disappointed that I was not here when you presented last night. So I'm glad to tell her that I was able to hear the presentation. But because I wasn't here, I didn't hear it. So it sounded like you have to change the open container policy from what it currently is, and that you would go place to place on your journey, but you're not allowed to go into the place and buy something there and bring it on the bike. You have to bring it in advance. How does that work?
So the way it works in St. Pete is just the BYOB method. So while you're pedaling, you can enjoy your own beverages that you bring, but then once you get off, you go into, let's just say, you leave your beverage on the bike. So then you would go, let's just say, into Federal. And so in Federal, you'd have like 20 to 30 minutes, depending on the vibe or who is in your party. And you would hang out there and enjoy beverages or food there. And then you would close out your tab, walk back to the bike, and then you would pedal to your next destination.
Okay, so that clarifies that. And then secondly, if, certainly ordinance is part of it, and like Commissioner Selvage said, your business model is, the other part, and then, you either get people who like your idea or they don't. Certainly, I am all about having some kind of micro transit, something exciting on the streets of downtown. So I would absolutely happily advocate for, the approval of the ordinance and for you to give this a try, because I think that's only half the battle, right? Getting the permission to try and then to succeed in trying. I'm hopeful that if it is successful, that you'd even consider other reasons or rationale, because I have been looking for some kind of a microtransit from, the different parts of downtown. I don't know if this little pedaling trolley is what everyone would want to do to get from place to place, but I do think we really need something. And so thank you for presenting today.
You're welcome. Commissioner McLeod?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, I would support having staff come back and we explore this. It's not a hard commitment today, but let's see what the ordinance looks like and talk through, some of the implications and go forward.
Commissioner Selvage?
I agree with Commissioner McLeod. I'd be interested in seeing, but there's obviously ramifications from traffic, community development, Lakeland Police Department, risk management, all those things that go into an open container in our downtown streets. And so, but I think it's a great idea, and certainly would like to take a look at it, ma'am.
So we have consensus on, yes, we got thumbs up, Commissioner Reed, thumbs up, Commissioner Madden, McLeod, and Selvage. So that would be for staff to look at this ordinance and see how we could work through it. And then I guess we would circle back with you all at some point and let you know what's going on.
That's correct. We'll develop a draft ordinance for your consideration, and we'll go from there.
Awesome. Thank you all for coming. It's very engaging to have you come before us and request public hearings. So we appreciate that you came 2 weeks ago and that you're back again to update us. So thank you. Thank you so much. All right, we have no equalization hearings today, and now we're moving on to item number 3, public hearings, ordinances, second reading.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. The first ordinance for consideration is proposed ordinance number 21-009, an ordinance relating to zoning, making findings, approving a conditional use to allow 4 single-family attached dwelling units on property located at 24 Lake Hollingsworth Drive, finding conformity with the comprehensive plan, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Do you have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Motion and a second. Questions from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Madden.
Thank you. So I just wanted to know, I know that it sounds like we're approving kind of a different, I don't know if it was reducing the lot size or how we got to here, but I just would love to hear from Teresa, because I think I can't believe we haven't had more of this concept. I mean, I want to tell Mr. McDonald, thank you for, spearheading this and to, think of this creative solution. I think when we're talking about, density downtown and letting more of our residents enjoy our lakes and our historic districts, takes people thinking outside the box. You think about some of your favorite housing in other cities like brownstones and row houses in Charleston, and you think, why don't we do that in Lakeland, Florida? Why do we not see more of that? And so I was really thrilled about this project. I think the folks that live in these are so lucky to be right there by the school and by the lake. And so I just wanted to hear how we got here and how we could encourage more of the same.
Good afternoon, Teresa Mayo with Community and Economic Development Department. The site that you are looking at is located on the north side of Lake Hollingsworth, off Lake Hollingsworth Drive, and it's bounded by Mississippi Avenue on the east, Melton Avenue over to the west, and then Park Avenue up to the north. The property is about 0.32 acres, and it was previously 2 platted lots that contained 1 single-family dwelling unit. And that dwelling unit was demolished last year. It had approval from the Historic Preservation Board to have the property or the building removed. And the Historic Preservation Board also reviewed a concept for single-family attached or townhome units on the property. So that went through design review. The Historic Preservation Board Design Review Committee approved of that design, and what they looked at, these are some images to show the context of the area. Get to the site plan. Here's the site plan that is being considered today for approval. Here are those elevations that the Historic Preservation Board reviewed and approved. Following that action by the Preservation Board, the applicant then submitted for this this planned unit development to allow for the single-family attached dwelling units as a special building type. So the Land Development Code allows, so planned unit development is actually conditional use. The Land Development Code allows for these townhome building types to be considered through a conditional use where there is single-family zoning, because these are, in fact, single-family homes. They are On fee simple lots, they'll be platted as 4 individual lots with 4 individual homes. It's just the fact that they're attached makes them that special building type. As we went through the Planning and Zoning Board process, there was concern about the setbacks along Mississippi and also on the west side of the building, of the westernmost building. And the applicant agreed to increase the setbacks on both Mississippi and on that western edge to 20 feet to mitigate for any impacts that the 3-story building height would have on surrounding properties. And when the staff looked at the building height, it wasn't unlike the Christofferson Humanities Building over on the other side of Mississippi, and was placed, forward of the property and with the intervening alleys. So again, that in combination with the setbacks helped to mitigate the building height. So, this is a building type that we like to see more of within the city. We don't have this product type, a lot of it. And when it's designed appropriately, it can be considered through that conditional use process.
Commissioner McLeod.
Thank you, Teresa. What the petition with 16 signatures and the letter from the Lake Morton Neighborhood Association, what were the main objections? Was it the building height? Is that?
I think the building height in terms of the massing, so overall the appearance of the buildings, maybe I think that they were looking for something more historical in context and design, whereas these units, obviously they're a little more modern looking, but they have elements that are kind of a nod to those historic architectural treatments that you'd see in the area. But again, it was the Preservation Board and their Design Review Committee that had the authority to approve the design and felt this was compatible with the South Lake Morton Historic District.
Thank you.
Commissioner Selvage.
Teresa, have you received any opposition from the neighborhood at all? Significant opposition?
There were a couple of speakers, yes, at the Planning and Zoning Board public hearing, and again, that petition that.
And they testified before the Planning and Zoning?
That's correct, yes.
How was the vote in the Planning and Zoning Committee?
That vote should be in the staff memo here.
It says 7-0 in my notes.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's all right.
7-0.
What was the opposition from the neighbors?
I don't think it was the use, it was again, the massing of this. The fact that there was a single-family structure there, the surrounding properties to the north and to the west are all single-family residences.
There was some setback issues as well, you said that you saw.
The setback combined with the height, and so that's why when the time it got to the public hearing for Planning and Zoning Board, and then we were developing the recommendation with the applicant and coming back with that recommendation, they said, okay, we'll take it from, I believe it was 8 feet up to the 20-foot setback to give some more relief from the street frontage on Mississippi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Could you go back to the shot with the alleyway? Yes. So, no, sorry, the drawing. Thank you. So I'm trying to see on Lake Hollingsworth and then on Mississippi and the alley. If you look at Mississippi, how wide is that street? And isn't there street parking on Mississippi next to the Humanities Building?
There is on-street parking. The width, I'm going to say 22 feet, and I don't know if we mentioned that in the staff report, the exact street width.
And so they would only access on, I walked by this today and I was just trying to get a visual in my mind of how that back alley would be adjacent. There's a small single-family home right there behind it. How tight that would be.
Yeah, let's see if I can go back to the image. So this is
Right, that green
Mississippi.
house.
And yes, you can see a car that's half in the street, half up on a driveway, it looks like. It's a narrow street, and I'll say it's maybe 22 at the most.
And then
From
on
curb
the
to
other
curb.
side, it would connect just through that alleyway, so they would come up through the alleyway and then turn right and be behind their property to park? Or where would they park?
There are 2 access points, so they would come through this north-south alley here, and then they would also be able to come through this alleyway here.
Are there other questions? Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner McLeod.
Teresa, did we hear from Florida Southern at all on this?
We did not know.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Reed?
Thank you. To the west, so that's not going to be parking on the west side. That's strictly a passageway from getting in and ingress and egress?
Yes, the alley would be strictly for vehicles to travel through, but there is some parking you can see on the side of this one lot on the west. But then
How would
there's
this differ in height and capacity to like One Hollingsworth Place further to the west?
Well, this is 3 stories at 38 feet. I couldn't tell you what that building height is.
That's about the same height, would it not be?
Yeah, it's pretty comparable to, again, the Christofferson building over on the east side. So in that same height range.
And the main complaints were the architecture design per se?
The architectural design and the building height, yes.
I just have, my only concern with this, I appreciate Mr. McDonald wanting to do this because I think we do need density. And the height isn't necessarily, I'm not opposed to the height. I just feel like when I walked it today, it was really tight. And right now we're still in pandemic at Florida Southern. So I'm just not sure with the college nearby, if they haven't commented on anything, if they were aware of it, or if they were, you know, I'm not really sure how it will impact that humanities building. I do know as a Florida Southern grad that everyone goes to that humanities building. And so when there are times when I walk the lake and that street has parking all the way up the side. So that's my only concern is sort of the tightness, not so much the alley, but where the individual homeowners are gonna park.
And there are, if you see in the rear of the structures, there are garages, yes.
Oh, okay.
So there are garages, and then there's also that parking off the alley, parallel to the alley.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, and we've, any other comments or questions from commission? Comments from the audience? This is a roll call vote? Yes. 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 Commissioner McLeod?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Moving on. Item number 2, Mr. Davis.
Next is proposed ordinance number 21-010, an ordinance relating to zoning, making findings, providing for a change in zoning classification to PUD, plan unit development zoning, to allow a maximum of 40 single-family attached dwelling units on approximately 4.55 acres located south of Druid Street and east of Gilmore Avenue, providing conditions, finding conformity with the comprehensive plan, providing an effective date.
Motion to approve?
Motion and a second. Is there a second?
Second?
Second, Commissioner Salvage. Comments, questions from the commission?
Given that this is a public hearing, I think it would be appropriate for the planning staff to give a brief presentation to show the location and some of the
Thank you, Ms.
conditions,
Mayo.
go through the conditions.
You'll come back.
So this one is also a townhome development, similar to the prior case. This one is located in the Lakeshore neighborhood at 731 Druid Street. The subject property is actually an assembly of several parcels with direct connection to Druid Street. For context, here's a home across the street. This is looking east on Druid, looking west in the opposite direction. And some of the typical homes that you would see in the area. This is the subject site. This is a view from the subject site looking east towards the Lakeshore apartments that are located on the Lake Parker frontage. Subject site again. This is the proposed layout, so it's an arrangement of townhomes in groups of 4 with internal parking courts. So the parking is located behind and between the townhome units, with the fronts facing Druid Street or facing this internal street network that's being created. This project, when it initially came to the staff, was a little more suburban in design, and so the staff had several discussions with the applicant, and as a result, they revised the design to orient the buildings so that they did face the street frontage rather than having the backs of the units face Druid Street. They also created this more urban-style grid throughout the development. They purchased some additional land down on the south side here to be able to accommodate a larger stormwater pond. And that was in response to concerns that were raised by surrounding property owners about stormwater issues. The apartment condominium development to the east has a retaining wall that's currently not in great condition, and they felt that this development would create additional problems with that retaining wall. But again, as with all projects, this will be designed so that it meets our stormwater criteria and SwiftMud stormwater criteria, and we'll have to ensure that there's no runoff post-development that is greater than what the pre-development condition is. So this one did have a recommendation of approval from the Planning and Zoning Board to allow for the 40 units. It will have a maximum height of 28 feet or 2 stories. The units will have entrance features consistent with our land development code, so that's a covered entrance feature. They do have off-street parking as well as attached garages to each unit. There will be a landscape buffer constructed on the perimeter that will consist of a 6-foot-high view blockage fence. And there is a requirement in the transportation conditions that Druid Street be widened to a 20-foot pavement width between Gilmore Avenue over to the west and the project entrance. And that also they include a sidewalk along the project frontage.
Do we have questions? Commissioner Salvi?
Yeah, I drove over there and drove by that. It looked to me like it's an empty lot with no problems at all in building there. I was surprised to see 160 property owners nearby objected to it, and then the developer bought another half acre to develop, and your opposition was reduced significantly. I'm just trying to get a feel of what is the main opposition to this?
The main opposition was the stormwater, and so
Stormwater?
Yes.
And you think that's been mitigated and satisfactorily answered?
Will be mitigated.
So
yes,
it's not the
through
development
yes.
itself, it's the stormwater.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner McLeod?
Thank you. Just to expound on that, can we detail, Teresa, how stormwater will be mitigated? I think for homeowners, that's important that we don't just move through and say, oh yes, it will be mitigated, but how if I'm a homeowner and I'm concerned about runoff, what will be done specifically?
Right. So other than me stating that they would have to comply with, the SwiftMud and city design criteria, I would look to their engineer to more specifically tell you any pre-engineering studies that they've conducted in terms of soil testing and grading of the property so that they can address how they think this pond will accommodate the development. And I don't know if Elise is here or Mark. Mark is here. Good.
Good afternoon. For the record, Mark Wilson with Kimmy Horn and Associates at 116 South Kentucky Avenue. And Teresa was covering it well, but so we are going to have to meet, the city has their own regulations. The Water Management District has their regulations. We have not done a detailed design because we're in here talking about zoning, land use issues. So it is going to be a tricky design. The neighbors have talked about, so to our east, the condominium, they've expressed concern over a retaining wall that exists. If you've been out on site or if you looked at the topo on site, there's a lot of topography out here that kind of falls from west or northwest, if you will, over to the east or to the southeast corner. So you may have noticed on our site plan that the stormwater pond looks rather large. So we've tried to accommodate and plan for that. See if I can get back to where we were in the site plan. This is really a pretty large stormwater pond for a property of this size. And just for relativity sakes, this is only about 4.5 acres in size, so it's not a large project. but 4.5 acres is 4.5 acres. And you can see we have a large stormwater pond here. So we realize that there's a residents over here expressed concern about ongoing problems that they currently already have. Regardless of what we've done here, this is basically an open field, and they've expressed concerns and issues that they've had ongoing for years or maybe for a decade. So we understand we've got our work cut out for us in engineering wise, but there's rules in place, regulations in place regarding how much you have to hold, how much you can discharge. And then we also realize that they've talked a little bit about some of the groundwater problems I have over here with this retaining wall that I think may have its own issues to deal with on its own time, outside of what we're doing. So certainly we'll have to take due care when we design our project over here, maybe employ some underdrain, some additional underdrain to try to help maybe alleviate their problem, but certainly not make it any worse.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Wilson while he's here at the podium? Mr. Reed?
I have another question, Teresa.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And Ms. Mayo, if you can speak a little closer to the mic, that'd be great.
That's great, thank you. Can you bring the picture up of the elevation again, please? Is there a rear elevation?
Don't believe we have one. Let me see.
Because I think you mentioned there was parking underneath. Or is it going to be on-street parking? Is there parking underneath or
It's parking behind.
parking behind?
Yes, so these are what we refer to as parking courts. So the front of the building with these two buildings here faces Druid. And then the garages are rear loaded.
Will they accommodate 2, 3 parking spots for each unit?
So it would be parking within the garage, which would be 2, and then there's also an area here for a parking pad, and then you can see the driveway. And then there's another set of townhomes here that also have a parking pad, and then the rear-loaded garage. And I believe there are also some guest spaces. Those were located over in this area.
And then to briefly, again, there's no outfall to Lake Parker from that pond anywhere, is there?
Not without being treated first, no.
Because I know we just heard today about legislation about the component of the outfall. And of course, did we hear much from the Lakeshore Homeowners Association in that area?
From the Lakeshore Property Owners Association, I don't recall seeing a letter from the association. I don't know that they've been active over the past year with COVID, but we did receive quite a bit of comment from the Lakeland Harbor apartments over to the east.
That's really about all the questions I have.
Okay. Any other questions? Questions from the audience? Thank you, Ms. Mayo. Yes, sir, if you could state your name and address, please, for the record.
My name is John Lamond, 740 Druid Street, Lakeland, right across the street from this proposed project. And I would say that the drainage is definitely a concern for the neighbors, but it's not the only concern. I just want you to imagine for a moment your own house in your own neighborhood, and someone moves in across the street from you. They have a car, maybe 2 cars, maybe even 3. But now imagine a neighbor who moves in across the street who has 40 cars. And I just heard here that there may be even room for 3 cars, 2 in the garage and 1 in the parking pad. Is that right? Imagine 120 cars coming out of one driveway. And that's the way this is designed. This entire project, can I use this? Let's see. There's one entrance, one ingress and egress right here. It's just like one driveway. And you have up to 120 cars coming in and out. This house here has 2 cars. The house across the street has 2 cars. This one has 1, this one has 1. There are 2 cars right across here. This is a huge change in our community. These are all single-family dwellings. And I just want you to Think about that in your own neighborhood, having something like that installed. And that is why I believe that in an October 2018 City Planning and Zoning report said the following: the proposed site plan, which is different, it's been changed, but basically the same, the proposed site plan is incompatible in scale, intensity, and character with the surrounding single-family uses, and would generate substantial traffic impacts when compared to a conventional single-family subdivision. The report goes on to say, due to the unusual parcel configuration and the context of the surrounding neighborhood, single-family attached housing, which this is going to be, would not be appropriate. And the staff would not support an application for, at that time, a conditional use for the proposed design. And just remember, this was with proposed 28 townhouses, which they turned down, and now it's 40, still with only one ingress and egress. You see here, they were bordered around here, Gilmore Avenue, no exit or entrance. Here's Druid Street. Nothing down here. Here's the Lakeland Harbor Apartments. Nothing over here. This is all wood. There's no streets over here. Everything is limited to this one small street. Yes, they want to expand it to 20 feet, 120 cars coming in and out of something that's, and it's only going to expand at 20 feet up to this far, right here. That's it. The rest of these small streets around here will remain the same. In addition, the developers of this proposed project continue to say, I haven't heard it here today, but in the previous zoning board meetings, they continue to say that this will be a transitional project, meaning this very intensely built Lakeland Harbor Apartments, this will be less intense, and then coming over to the single-family dwelling. So this will be transitional. But the fact is, there is a wall here between this property and Lakeland Harbor condominiums, and this property is at least 10 feet below the level here. So anyone in this neighborhood looking across there can really see the lake. You don't see the Harbor Apartments. This proposed, this proposed project would be an extremely invasive project for our neighborhood. Finally, the City Planning and Zoning Office, as Commissioner Selvage has said, has received numerous names on a petition to oppose this project, and I hope the commission will consider these facts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Other public comment? Yes, sir. Please state your name. You have 5 minutes as well. The clock did not beep last time.
Thank you. I'll be as brief as I can.
Thank you.
I concur with everything he just said. My family and I moved to...
Could you state your name, please, sir? I'm sorry.
Pardon?
Could you state your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Barry Sears, and I live at 715 Druid Street. I grew up at 721 Druid Street. I own that house also. This was a bad idea when they tried to put a church over there. It's still a bad idea today, in my opinion. This is literally in my backyard. I enjoy the wildlife. I'm a wildlife photographer, amateur. This would take that away pretty much. The water problem, having concrete footers for these buildings is going to make it worse, not better, no matter what size that retention pond is. But that's my main concern. Widening Druid Street would be great. It's narrow now, no sidewalks. So yes, that's a plus, but I can't find any other good reason. These taller houses, I think it was 28 feet, are literally going to be looking in my backyard. And so my sense of privacy kind of takes a hit there. But again, I think it's a bad idea. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, I have a,
Wait,
sir,
just one second. Commissioner Selvage?
you've lived there pretty much all your life, sir, and if you owned that property, what would you build on it? I mean, whatever we build on it, there's the
I owned that back
wildlife are
there-
going to be impacted. So what do you think is the best use of that land?
Right now, nothing. I mean,
Nothing. You'd want to not use developed at all.
right.
That's the best and highest use of the land.
Yeah, I don't see anything commercial there. Again, they tried to put a church in there once before,
Yeah.
and I spoke at our commission at the time, and it was turned down. I have nothing against churches. We have 2 of them within a 2-block radius of there, of where this is at.
But ma'am, I'd like to hear from the staff on what's changed since 2018, and if that's accurate of what was said in 2018, staff.
But with like Tiger Town, the ball games, all of those streets become really super congested.
Yeah.
And this would not be good either, or any event going on down at Tiger Town.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Ms. Maya?
The reference to the prior application that had been, I guess, denied or staff did not recommend approval of, that was actually a application for concept plan review. So as projects come forward, they go through our development review team first, where they get all of the technical reviewers that give them feedback on their plans before they then go to the next step, would be the zoning phase, and then onward to engineered drawings. So that prior proposal in 2018 was a different layout, did not have the same building orientation that this development has. And again, remember that even with this one, staff was not supportive when the homes were basically facing with the rear towards the street and not the front. So this change plan has those units facing the street. So that was the difference between the 2018 proposal. It didn't get to the zoning phase, and it was a different layout than the current one in both the orientation of the buildings and the street system that was being created internal to the site. So that's why staff made the comments that it did at the time through the development review team process. To address the concerns about traffic, in the staff memo, you will note that the project will obviously generate traffic. That will be approximately 293 vehicle trips per day. And then it's noted that there are 22 peak hour trips, so that would be between the hours of 4 and 6 p.m. Much less than, say, a church, what would happen on a Sunday. So I didn't go through the history of that prior church denial, so I would imagine the basis of that was just the impacts with that particular use on any particular day.
And is it accurate, Teresa, that there's one access point from the north?
That is correct. The only access is off Druid Street.
Commissioner Walker?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. And I apologize, you all know I'm playing double duty today with some legislative stuff going on. And of course, coming into where we are now with this particular situation, I'm seeing the P&Z board voted unanimously, 7-0. And I take when I hear, or when I not only hear, but when I see when we have boards and committees who do their due diligence to make sure they've done their homework, to make sure things are in line, and then of course you get that kind of a vote, it tells me that due diligence was done, things have gone through the proper channels, and that kind of thing, Ms. Teresa. So the only thing I would ask at this time, public safety, transportation, which you just shared, what challenges do you see with this particular development?
As you know, being or taking it from the perspective of a resident there, obviously today they are looking at a clear piece of land. So now they will have additional neighbors. So they will notice an impact. They will see people coming and going. They will see buildings. They'll certainly hear more noise. But what we're looking at in terms of the zoning and land use side of it is going back to that definition of compatibility. So these are single-family homes, again, fee simple. The difference is the building type, the architectural arrangement of them, so they are attached units. But to diminish at least the appearance of those buildings along the street frontage, they are, again, facing the street, so you'll still have a pattern of homes facing the street in line with the single-family homes. And then there's the stormwater, so that should handle any external or off-site impacts. Traffic, there is going to be an impact, but again, it's how you mitigate those impacts. And in this instance, they are required to widen Druid Street, and the surrounding roadway network will still operate at an acceptable level of service. So, in looking at our technical reasons for how this would impact the neighborhood, it's not significant, but that doesn't diminish the fact, obviously, that people live here and they will see a difference, and there's development where they did not have development before.
And we've done our part in making sure before it comes to us as a commission, when I say we mean staff, P and Z, have done their part to make sure that we've addressed those particular concerns to a point where it would not present any, I'll call, public safety hazards, any problems, anything that will cause some undue situations for any of the neighbors in that particular area.
That's correct.
Any other questions from the public or comments?
Could I answer Commissioner Selvidge's question about what could go there, what I would propose?
That's at your discretion.
Yes, sir, you have 2 minutes.
So I would say this same company who's proposing this right here on this corner, you can't see it, it's just north of Druid Street, has put in 2 single-family houses. I don't think there would be any opposition to building streets in here and putting in 10 or 12 single-family houses. We're not opposed to development in this area. We're opposed to overdevelopment. And so that would be my answer to your question.
Thank you.
You.
Mr. Wilson is back.
Debating whether I should talk some more or stop talking, but I thought I would add a little bit to some of the questions that were raised here today, maybe, and maybe provide just some background or maybe a little bit of additional information to what Teresa said and answer some of the questions that the residents asked about. So the condominiums, if you will, that are to our east, it's at a density that's approximately 13 units per acre. So one of the gentlemen, I believe, stood up here and talked about transition. And in planning, transition matters. It really does. So this is still a single-family housing type condominiums at a density of about 13 units per acre. We are a single-family attached, which is why we're here talking to you today. And we're at about 8.8 units per acre. And if you move along here back to our west, which keep in mind, just off the screen here to our west is Lakeland Hills Boulevard. So the hospital is really, really close proximity. It's walking distance. So we feel like we're trying to provide a, housing opportunities here for those who may not have families who want to have a townhome and be close to the lake and be close to the hospital and walking distance to maybe their employer. But just to our east here, there's a lot of 50 feet wide lots, and those lots work out to about 6 units per acre. Now, that doesn't mean these homes right here are 6 units per acre, because they are not, because some of these are built on double lots. But in this neighborhood, this direct neighborhood around us, it averages about 6 units per acre with 50-foot wide lots on the internal streets there. So it's going from roughly 6 or less to about an 8.8 down to 13 units per acre on our east side as you step down to the lake. Now, we were talking about a church. We actually are, we bound up or border up against a church. So we have a church here. We have a mixture of single-family types before you get over to Lakeland Hills Boulevard. And then we have a higher density here. So we're kind of right in the mix of a bit of a transition area. And we've really done a lot of work with staff. Kudos to staff of pushing us to get to a plan that you see here today, to have the street frontage view and to have the housing types we have with the parking behind it. and garage. And there are a number of conditions, I think you may see in your staff report, that we think are going to make it better. Druid Street's going to be widened. We're going to be constructing a sidewalk along our frontage down to the next street over that has a sidewalk already that leads to Lake Parker. And I think you guys are all familiar with what city's done to monetize Lake Parker with the trails and the connectability in the parks there. So we think it's a great opportunity to have a really nice development that the city has really done some great things in this area to make this, to encourage projects like this.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Yes, sir.
I'd just like to say, well, I'm going to support this, and I want to explain why. I looked at this driving down there. It is a beautiful piece of property that I would like to see open, but it's going to be developed. And you have to the west condominiums, and then this is a townhomes concept, and then the residents. So it seems to me to be a natural transition from the lake to the west. And so, Madam Pro Tem, I'm satisfied that we should go forward with this.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed.
Thank you. I'm going to differ with Don a little bit, which is a good democratic way to do things, I guess. This is a good transitional site. There again, having 120 cars or 80 cars coming out on one spot really concerns me. I could live with 24 units or something like that. There again, I just think it's a transitional area, but I think this is a little excessive in transition. And from that standpoint, I would vote against it without prejudice so they could come back with something a little more palatable in my estimation, maybe 24 units, something like that. But that's my thoughts.
So let me follow up on that, Tiger. Your concern is density and overdevelopment in this one particular plot.
Correct.
And so would you be satisfied with half of that, or?
Half would be fine with me. Of course, the apartments up front are two-story apartments. There's a flat, it's not townhouses, it's flats. There's units on top and units on the bottom. And so they got density that way, and they got more open space. It's a bigger piece of property. But I just think the transition, it is a transitional use, but I think it's a little excessive from that standpoint. So I could live with 2024, but again, that's not my choice to make that determination. But if we deny it without prejudice, they could come back with something within a calendar year, and maybe it would be something because.
There are, sure you agree, there are concerns too about the developer, the property owner. How do you reach a price point where you can make it feasible?
Unfortunately, that's not our call on whether they make a profit or not. We can't consider if they make $50 million or make $5. That's not a criteria of what we have to go with. And so that's.
Well, this is.
Do I hear an amendment to the motion, or do I, just to sort of rein this in a little bit?
Well, Mr. Reed is from that district, and he knows it much better than I do.
That's a 5,000 acre watershed that goes into Lake Parker, and that's a major component from Lakeland Hills Boulevard all the way down. And of course, I think they've done a great job. It appears that their retention pond is great. Of course, there's gonna be some way we can get that water into Lake Parker that's clean, but it doesn't apply for that, and it's not mandatory from what our ramifications are, what we can charge them with. But I just think the density is a good transitional site, but I think it's a little excessive from transition from my standpoint.
City Attorney Davis.
Yeah, just wanted to go into your procedural options at this point. I mean, obviously, you have a motion to approve on the table, and you could go that direction. You could move to deny without prejudice, which would allow them to come back prior to the lapse of 1 year with a different application. And I think your third option would be to continue the case to allow the applicant to work with staff for a reduced proposal. With a denial with prejudice, that would simply send the case back to pre-planning and zoning board status. It would come back through the planning and zoning board for a new hearing and a new recommendation to you. A continuance would keep it at the city commission level. and then it would come back directly to you for further consideration.
So did Commissioner McLeod make the motion?
I did.
Yeah.
Do you want to amend the motion, or should we hold the motion as stands, and we had a second on that?
I'd like to hold it as stands.
Yes.
Okay, then we need to vote on the motion as stands, the proposed 21010, change in zoning from RA3 single-family residential to planned unit development. This is a roll call vote.
And then we would have the option to come back with an amendment if we voted yes or.
The motion right now is to approve it as recommended by staff, so that would, it would not, stay open for an amendment at that point.
But-
Well, I guess someone that votes with the majority could vote to amend it as well, but.
Because I'm listening to Tiger, and I'm thinking an amendment might be the better option. I don't want to
Continuation.
cut that off.
Commissioner Walker?
I want to make sure that, again, I know I walked in and you all have had the discussion, but if I'm hearing what I just heard our city attorney say, we can allow it to be continued. And during continuation, there can be some further discussion about the development. Am I saying that right or wrong?
That's correct.
So, is that what you're saying, Commissioner McLeod?
So would we vote the motion down and then?
Well, if there's a motion, if someone wants to make a motion in a minute, would need a second, and then you would take up that amended motion and then move to the primary motion. I didn't hear a second yet, at least. And so the motion, Commissioner Reed, the motion was to deny without prejudice?
Yes.
I would not want that.
He didn't make the motion. We're still on the original motion from Commissioner McLeod and the second from Commissioner Walker on the proposed change in zoning. So we've not had a second motion yet with a second attached to it, because we thought we had to revisit the first motion and either vote that down and then circle back and have a clean motion to
Continuation.
continuation.
So under Robert's rules, I mean, a member of the commission could make a motion to amend. And I'm not sure if I heard you actually make that motion or just discuss making the motion.
We discussed.
I would make a motion to amend. I'm just trying for a continuance. Can I do that?
Second it. I'll second.
Salvage
Make a
second.
motion for a continuance.
Continuance, okay.
Okay, so then there was a second by Commissioner Silva, so you would take up the motion to amend and see where that goes and then move on.
All right, so we'll have a roll call vote to amend the motion.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem?
Sorry,
Do we
yes.
do discussion on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
yes. This does, stay with us, everyone. It gets confusing
Yes.
for us as well. So if we did approved a continuance, walk us through that scenario. It goes where?
It would go back to the applicant meeting with staff to come up with a proposal that they felt was acceptable and would stand a better chance of getting approval before the city commission, and then it would come back to the city commission. It would have to be renoticed and to the public.
Is it possible that it comes back as the same proposal that we have today?
It could, yes.
Okay.
Yes, comment. If we do continue, I have a question. If we do continue it and it comes back, do we do a first reading again? So this makes the developer start all over, or will then the continuance only be on the second reading?
It would be, if it comes back as a different proposal, we'd have to come back for first reading and then second reading. If it comes back as the same proposal, it would just come back as a continuation of this public hearing and second reading.
Any other questions? Clear as mud? Everybody? All right, a roll call vote on the amended motion?
Audience.
Just
Or
on
audience
the
comments?
amendment.
On the
and
amendment.
And then the amended motion, if it passes, if the amendment passes.
So the amendment for the continuation of this zoning, proposed zoning change, are there any comments from the audience? Come on.
Thank you for considering it, and we'll accept the amendment and work with staff. I would just add, Commissioner Reed, that if you cut the density in half, we're going to be at or lower than the adjacent neighborhood. So we're at about 8.8, so if we reduce it by half, we're going to be less than 5, and the adjacent neighborhood has some areas that are less than 5, but they also have areas that are up to 6 units per acre. So just for context, but thank you very much for the consideration. We'll go back to the drawing board and work a little bit more with staff before we bring it back to you.
So you're asking me if 20 units would be satisfactory? Is that?
Well, I think I heard one of the comments that maybe Commissioner Silva just said what was a number that was acceptable to you to cut it and cut it in half was so. Just letting you know that could be a lower density than the adjacent neighborhood in some places where it's up to 6 units per acre. Obviously, the multifamily to our other side's higher than that, but we'll go back and work with staff and see what we can do to bring back to you.
It would be more palatable with me with lower density. I would like to see some bigger lots per se, and maybe a little bit more parking, so maybe you have room to put something on the garage or something, but up to 120 or 140, 80 lots, 80 coming out on that one road is also an issue. But if anything at that 50% level, so I think you'd get my endorsement, if that helps you in any way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Another comment from the audience? Please state your name and your address for the record. And you have 5 minutes.
Melissa Biso with CMTG Real Estate. I'm the owner of the project. And I guess I'm a little disappointed to get to this point, and like Commissioner Walker said, we have, unanimous from the zoning, and the reason that it was not, the main reason I believe it was not approved before was because of the density, which was much higher then because we were trying to do the same amount of units with 2.7 acres. We have contracted with 2 neighbors to buy properties to get to the 4.5 acres to fix the density issue. And now we're at a much lower density, and now we're getting, well, now you're still too high. So I feel like we need very specific answers to the problems, because I feel like we fixed the issue before, and now we're being told, okay, you fixed it, and now it's still not good enough.
Thank you for those comments. Comments from Commission? This will be the last public comment.
Thank you. John Lamond, 740 Druid Street. Yes, they bought more property to address the density issue, but all that did was increase the amount of traffic coming out this one place. It has, lowering the density had no effect whatsoever on this area right here, where everything is going to come out. I think for most people in the neighborhood, reducing the number to 20 townhouses would probably be very much welcomed. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Walker.
And I know it's being prolonged, and I respect the fact, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, but I am not at a point to let this just die. That's why I'm on board for continuations. I would have to agree, Commissioner Reed, with the developer and all. 20 may not do it, but maybe something else above 20 will do it. And that's the reason why I will allow myself to go with a continuation. But I will not allow this situation to go just dead on what merits I'm hearing. But again, I will continue like to play in the sand and allow it to be continued to see where we can go, if we have to even come back to where we are today.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to the continuance. We have a motion on the floor for continuance and a second by Mr. Selvage, and it's a roll call vote. And we'll start with Commissioner Walker.
Aye.
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 Aye. Yes.
No.
All right, 6-1.
So more than likely what will happen is we'll come back to you for a first reading if the application is modified, and it'll be renoticed.
I just would like to second what Commissioner Walker said. There's a balance here, a solution that I hope both parties can reach. It should be developed, and,
yes,
and I'm with Philip. We need to
yes,
make sure that we don't lose it.
Thank you. Moving on to number hole 3 under city attorneys.
Oh, the easy one.
City clerk had
Sorry.
I just wanted to clarify that was not to a date certain.
That's correct. It'll have to be renoticed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Sorry.
And before reading the title to the next ordinance, I anticipate that there will be a presentation by both the applicant as well as representatives of the neighborhood and public comment. So what I would suggest moving ahead with this case is that the planning staff make their presentation, then the applicant make a presentation, and then hear from the representative of the neighborhood and the public, and then consider making a motion as you deem fit for the ordinance.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and read the ordinance into the record. It's proposed ordinance number 21-011, an ordinance relating to zoning, making findings, amending ordinance 4547 as amended to provide for a modification to PUD plan unit development zoning for Tract E of Morgan Creek Reserve on approximately 35.08 acres located south of Medela Road, east of Hamilton Road, and north of West Pipkin Road to allow for the construction of 56 single-family detached homes, finding conformity with the comprehensive plan, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Ms. Mayo's back to the podium. We should get you your own microphone.
I know, right? And a headset. All right, so this request is generally located in the southwest quadrant of the city, just to the south and east of Lakeland Linder International Airport. This is an aerial of the subject site. You can see Medela Road to the north, Pipkin Road to the south, Hamilton Road off to the northwest corner, and again, the airport is off to the east off the screen. The subject property is within a larger planned unit development zoning for development known as Morgan Creek. This planned unit development zoning was originally approved back in 2004, and it was approved as a 355-unit master planned residential community. The subject property is referenced as Tract E within that planned unit development, which is shown up here. And since the approval of the planned unit development has been anticipated that it would be developed with residences. The existing planned unit development conditions, in fact, reference that Tract E is reserved for future development and that the maximum number of dwelling units in Tract E shall be subject to the modification of the PUD. Since the time of the original PUD approval, there have been a number of modifications. Some of those have been minor in nature, dealing with such things as setbacks and building lot coverage. Others have been more substantive. For example, there was an addition in 2007 of additional property to the planned unit development. This expanded what was Tract D, and for context here, you can see the existing Phase 1 of Morgan Creek. This is Lafloa Loop. It extended a conservation tract to the north and to the east, and it added Tract F as an additional subphase of the project. There was then a later modification to Tract F to adopt the site plan that's shown over to the right, and that development has direct access on Medela Road to the east of the subject property. This is the site plan that's now being proposed. So again, for context, Medela Road is located up here on the north. And this development shows a total of 56 single-family lots in a cluster-style subdivision. The lots are located on a 37.08-acre tract of land. Access to the development would be via a new driveway that would be connected to the north up to Medela Road through property that is actually located within unincorporated Polk County. You'll see that that roadway is lined on either side with single-family homes. There are a total of 29 homes in that county-owned portion, county portion of the development, but they would be one unified development with the 56 homes that are being requested today. The minimum lot size of these homes would be 10,000 square feet, and that is consistent with the largest lot requirement within the overall Morgan Creek PUD.
Now, Teresa, before you go on, how many residents will be built on the Medulla tract that comes in?
On the county portion, there will be 29.
29 there and 56 in the other?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes. Zooming out of the subject property, I wanted to talk a little bit about compatibility, which is one of the main points that we look at when staff is making a recommendation, and then also when the Planning and Zoning Board looks at it, and then you as the commission looks at it. There was some talk about this at Friday's agenda study, and by definition in our land development code, compatible is in harmony with the surrounding land uses, context, building forms, and environment. And I'll kind of touch on each of those as we go forward. So you can see the star here is the subject site, and it has a city future land use designation of residential low. The green is the conservation area over the creek. And then all of the gray to the north and to the east are business park or industrial uses that support the airport and/or the business park warehouse distribution uses that surround the airport. There's also a commercial node over here off of Pipkin. This is where the new Publix is under development. And again, here's Medela Road. And what you don't see on this map is any color coding for land use in the center, and that's because all of that is located within unincorporated Polk County. On this slide, what you see is the county future land use designation. So the gray are the city limits, and then all of the color in the middle is county land use designations. Again, the star is the subject property. The yellow that is in this area all has a residential suburban land use designation in the county. And that designation allows up to 5 units per dwelling acre. For 5 units, 5 dwelling units per acre. It's getting late in the day.
1 unit per 5 acres.
The underlying future land use can allow up to 5 dwelling units per acre through county approval. And that is what the portion with the 29 units obtained. That is consistent with the county future land use designation.
That's the future land use, just for clarification.
Right, but in the county, land use is the same for zoning. So they have the same designation for both their comprehensive plan and then also for zoning. This canary portion over here, the brighter yellow, that is residential low. And then all of this purple in the county is BPC1, which is business park. Another thing that we looked at in terms of compatibility was a prior planning effort that was completed in 2007, known as the Southwest Sector Plan. This was a joint planning effort with the city, the county, other governmental agencies, and also community stakeholders, including residents and businesses. This was a visionary vision document that was produced in order to guide development in the area. It was adopted by resolution by the City Commission. It was not incorporated into the Land Development Code or into the comprehensive plan in terms of any specific requirements, but again, it was meant to be a guiding principle document for future land use decisions. One of the guiding principles in here was to promote and allow for cluster-style residential development, and you can see all of that in the blue here. Again, here's Pipkin, and here's Medela Road, and obviously the airport is the gray. So consistent with that vision, this development is providing for a cluster-style form of subdivision that retains green spaces on the surrounding edges of the property. Looking again at county future land use and going into that area that has the business park future land use designation, I know that there has been some commentary on confusion that's been presented on the behalf of city staff, so I wanted to clarify that. There is a letter that has been circulated, and that letter was specific to a prior county application for a change in land use, and that application was for this subject site here that is to the east of the site that's under consideration today, which is over here. And again, this is that site here shown in yellow, which at the time, last summer, was proposed for a change in land use from business park to change it to residential. Staff did not support that change, city staff did not support it, and so we presented a letter to the county staff for them to consider our objections to changing business park to residential land use. unlike this property, which already has residential future land use designation. Another reason for city staff objecting to that request was its location here, which you can see is within the approach surface limits overlay of the runway down to the south here. And that ends right at this point. You can see the turquoise outlining that notification area. So that, in combination with the change in land use to residential, was the basis for our objecting to that county proposal. For those who aren't familiar with the site, this is the subject site. This is looking east on Medela Road. Off to the left there is a new single-family residence that's been constructed. Subject site's on the right. That's that new home. This is looking to the north and west towards the Medela and Hamilton intersection. Looking out to the west on Medela, the subject site. And our recommended conditions. So our recommended conditions retain the allowability for residential on Tract E as it is today, but specifying that total number of dwelling units that was lacking from the original PUD. So this would allow for those 56 dwelling units. It would also require a minimum lot area of 10,000 square feet. So when you look at the layout for this development, it's a combination of 80-foot and in some cases, I believe, 70-foot lots that are scattered throughout the development. So relatively large lots. With the clustering of the homes, that has allowed for the development to retain about 10 acres of recreation area and open space, and that includes a tot lot. There's also a requirement now, or a condition allowing for the connection to Medela Road, which is the reason why entitlements in terms of a unit count were not designated previously, because there was no access. So now with access being provided, that's being added to the PUD. There's also a requirement in here for a pedestrian connection to the existing Morgan Creek development, and that'll have to be coordinated between the developer of this phase and the property owners of the existing phase. There's, under the transportation conditions, that there does need to be a reconstruction of the new roadway, or construction of the new roadway to Medela Road, and that has to meet Polk County standards. And then all roadways internal to this development would have to meet city development standards. As with any development, this will require binding concurrency determinations at the time of plat approval. We did have a condition in here related to stormwater, which we are prepared to propose a revision to in response to some of the concerns that we've been hearing. And I'll let the engineers speak to the specifics of that, the technical requirements. But basically what the condition will do is reference a Florida Department of Transportation manual related to stormwater system connections that would have a more rigorous review of the design criteria for the stormwater system. So when it comes time, if you make a recommendation to approve this, I can read into the record what that new condition will be. And then finally, there is buffering along the north and west sides of the development. There's a 20-foot wide landscape buffer, and because of the width of that and the existing vegetation on site, any existing vegetation within that buffer would be retained. And if that buffer happened to fall within a lot, a private lot, then there would be an easement placed over that lot to make sure that that vegetation remains in place. And with that, I know that we do have some slides on stormwater. We can go into those, or if you want to hear from the applicant first, and then we can come back and respond with additional stormwater comments. I'll look to you for guidance.
Let's hear from the applicant, and then we'll circle back to Commissioner Salvage.
Yeah, I do have a question, Teresa, on, I'm reading this one condition about the pedestrian. Is there any connection between this piece of land and Pipkin Road?
There is no connection,
None.
other than its continuity to the other phases of Morgan Creek.
Access to and from has to go to the north, to Madola Road.
Yes, the only other option would be to cross the creek.
But that's not in the
That's not what's being proposed, no.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we'll have more time, I think, for questions of staff after we hear from that applicant. And just for my own edification, City Attorney Palmer Davis, do we have time limits on applicant and on?
Typically, we would not put a time limit on an applicant or a representative of the neighborhood either, but beyond that, then it would be 5 minutes.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission. For the record, Bart Allen, land use attorney with the Peterson and Myers Law Firm, 225 East Lemon Street, Lakeland, Florida. Happy to be here this afternoon, almost evening now, on behalf of the applicant, Cascara 2 LLC. We've been working on this project for some time, been to a number of hearings, and look forward to finally getting to address this commission. On behalf of Cascara 2, the principal behind that is Mr. Pete Cassidy. He is not available this evening, but I wanted to at least acknowledge his involvement in the case. But with me today, I do have our engineer and civil site planner, Mr. Dennis Wood of Wood & Associates Engineering Firm, who has been working on this site throughout this project. The request before you today is, as Ms. Mayo appropriately put, we're not asking for a residential entitlement today. What we are asking for is let's establish the unit count. And we'll go through some history to kind of get to that, but what we are asking for tonight is 56 units on 35 acres, a density of about 1.6 dwelling units an acre, which, as you've seen projects come before you, is a low density request in the concept of residential development today. This is also on Tract E of Morgan Creek. It's unique, so we'll talk about some of those unique characteristics of this site as we work through it. But one of those unique criteria is that this is a multi-jurisdictional project. That's not an everyday occurrence in our world, even though our municipal and unincorporated boundaries are moving and changing significantly over time. What you can see here on the north side is the 9.94 acre, call it 10 for ease of speaking about it, piece that's been approved through the county. And I'll talk about the land use and those classifications as we work through it, but at about 3 dwelling units an acre. And again, what's before, oh, I do that every time I'm up here. I hit the wrong button. As what we're here tonight is this 35 acres. Here's the site plan. This is the proposed site plan. It's the same one that Ms. Mayo pointed out, so I won't spend too much time. I'll have Mr. Wood come up and talk about some of the technical aspects here in just a moment. But talking about land use, you heard a little groan there from the audience a few minutes ago. I want to just point out a couple things. One, this is our tract in green, just to highlight it. This is, and we'll talk about the city land use classifications in just a moment. This yellow here is residential suburban. That is the same as the 10-acre site that English Creek LLC owns today. That is 1 dwelling unit per 5 acre as a base. With additional approvals, you can go to 3 dwelling units an acre on this lighter yellow. On this darker yellow, the residential low, you can go to 5 dwelling units an acre on residential low. Moving to the north, you see the ARR, that's the agricultural rural residential in the county. That again is a 1 dwelling unit per 5 acre base minimum, but you can get 2 dwelling units per acre through additional approvals. from the county, a planned unit development from the Planning Commission. The purple, BPC, Business Park, this allows industrial development. This is, as you know, near Lakeland Linder, there's a lot of industrial distribution, those types of services that support activities at Lakeland Linder. This piece here was changed in 2018 to the BPC. Previously, it had been ARR and rural residential. So you can see that this is a transitional area in the county. It's almost a little enclave, if you will, of the city when you start looking at the municipal limits starting to creep around it, with the county line on the western side and all of the gray being municipal Lakeland limits. Moving into the city's future land use map, very similar to the one that Ms. Mayo presented, so I won't speak on this one too long either. But you can see this is the 35 acres that are the subject property for tonight's consideration. Residential low under your future land use classification, which allows up to 5 dwelling units per acre. And again, we're asking for 1.6 dwelling units per acre, substantially less than what is the maximum that is allowed in the residential low. But to put it into context, this is also residential low. You got the existing Morgan Creek development to the southeast corner there. You've got residential low here, existing city future land use classification along English Creek, residential high, which allows substantially more density and intensity, but when you look at the zoning map, it limits it down to 22 dwelling units per acre from a zoning perspective, and then the commercial corner that is being developed with the Publix and some other support uses. So as you can see, this is a residential, it's a plan for residential. It was thought about being residential. This residential land use classification went on in 2004, 2005. So it has been in the mix for some time for this type of development. Now looking at the city's zoning map, try not to do that again. The subject property here, Medulla Road here, RA3 zoning classification on this property, which requests 10,000 square foot lots, 70-foot wide widths, similar to what we're asking for on our subject property. Again, being consistent with not only the existing PUD and the entitlements within that PUD, but also surrounding zoning classifications that the city has in place. Here's that multifamily, 22 dwelling unit an acre, and then the commercial PUD. A little bit more into the history. This, Commissioner Solvich, goes to some of the comments that you made very early on in the commission meeting related to the activities out at Sun and Fun and the school activities. But in 1999, the Wellman Lord family entered into an agreement for right-of-way donation to the city of Lakeland. That donated 100 feet of right-of-way for Medulla Road to have the ability to do expansions to Medulla Road at that appropriate time. And I've given you a cite to the OR book and page of that agreement for purposes of your record. That also incorporated an annexation agreement, which this property was ultimately annexed into the city in 2001. So going all the way back to 1999, this area and this property has been contemplated for residential development. In 2004, the Morgan Creek Preserve PUD was approved by the city for the entire 223 acres, which incorporated tracts A, B, C, D, and E. It was 355 dwelling units, which comes out to a density of 1.6 dwelling units per acre, which is exactly what we're asking for here today. We're not asking for anything more. We've just worked out the access issue that was previously inhibiting the development of this property. So again, being consistent with what was done in 2004. Here's the site plan that was approved. Again, this is the same exhibit that Ms. Mayo showed during her presentation. Again, the future development, this is the existing approvals that are in place. Although some of these residential units have not come out of the ground, they are permitted through the Water Management District to occur. And then this one, this is Tract D. Oh, one other point. When this application came through the first time, they actually asked for, I'm gonna have to get some cheaters, I can't read my own notes, 418 dwelling units, but that was ultimately dialed back to 355. That's a difference of 63 dwelling units, and I would speculate, I was not involved in that case at the time, I was not even living in Polk County at the time, but that likely was an offset related to removing the actual unit count off of Tract D. And again, we're less than what that difference between the 418 and the 355 that was ultimately approved. In 2006, this is the Tract F that Ms. Mayo indicated was added. Again, 58 units on 32 acres, a density of 1.8 dwelling units an acre, allowed smaller lots, allowed 6,000 square foot lots. At that time, in 2006, the staff report recognized that there is a transition into residential on the south side of Medola Road, and going all the way back to 2006, which I would say, if you go back and you look at the land use maps, be it the city or the county, where the cities was residential low in this area, and then the residential suburban of the county was all south of Medola Road. It was when you got north of Medola Road that it went to the agricultural rural residential, which allows a different entitlement. So it's clear that that residential designation and transition has been in place for some time. And this is just to identify specifically where Tract F was. I'm going to ask Mr. Wood to come up and speak. Again, Mr. Wood, I'm sure, has been in front of you many times. He's a professional engineer. He's been doing civil site design in Polk County and the city of Lakeland and throughout Central Florida for many, many years. I'll let him tell you exactly how many, and let him go through a couple of these slides from the technical perspective.
Thank you. For the record, Dennis Wood, engineer for Wood and Associates. As pointed out, I've been around for quite a few years and designed a number of subdivisions. But the site plan has been gone over or shown to you a number of times. And that site plan, the layout, et cetera, we worked diligently with the staff to try to meet the demands of the area. And we'll point it out later, but on this,
Mr. Al is going to hand out a map for you to reference.
The pointer to the top one.
Oh, yes, okay. Okay, sorry, the specific to this thing, we're retaining the natural vegetation along the north side of the properties and along the west side of the properties. It'll be a 20-foot buffer. We may put some enhanced buffering in there if it's not intense enough. But the most important thing is pointed out a number of times is the site is on approximately 33 acres and the density is 1.6. So it left us with quite a bit of area for recreational activity and open space. We have planned on some walking trails that will go through the areas of natural fill. We plan on the top lot, either we got it shown here, but we may move it to over here. And the pedestrian connectivity between the two will be along here when decided, but we do have it pointed out on the plan. So I think we've done a good job laying it out, minimizing the density and utilizing the properties to its best site. And there is a number of trees that's on the site, probably about 1,000 trees that will be maintaining a lot of those other than in the residential pad areas. And specifically, all the lots will be designed for 10,000 square feet or more. Okay, this one is just providing to you that when they developed Track D, which is the parcel that we're talking about here, I guess they had a specific thought process, and that tract is predominantly all outside of the 100-year flood and the wetland areas. Of course, when we get into final design, we'll identify the wetlands exactly. We will not be impacting any of the wetland or flood areas on the property. This is the site showing the drainage at the site area, which is here, and just an overall view of where the 100-year flood areas are, which is at Morgan Creek, and Morgan Creek comes, and I think it goes up like this. So our development will be outside of any of the 100-year flood areas, and all our retention ponds will be outside of the 100-year flood areas. The one thing, and I'll get into it a little bit later, this morning we had already agreed to do our storm management on the site to what we call a 100-year pre-post condition, which means we'll retain the runoff from the difference between post and pre-100-year, but there's an additional restriction that we have to do quite a bit if we're on DOT roadways. And it's still similar to the 100-year pre-post, but it's a little more restrictive, and we have to end up running probably about 50 different storm events, 100-year, 2-hour, 4-hour, 6-hour, 8-hour, 24, and so forth. But there's about, like I say, about 40, and it's more restrictive because at sometimes the storm events don't peak at the 100-year, 24-hour event. They may peak during the 50-year event. So it's a criteria that we have to do quite often, so we're familiar with it, and we agreed to go that extra step for the stormwater management on the site. This is a plan just trying to show you the contours out there and the fact that there's a substantial fall. In other words, again, our site is down here. This is the site that's in the county. The blue represents where I anticipate the ponds. But across this property, this is Medela Road here, which everything kind of north of this runs down the north side of the road till it gets to Hamilton Road. And then they have an inlet or so. I've got another picture of it I'll show you later. But all of this area here runs down to this property and so forth. You can see the contours. The flow of water goes like this. And from this point down to here is about 10 or 12 feet of fall, and from here there's about another 5 feet of fall through here. So we'll be collecting the water from our side and from the north and bringing it down to our retention pond areas here. And that point is where we will control the water to the pre-post conditions using the most intensive rainstorm possible.
Mr. Wood, can I ask you a question really quick?
Yes.
So what happens when that flood area to the south becomes saturated, like for a 100-year or 50-year event, and then it backs up into those retention ponds and then into the neighborhood? Will that happen?
That is impossible to happen because you got from where the retention ponds are, which is down here, to up to the most available neighbor, which is about right at this point or this point. There's about 10 feet of fall. In other words, the ground is 10 feet higher than the top of the pond. So it's physically impossible because our top of berm will be at a point where if, say, some odd reason that we miscalculated, it'd flow over the top of the berm into the creek. So, but with all the criteria that we have to use with gathering the stormwater data and stuff like that, that's a very unlikely event that we miscalculate on this particular one, especially with the number of storms that we have to do on this particular stormwater analysis. So, and then just even though this.
Sorry, Commissioner Walker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, but you opened up the can, so I can ask the question too. No, but it's still, you know, related, so that's why I wanted to make sure I ask the question as it relates. So in your professional opinion, and what you know, and the development of this particular piece that's before us, it is not probable, it's not probable that this flooding situation that we've been hearing about or that have been asked about numerous times can happen because of the way the particular area will be laid out and the way the water flows, where the water flows. Am I hearing that correct?
That is correct. In other words, there's substantial elevation fall from down where we got the retention ponds to up where all the residential is, plus the fact that when we discharge into the creek or Morgan Creek, in a normal, I'm going to just throw a number out, it might maybe be right or correct, we're probably holding about twice or if not more water than we normally would have to hold back for a subdivision of this size. So it's a substantial amount of additional storage that we're providing here. So the rate of discharge, that normal rate of discharge from normal runoff will be much less that's going to Morgan Creek than it will be in the precondition. So I point that out. Just additional point is, again, this is in the county, and that's a section, but the stormwater management will be tied together. And you see the kind of the blue mark here. That blue mark should have continued up here. We'll put a conveyance swell along that western property to carry any of the water down to our retention ponds down to the south. This is a slide that shows the off-site. In other words, right here, this is Hamilton Road. This is Medela. And you'll see some pictures and you'll see people talking about flooding, and most of the flooding that you're going to see amounts to along here. There's a solar farm up this way, and you'll see some pictures that has some substantial runoff from that area. And I'm not arguing that point, it's happening. But this, if you see this, the gradation of the land here, it all comes down here and it ends up right there. And this, if you look at those contours line, that's 10 to 15 feet of fall from basically the solar farm down to that point. But I point that out solely for the fact that, look, there's only one little inlet there that's installed in that right of way, and it's installed basically at ground level. So when the water gets down to this point and has one of those extensive rainfall, you'll see a picture that at ponds here, that one little inlet can't handle the water. It goes from there across, and there's another inlet here, and there's a pipe that goes down that way. Those pipe system is substandard to handle the people's water to the north. And, you know, I know you hear them talk about, they've talked to county, et cetera. I understand what's happening. That's where the water's gonna go. So it's gonna puddle there. What I've done is, just in case the county doesn't fix the problem, at least it'll run in the swell system that I'm putting along here will go this way instead of flooding the road substantially. So I point that out. I think I'm going to talk about traffic a little bit, and that's always of some concern. In this particular case, we've done a couple different things. If it's in the county, which is the section of the 10-acre piece that's in the county, we have such little traffic from that one, we would not have to do a major traffic study. But as part of this planning portion here, we did a major traffic study, submitted to the staff. They reviewed it, but for purpose of talking about it, we're going to have about 27 peak hour trips. And Medela Road has available capacity, or the available capacity is around 737 eastbound and 739 northbound, or westbound. So the number of trips that we have doesn't even make a dent into the available capacity on the Medela Road. We did a major traffic study, evaluated the intersection of County Line Road at Medela. It looked at Medela Road at Pipkin, and it indicated that everything operates at an acceptable level of service. One issue is, not issue, but point of hand is they are getting relief at Pipkin and Medela. There will be a traffic signal there. You gonna talk about that? Okay. Oh, you want to talk about it? You want to? Okay. I kind of did my little spiel. If you have any questions, I'm happy. I know this technical stuff gets kind of complicated sometimes, but we have to go through a multiple thing. The city will review it. The Water Management District will review it. So there's a multiple scenarios of reviewing the drainage numbers to make sure that we are doing everything properly. And what we're doing is much more intensive than required by the Water Management District. So, you know, I think everything should work out great.
Questions for Mr. Wood? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Thank you.
All right, I will try to move through the rest of this pretty quickly. Just from a compatibility perspective, and just to kind of highlight some things that we're doing here on the 35 acres, we are maintaining that 20-foot buffer along the boundaries. We will have over 10 acres, or about 10 acres of open space with amenities scattered throughout for the residents. And then we are providing that future pedestrian connection that was contemplated as part of the original PUD. And those are some colors on some maps, but as Ms. Mayo pointed out, the conditions require that we maintain the existing vegetative buffers to the largest degree possible. And these are just this is existing. This was taken just over the past month or two of the northern boundary. This is that existing vegetation. To the right of the picture is the proposed project. To the left of the picture is adjacent property owners. So these trees in this tree line will be maintained as part of our project. It won't be disturbed. So that large natural vegetation will remain in place. That'll ensure that there is good compatibility and good buffering between the properties. This is again looking on the western boundary. So again, kind of the north-south view of our property. To the right is proposed project. To the left of the screen is existing property, adjacent property owners. And then this is just a different view off of the western boundary again, just to demonstrate that the natural vegetation that's in place is the best buffering that can be had for a project in this location. But buffering or compatibility isn't just buffering. Compatibility is what else is going on in the area. How is the rest of the area developing? What kind of intensities and densities and development types do we see? So when we look at this as a whole, what you see in the color images is the city limits of Lakeland. And you can see, and we'll just kind of move from south to north. This is County Line Road, I-4. And number one here is basically a logistics hub. You've got Amazon, you got a number of different types, business park, industrial, commercial uses. Beginning to move further to the south, you've got D.R. Horton with the Laurel Highlands development, which is a substantial single family. It's got some different kinds of uses, age restricted, different single family detached primarily in this community. Business Park, this is actually in the county. This purple here is in the county, unincorporated. Transitioning into number 3, which is Lakeland Linder. Continuing to move south, we've talked about the Publix and the multifamily property that's entitled there. Got the Morgan Creek. Again, we are a part of the Morgan Creek PUD, and we are asking for the same overall density that is otherwise allowed in the existing Morgan Creek PUD at 1.6 dwelling units an acre. And then moving further south, you've got the Hawthorne Mill PUD, and the Riverstone PUD. Number 6 is approved and in place. I do not believe development has commenced on the Hawthorne Mill project at this time. However, Riverstone has commenced development and is moving forward at this time. And some things about those Hawthorne Mill. Hawthorne Mill is almost 487 acres. It has 1,500 units, of which 1,300 of those are single-family detached, and the balance is our townhomes. So 1,500 units in this area here. That's 3 dwelling units an acre. Riverstone, 3 dwelling units an acre, another 1,300 units. And as part of their PUD and as part of their development agreement that came out of their PUD, there is a requirement that when warrants are met at Medola and Pipkin that the signal is put in place, and that's part of their PUD, whether it is a straight payment by the developer to do it, proportionate share options, things of that nature are in place to help fund the signal at Medola and Pipkin. Looking around, you've got 2 dwelling units an acre here. That's the tract F. We're at 1.8 dwelling units an acre, and then it gets a little less dense as you start moving north of Medola Road, less than 1.5 dwelling units an acre, and then you're back into the BPC that's in the county. So all of that is to say that what we're asking for here is not, we didn't just find this piece of property and decide to go bring some residential entitlements onto it. This piece of property was brought into residential entitlement in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s. We're asking to identify what is a reasonable unit count on this piece of property based on the existing entitlements of the Morgan Creek at 1.6 dwelling units an acre. We feel like 1.6 dwelling units an acre with large lots is appropriate for this piece of property as well. Even with just going to that limited development, we have certainly addressed drainage. We're not developing any of the property that may be in the 100-year flood zone. There looks like there's a couple little areas where the line may come across the property onto Tract D. Even at that, we are using FDOT's critical duration approach. That was at the suggestion of your city engineer, Mr. Lazenby. And as Mr. Wood would be able to explain in much greater detail than I can, it is a much more onerous design standard to accommodate. We've got existing vegetative buffers. We've got almost 30% open space on the site. I know Mr. Conrad's here. There is a requirement for a navigation easement that's a part of the PUD today as it exists. There is actually, as part of the title work, a navigation easement on the 35 acres today. It is in place. It is a matter of record, and I can make available a copy of that navigation easement if requested. We will be provided sewer and water service. We've had the commitment from the city that they have capacity and the ability to serve available. We will be providing a number of walking trails, potential pedestrian connectivity into the Morgan Creek Preserve. We have school capacity. We've already gone through that review too. So there is capacity available for this project in the Polk County schools. And with that, I will in my conclusion and request a favorable vote and approval of this PUD as presented this afternoon. We have a finding of consistency with your comprehensive plan. We have a finding of compatibility from your staff. It's gone through your planning commission with a unanimous recommendation of approval. We have all the concurrency and capacity of the necessary utility services available to this project and to serve this project. And with that, we'll stand for any questions. I know that there's going to be some opposition. I would request just a few minutes at the end to maybe address any comments rather than kind of come up and down, up and down. I'll just say, let me try to do it all in one shot at the end of the hearing, if that would be your pleasure. Commissioner Solis.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Can you elaborate more on the Lord Wellman agreement regarding Medola Road? What exactly does that mean?
In 1999, they entered into an agreement with the city for annexation. I have a copy of my file. I don't have it in front of me, so I can't tell you detailed specifics. But at that time, there was an agreement to dedicate right away. There was an agreement to enter into an annexation agreement. And those issues, Mr. Barmby was certainly no better than me when it relates to transportation issues, but that is the crux of it. Was in 1999 they said, okay, let's bring this into the city and try to do some things. Mr. Barmby, I know you.
But before Chuck comes up then, did the developer ever consider an access to Pipkin Road?
I don't know. My developer, no, because we don't own the, I'll go back, let me show you. So this is you've got the major floodway, you've got a creek there. Crossing that would be challenging to begin with and expensive to say the least. This is an entirely separate ownership. Which we're not acquiring and we don't have the right to cross anyway. There was also conservation, future land use that was placed on that area as well in 2004, 2005 when it was brought in.
How far is it from Track D down to Pipkin Road?
From where?
How far is it?
From your property to Pipkin, or from Track D?
I have not done that math. We can provide you an answer for that. Chuck may know.
Chuck will know the answer.
Yeah.
Mr. Barmby, well, before Mr. Barmby comes up, do we have other questions for Mr. Allen? Yes, Commissioner Reed?
Briefly, where are you getting your utilities from? I see you said we've got capacity. Where is this capacity coming from?
Utilities?
Yeah.
A couple different places.
There's nothing coming down Medela Road.
There is a potential to connect out here at County Line Road and bring the utilities down Medela Road. There's also going to be utilities out here on this side when this project is finished
Y'all
going
going to
through
bring the
permitting.
utilities down?
Sir?
You're going to bring the utilities down at your cost? Okay. Don,
My developer will. I'm not paying for it.
Don, I might be able to help answer a question or two of yours. Again, to give you a little history there again, this is a piece of property that Wellman Lords owned long ago. I put the original joint venture together with them, with Landstar, Ken Day and John McCutcheon from Canada. And it was never the intent to come in from the north. It was always the intent to come in from the south and have a whole development south to say what them, because it was kind of a little bit more rural to the north, make a long story short. And it was always the intention of coming from the south, and I don't know how the pieces, well, when John died, it got split up in different, I think Brian Fraser or something like that bought the balance, and how the Wellman Lords got stuck up with the top piece, I have no idea, but I think they had plenty of opportunity to get access to the back, because there was going to be a bridge road across to facilitate the development of the northern portion.
Whose intent? Whose intent was that?
Whose intent was
That was the original Landstar, the original Landstar development, which would then they later changed to Morgan Creek or English Creek. I can't remember, a couple different names, I think, from that point.
Well, Landstar still owns this piece.
Okay.
And they still have Brian Fraser still has the ownerships of those pieces. And that did develop as Landstar, but this piece is not in Landstar's ownership.
Commissioner McLeod, you have a question for Mr. Allen?
Sure, it may be for Chuck or Mr. Wood. I wanted someone to comment on transportation impacts, but zoom out to that. You mentioned the Publix and the other developments, and just maybe that gets into some of the widening projects that were discussed, but I just wanted to talk about that as that area as a whole. As it's growing, there's more that footprint and the impacts on transportation. So whether that's now or
I'll let Mr. Barmby speak to transportation issues. He's much more well-versed in what the city's doing than I am. I do know that the county is actively acquiring right-of-way. They are actively going through a process to expand Pipkin Road, and not only are they are fast-tracking it as well. I've seen many of those cases getting settled as far as right-of-way goes. I think they have almost all the right-of-way for Pipkin Road, maybe one parcel. But I'll let Mr. Barmby speak to those.
Any other questions for Mr. Allen before we, yes, sir, Commissioner Walker?
And hopefully, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, hopefully he can answer. The northern end of the property, you mentioned, I know the buffering and all that would be, vegetation and all would be maintained. From that point north to Medela, Hamilton intersection, it appears to be a substantial distance. Do you know how much?
That's a 10 acre, that's a 10 acre tract. I'd have to, 1,600 feet. So, but, and to the point of to the north, I want to reiterate, when you look at the ordinance that was approved in 2004, it very clearly shows future development with access to the north.
Mm-hmm.
So and that was a part of the city's ordinance that was adopted at the time. So I respectfully disagree with Mr. Reed that there was never an intent to go to the north when the ordinance itself shows that it was going to the north. So I can only do with what is on the record. So.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. All right, Mr. Barmby, could you address both Commissioner Selvage's and Commissioner McLeod's idea or questions, please?
Sure. For the record, Chuck Barmby, Community and Economic Development Department. Going back over 25 years ago, back when the Piper plant closed on the south side of Lakeland, what is now Lakeland Linder International Airport, there was a real need established to provide better connectivity to the south side of the airport for economic development. At the time, going back to the early mid-90s, County Line Road was a two-lane road. In fact, it had just been extended to State Road 60 right around 1990. And so there was a grid system or a new road system that was being developed on that side of Lakeland. So over time, starting probably 98, 99, you started to see County Line Road get incrementally four-laned, going south from just south of Old Tampa Highway down towards, it was down towards Medela, then further south towards Ewell, and then down towards 60. About the early 2000s is when the area at 92 up to the interstate was four-lane. That was one of the last segments to be four-lane because of the complexities of the rail crossing. One of the challenges had always been, how do you get from the county line corridor back over towards the airport? Medela Road was always seen as a constraint because for commercial traffic, for goods movement, because of its two-lane nature. It's a standard width, it's over 20 feet wide, but it was not seen as a roadway that could be easily widened to be able to handle the amount of manufacturing and other types of commercial traffic that was intended at the airport. So you started to hear more of what it was termed the South Side Access Improvement Package, and it included County Line, it included West Pipkin Road, it included the Waring Road extension, and several of those projects that had been, for which funding had been provided by DOT, the Department of Commerce, through all kinds of other acronyms at the state and federal levels to provide access to the airport. And so, starting about 1999, the discussions began of realigning Medela Road. And this is where the terminology and what you see in the agreement and what the road names are different. What is now West Pipkin Road coming out to County Line Road was termed the Medela Road realignment. So in terms of the old documents, it was termed Medela Road realignment because it was relieving the existing Medela Road that exists now from Sun and Fun back over to County Line Road. We changed all those names back in the early 2000s because it was frankly getting very confusing as Medela jogged, West Pipkin jogged, you have South Pipkin, West Pipkin Road. It was confusing for the new development that we knew was occurring out there, and so that's why the names were changed at that time. But essentially and Greg James was the project manager for Public Works, he handled the right-of-way acquisition and he managed the construction project that was completed in late 2002, early 2003. And because of the project costs coming in below, basically below budget, we were able to go straight to a four-lane cross-section all the way up to County Line, and that's what exists today. As you start to move from the intersection of Medela and West Pipkin Road, just south of Sun and Fun, the intersection that was discussed earlier today, and heading back east, that's been on the county's long-range plan list for a long time for four-laning all the way back to Hardin Boulevard and what was actually termed the north-south route, which was the extension of Hardin Boulevard, would have been the four-lane extension of Hardin Boulevard from Lakeside Village down to Pipkin Road. So the county got into the design phase. Of course, we hit the economic downturn in about 2007, 2008, and the project was shelved. It has come back and, of course, is under design now. And actually, construction is expected to begin this year for the section all the way to Hardin Boulevard. So you'll have 4 lanes all the way to Hardin Boulevard. And they're actually adding another component of the project to add a middle turn lane from Hardin Boulevard back to Florida Avenue. And so you will have a completely rebuilt corridor from the Medela intersection back to Florida Avenue, with construction starting in 2021, and it'll be finished in about 3 years. At the Medela West Pipkin Road intersection, and this was something that the City Commission had approved back in 2017 with the Riverstone Development Agreement, the developer of Riverstone is required to put a traffic signal in when warrants are met for that development. They're moving at a much faster pace than I think we had even had imagined back in 2017. And so they are in the process now of seeking plat approval for their final phases, their final 2 phases, which would bring them up to almost 1,300 units. So we're working with the developer now to, they're actually designing the traffic signal as we speak. And we have asked, and they have committed to working with the county to incorporate that, or work with the contractor on the county's 4-lane project to incorporate the signalization into that project. So when all is said and done, you will have the existing section of Medela Road that this development will access. We'll have a signal at County Line Road. It'll have a signal at West Pipkin Road south of Sun and Fun. And as part of that permit, the county has already required and has required the developer to construct a separate left turn lane, which exists today at that intersection that didn't exist a year ago. Medela Road also, and from a compatibility standpoint, one of the things we wanted to note is that Medela Road in our comprehensive plan is classified as a canopy road. Because of obviously the tree canopy, the nature of the roadway, we've been very sensitive to ensuring that we didn't want to trigger a 4-lane improvement on that portion of Medela Road because of the nature of the properties that front it. So as properties, over time, if they get annexed into the city, we want to update the Land Development Code to have specific regulations related to Medela Road as a canopy road, as well as Yates and a few others in Southwest Lakeland. Hamilton Road is been an Achilles heel for a number of years now because, and I think it was mentioned in Sun and Fun's presentation today, it's only 16 or 17 feet wide. So it's slightly wider than a driveway, but it is certainly not standard for the amount of commercial traffic we're seeing up near the Drainfield intersection. So one of the things that we have added into our comprehensive plan and have had in there for about 10 years now, and what has been also included in the county's long-range transportation plan for the same amount of time, is an improvement to bring Hamilton Road up to a standard 2 or 3 lane cross section. With that would come drainage improvements that should help incrementally make the situation a little better for the residents, and Mr. Wood and, what you've heard his discussion about how the water flows, that improving Hamilton Road will have also an associated impact of hopefully improving the drainage situation over time. But those are all unfunded projects and projects that the city and the county have discussed, but it's on our list, and we want to apply for intermodal funding or other dollars for DOT to make that happen. Certainly, we've got right-of-way constraints the further south you go, so the timing is going to be important. From a concurrency standpoint, Medela Road right now is operating at slightly under 10% of capacity. So the concurrency, the traffic that's on Medela Road is not an issue from a traffic concurrency standpoint. Operationally, we do understand that Geico during the COVID pandemic is not really staffed much at all. And so that's why we've got a condition in the PUD that as we move towards formal construction plan and plat approval, we want an updated analysis to see if Geico's traffic comes back, because it will have an impact on that area. But the additional commercial node at Publix will also have an impact in the positive. Because right now you've got everybody all those new rooftops that are coming in at Southwest Lakeland, they're coming to Florida Avenue to go shopping. Whereas Publix at County Line West Pipkin Road will provide an opportunity for those residents to go west, and it will help split that traffic up. So over time, as Publix gets closer to opening, and as we hopefully start to see Geico staff back up again on site, we'll have a better idea of what the traffic impacts really are in this area. But as it stands right now, concurrency is not an issue on Medela Road. Hamilton Road is a substandard road that we know we need to address, and we're trying to work on that with the county.
Commissioner McLeod, did that pull back for you?
Thank you, Chuck.
Questions? Yes, Commissioner Reed?
Did developments get reimbursed for impact fees, credits? Did they get impact fee credits?
For
the road right
Riverstone?
away they donated?
For the right way they donated, we do not have a record, or I have not seen a record of a credit agreement that exists today.
I know they originally got 9 aprons into their property with their right of way, and I think they got reimbursed, but I can't attest to that for sure. Again, my issue is if you've been out to that area for Sun and Fun, the barbecue contest and other events we have, traffic's backed almost to Lund Road. And coming from the Hamilton Road County, if I go County Round Road all the way around town to come in the back way. And I usually, sometimes I'm stuck about halfway between Hamilton Road and the airport, Sun and Fun area to get traffic in. So I have a hard time believing that that impact on the road is so minimal from that standpoint. But because it's only 3 or 4 weeks out of the year. And of course, if I lived there, you couldn't pay me to buy a house in that area personally. But on Medela Road, Pipkin Road, I could it's navigable coming from the west. And there's ways to get around over that from Yates and other places you can get out that way if you know how to maneuver the city. But I didn't that's just one little comment. I didn't know if they take those things into consideration.
We don't from a traffic review or concurrency standpoint, because frankly, if we built every roadway to the 5th highest hour of the year, we couldn't afford to build that system. And so what we tried to do is work with the Sun and Fun or other large event providers, other developers to try to figure out how to manage special event traffic, and that's something that traffic operations with the city and the county have worked on. I know for Sun and Fun, they work on that annually, and that's always been a huge issue. But we just don't have the ability to either fund publicly or require developers that aren't related to those special venues to fund that type of investment for 3 or 4 times a year. While they're significant, it's not continuous.
And again, what kind of restrictions do we put on those for noise abatement, stuff like that?
Really at this point, the main mechanism we have is the aviation easements, which let folks know when they're moving in, when they're buying a lot, that you're near an airport, and it allows the airport to continue to operate with normal operations that airports are allowed to have. Including Sun and Fun, that's something that's allowed. We don't have any specific requirements that I'm aware of related to actual building requirements, because this project is not on airport property, which is where that tends to kick in if you're right on an airport. But I'm not aware of anything specific that we've required differently in Southwest Lakeland than we have in other parts of the city.
A while ago, Teresa showed a map of the north side of Medela Road up near the airport, and it showed some lots or something up there in the north, a little bit further. Keep going.
This is Mr. Allen's. That's Mr. Allen's presentation.
That would help if I'm using the right presentation.
This one, right there.
No, keep going. It was more. Keep going. I think it was the very first when I just walked in. I went to get some more water, and it was maybe it's one more. I don't know, but it was up on the. You seem to see the piece where the star is, up to your far right, where it shows the green coming through the corner. Showed a bunch of lots there a while ago. You showed something. You showed a bunch of lots in that. Right, to the right more, right, a little bit more right, nope, to the right, right there. You showed some lots in there a while ago. I saw something came up with lots there. What is that?
That's tract F of Morgan Creek, And that right now, I think it's like either 80 to 90 units. It's been
That's
slightly.
not developed yet or not planned, there's no concept, because you showed a bunch of lots in there a while ago.
It is in the PUD, but it's not, but it hasn't been developed yet.
Okay.
Any
I
other-
didn't think we'd approved anything like that. So, okay.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Barnby? Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you.
You're awesome. Now, if we could hear from Mr. Gohagan, who's representing the neighborhood, and I think has some information to share.
I just asked Mr. Davis if I can approach you to provide.
Sure.
Take one and pass it.
Yeah, they're each. Thank you.
You need one? I do if you have extras.
Good afternoon, or good evening, actually, I think, right? I don't know, is it evening now? Good evening, Honorable Commission. For the record, Brent Gohagan, office address 1960 East Edgewood Drive. I'm an attorney, been practicing now over 25 years. And this is all for the record, y'all heard this a few nights ago. Practicing land use law extensively for almost 20 years. I'm here today and have the privilege of representing Mr. Ryan Gillespie, Doug Ray, John Joyner, and others that are in this room that live in the immediate vicinity of this particular proposed development and subject site. Just a few things that I want to go over, and then I'll hand it over to Mr. Gillespie for a few moments. As always, I respectfully remind this Honorable Commission, per your land development code and law, that the burden of proof is not on my client to show why this development as proposed be denied. But the burden is otherwise on the party here attempting to change the current legal land use to something more dense and intense than what it currently is. And let me address that right now, because there's been some things that have been said, and I just want to bring some context to them. With regard to the residential suburban that's in the county, for instance, and this applies also with regard to what you're addressing here today. It's sometimes said residential suburban, I think Ms. Mayo, and is it Mayo or Mayo? Mayo, I apologize. That you could get up to 3 or 5 units per acre. So to be clear, what that means is when you're in RS, without any modifications, you have your maximum density is 1 unit per 5 acres. Now, yes, you can go above, but in order for a developer or someone who owns the property to get to that point, they have to go through a commission such as yourselves. So even at the county, if they want to do that, they have to go through it. It's sometimes suggested so that I believe some people believe, well, they get that. No, they don't get that unless they go through what we're doing here today. And this ultimately always comes down to one thing, practically speaking, compatibility. And Mr. Walker mentioned earlier with the other hearing I was present for, that the staff goes through what they go through and the Planning and Zoning Board go through what they go through, and certainly they do. But if that's all it took, then we would never get to this point. You're here to be a filter to make sure under these circumstances that this is compatible. And I would mention one other thing. It's sometimes been suggested, well, we're growing. A lot of us don't want to see it. Maybe you don't want to see the growth come, but we'll do the best we can to deal with the incompatibility or the compatibility issues. But that's not the standard in your law, and I'll unpack that in a little bit. The standard in your law is it must be compatible, every bit of it, in order to approve it. And again, that's why we're here. So with all due respect to your staff, who does a great job, I was bragging, Mr. Davis and I were talking earlier, because I've given him a heads up that I was coming here, but I was bragging on your staff. I won't mention other staffs across the county, but this may very well be the best one. I like the county staff as well, but this may very well be the best staff in the county. Nonetheless, they assess it from their perspective based upon all the different variables that are presented to them. And then ultimately it goes to the Planning and Zoning Board, and they assess it as well. And with all due respect to them, but ultimately this is where the rubber hits the road. And honestly, for whatever it's worth, I wasn't involved when the staff was assessing it, and I wasn't involved with the Planning and Zoning Board. This is the first time I've been involved with regard to this aspect of this particular project. So I would just ask that don't be complacent with what's been done leading up to this. Y'all are respectfully and honorably charged to review this and take it very seriously, because y'all are where the buck stops. Now, one thing, there was things I've learned as my respected counterpart, Mr. Allen, spoke, and Mr. Wood, and who I also respect, about different plans and possibilities of other developments somewhere in the vicinity, what's going on in areas, or about plans and what the intentions were leading up to this, whether this or whether that, what's going on in areas beyond the subject site, that even though my clients have testimony and evidence, which I'm sure some of you've probably been presented with through emails with regard to the serious flooding problem out there, that there is that nonetheless this will have no further negative impact on them whatsoever. And that we'll schedule, or we should, end up fixing the problem with Hamilton Road down the road, pun not intended. But isn't that putting the cart before the horse? I mean, that's part of this compatibility analysis. And let me also remind you with regard to that, there was a case years ago when I first started land use law. It's the Abercrombie case is what we call it. And it went to court. It was a county issue, and it was over compatibility. Ultimately, where the rubber hit the road on that particular case, the case came down to whether or not the traffic issues, which were the evidence of which came from the residents, or one resident in particular, and ultimately the court found in favor of the resident that it was in violation of their comprehensive plan because it was not compatible, primarily based on traffic. So traffic is something you can look at, among other things, with regard to compatibility. Flooding is something you can look at with regard to compatibility. Now, you have these technical requirements and specifications. Typically, we look at that in terms of concurrency. I believe it was mentioned by Mr. Barnby, am I saying your name correctly, Barnby? Mr. Barnby a few moments ago. Concurrency is kind of your minimum level of, hey, if it's not meeting concurrency, then it's bad, and it's not, more than likely, I think Ms. Maya would agree with me, it's not going to even get beyond the staff if it doesn't meet concurrency in all these different areas, okay? But concurrency and compatibility are two different things. Concurrency is your minimum threshold level of satisfaction. Compatibility goes further. And so you can look at the traffic issues out there, you can look at the flooding issues out there, you can look at the density, which, by the way, and you'll probably hear this from city staff, I hear it from other staffs, you know, we deal in gross density. I appreciate that, I respect it, and the applicant will probably say, you know, gross density is what we're talking about here. Again, I appreciate that and respect that. However, when it comes to compatibility, you're allowed to look at, if you want to call it, this net density. In this particular instance, you're dealing with 10,000 square foot homes. Now, I don't think I need to do the math for you, but I've already done it if you want a specific number. That's 4.36 units per acre. 4.36 homes on 1 acre. That's what that square footage is of those lots, aside from the gross density of between 1 and 2 acres. Between 1 and 2 homes an acre. And that is part of the problem here, among other things. So I would ask you to take that into consideration aside from what the gross density is, because for compatibility, you can look at all these things, all these different variables, for purposes of whether or not compatibility is satisfied. And to that degree, you know, Mr. Wood, again, who I have the utmost respect for, look, you go into court or even come into this type venue, you know, we can take one issue, I can get an expert to say this, and you can get an expert to say this with regard to the same issue, 2 different opinions. It doesn't mean either one of them are lying, it just means they have a different interpretation. So I'm confident Mr. Wood is not lying at all. I think he is using all of his education and training when he assesses this. Now, he is representing the applicant, of course, but he's doing the best he can for the applicant and from the standpoint of his own professional criteria that he has to rely upon in doing that assessment. Now, in rebuttal to that, I think what you're going to find today, and I believe even through Mr. Gillespie here, is fact-based, personal, firsthand knowledge as to what they're experiencing with regard to flooding out there. And so, and if I can back up a little further on this, anecdotally, I've represented here recently, for whatever reason, the developers have been getting into a lot of areas where there's flooding. I'm not quite sure, because I've been doing this many years, and there's just a lot of these cases coming up recently. I had a case in the county just less than a year ago on Old Polk City Road. That case that development was denied. I represented the folks on Old Polk City Road. It was denied based upon compatibility as it relates to primarily flooding. And then along that road, you had 2 developments, one in particular that sits empty today, because even though the developer promised there's not going to be flooding issues. We will follow this, we'll do this, et cetera, et cetera. That development, I believe it's called Scandinavia, sits empty on Old Polk City Road now as a result of that. And furthermore, and here's part of the big problem, I've had clients come to me here recently with flooding issues, in particular out in Kathleen. I can't recall the name of the estuary that's out there right now, but in that particular situation, they've had flooding issues that have been exacerbated over time as developments have incrementally been bootstrapped into that particular area, and they've just gotten worse. And so they're coming to me, what can we do? First of all, there's no good, efficient thing that you can do under those type circumstances. Your city or your counties have sovereign immunity. Hey, we made when you make your decision up here, fortunately, y'all are protected by sovereign immunity, both the city and indirectly each of you as individuals. So you did the best you could. Sorry, you have a problem. And then ultimately, maybe you can get to some engineer somewhere, maybe. But otherwise, you're just left to deal with the problem. And so ultimately, I guess what I'm effectively saying with regard to this aspect of things, you've got, as it relates to the flooding, at least right now is what I'm speaking to, you have Mr. Wood on the one side, a very well-respected engineer, and then you're going to have this evidence and testimony from the folks that live out there firsthand, personal knowledge of what the problem is. And then you're going to have your common sense, which is inherently what you apply to these things, right? And so what we do in any of these cases, whether we're in court, whether we're here, we weigh the evidence. Keep in mind, again, the burden is not on my clients to show why they should not get this. The burden is on the applicant to show why he should. You're going to weigh the evidence, and ultimately, you're going to have to weigh whether or not what you're hearing from the firsthand personal knowledge of my clients outweighs what you're hearing from Mr. Wood in his expert opinion. And that's where it's going to land. Obviously, I take the position that the weight of the evidence is in our favor once you hear everything, once you see some of the photos that we have, and ultimately, otherwise, you're taking a chance under these circumstances where I believe not only is this not the right place, but it's not the right time. You're taking a big chance with these folks who live on by the way, and I meant to mention this is when I went through all the different criteria here. The one thing I didn't hear from my very well-respected counterpart was anything about these folks' property. That's the folks that are going to be most directly impacted under this circumstance. And effectively, this is not an exact number, so I'm not suggesting it is, but in knowing the size of the properties that they reside upon, it's an average of somewhere around 1 unit per 10 acres. And you can ask each one of them as they come up, and I expect y'all, when you do come up, tell this Honorable Commission how much acreage you do live on, please. 1 unit, on average, 1 unit per 10 acres that they practically live on. Now, you've got a proposal for 10,000 square foot lots at minimum. And aside from what promises are made, if you pass this, if they sell the property, somebody comes in, then they'll be able to take advantage of that either way, which is 4.36 units per acre, practically speaking. And so ultimately, that's something that needs to be addressed, or I guess more respectfully, I should say, should be addressed. But certainly in the law, that's something that's going to be looked at. Here we have, not only do we have an incompatibility, we don't even have a transition as it relates to these people who live in the very immediate vicinity around this subject site. And so we ultimately, again, would suggest that the evidence in our favor as it relates to compatibility significantly outweighs the evidence that they're presenting for purposes of establishing and satisfying their burden of proof. And by the way, let me be very clear, no one here, and if I'll jerk a knot in their tail if anybody gets up here and tries to say that there shouldn't be anything developed on that property. I don't know that I would be willing to represent somebody. Everybody has a right to get value out of the property. But when they own that property, they also have to respect what's around them and what the current status of the zoning is. And at this time, we don't have anything in place for purposes of this PUD with regard to this subject site. They take that into consideration too when they invest in a piece of property, and so do my clients, with regard to whether they continue to invest in their property or they buy the property in the surrounding area. So yeah, we agree that it's residential development. And I know Ms. Mile had mentioned the letter where it was back and forth about residential versus BPC, I believe. But ultimately, we recognize that this is in a residential under a residential designation, and it deserves residential development. But it needs to, at a minimum, be transitional in nature with regard to an area where you have on average 1 unit per 10 acres. And again, don't rely on my testimony with regard to that. Listen to the folks who live out in that area, my client base. Okay, and before I hand it off here, just, and I don't want to be redundant here because I know I hit on this, but again, it is something that is under Florida law. Not only do you have you're able validly to rely on the testimony from the group of people in this particular instance that live in the area, know the area better than anybody, have firsthand personal knowledge of the area, but Florida case law validates that such is sufficient evidence for you to rely upon as long as it's factually based. Now, I will acknowledge too, if somebody gets up here and just rants and raves and says nothing about, hey, this is what I see here, this is what I see them proposing, this is where I live, this is what I can tell you about it, put the two together, they're incompatible, or put the two together, I'm against it. That's fact-based. But if they come up and they're ranting and raving, I'll go ahead and tell you right now, ignore them. But if it's fact-based, please take it into consideration when you weigh the evidence here. So at this point, I'll hand it off to Mr. Gillespie, and then I'll come on the back end here when he's done. Thank y'all.
Madam Pro Tem, yeah, because I'm trying to make sure we keep hearing this thing about compatibility, not being compatible, not being consistent with what's surrounding area. You know, we give us this and we read it and we hearing from our staff the compatibility situation that we know exists. And so I got to hear why it is incompatible. Because you know, if you don't mind, and you know, we go back, of course, too.
Yes, sir.
But I'm sincere when I hear about, you know, when I read and it tells me what compatibility is, and it be consistent with our, you know, land comprehensive plan, and we see these things are jiving. I'm thinking, well, okay, where's the incompatibility? Yes, I got it. I'm out there. I got friends that live out there. And I do know there's challenges with certain areas, and I get to say certain areas when it comes to water and some flooding issues, but I'm trying to make sure will they exist on the track that we're being proposed to support.
I'm talking about, and would you like me to address that
Yeah.
for a moment? I can, if you want, I'll dig into this right now if you like, Commissioner Walker. So, compatibility, like you have it in front of you, so let's go ahead and dig into that for a second. First of all, let me say this. As I'm generally speaking, compatibility is subjective. It's not an objective thing. Do I have a tie on right now? Objectively speaking, yes, I do. Do you like my bow tie? Subjectively speaking, you may say, I hate bow ties. No, I don't like that bow tie on. You look pretentious with it, or you don't look good with it. You don't pull it off.
It looks good, by the way.
Oh, well, I appreciate you very much. But ultimately, with compatibility, I think you're speaking to the very difficulty with it and why we come to these boards and have these hearings, because if it wasn't subjective, I'm not sure that the State Growth Management Act would effectively require that it go through this type process. But that's why we're going through this process, so that we can speak to you about how, even though it's subjective, and I guess effectively it'd be me attempting to argue and persuade you that, hey, I do look good in this bow tie, you know, and give you reasons as to why I do, and then ultimately you'd weigh the evidence as to whether I do or I don't, or whether I should wear one or not, and then you'd vote. You know, I may very well lose that one. I think I have a better chance with this than I do with that, actually. But ultimately, that's what you're doing. You're weighing that based upon so the first thing in front of each of you is your land development code, and it has a definition for compatibility. Now, City of Lakeland's kind of strange. Y'all are one of the few, you have two definitions, because, and I'll get to the second one in a moment. 163.3164 is the part of the State Growth Management Act. That's why we do what we do here, because of that State Growth Management Act. And we talked a little bit about that at the last hearing with regard to its inception, what it's for, and its intent. So there's a definition there, and it applies in this situation for sure. But you also have one in your land development code. So you have two definitions, and I guess what y'all have to do is kind of marry those two definitions together when you apply it to a situation like this. Compatible in harmony with the surrounding land uses, context, building forms, and environment. So that means that it must be in harmony with regard to all those aspects. That's a large umbrella. So to speak to that for one moment, Mr. Walker, what we're saying here is with regard to the flooding issues that they will be testifying to, and that we disagree with Mr. Wood that ultimately there's not going to be any negative impacts from that. And our position is so overwhelming out there with the current problems that to suggest it's going to be status quo is unreasonable, and it's not there's not a commonsensical application with regard to that. Coming to that conclusion is our respectful position with regard to that. And then with regard to just the density with the 4.36 units per acre, if you allow for 10,000 square foot homes per lot, that ultimately that's not a transition from a density standpoint, because you'll see in your language it goes to density and intensity. So from a density standpoint, you're going from, on average, like I said, 1 unit per 10 acres to now effectively 4.36 units per acre immediately in the immediate adjacent vicinity of my neighbors. And then furthermore, with regard to the traffic, which I expect some of my client base here will speak to as well, and that has already been discussed with regard to the problem with Hamilton Road, that ultimately that creates and exacerbates incompatibility as well. Because ultimately, I think it's fair to say you're getting to quality of life when it comes to compatibility. These folks enjoy a rural quality of life that is antithetical, or I should say the type of density being proposed here is antithetical to that. And so ultimately, our position would be with regard to this definition that those two cannot exist in harmony. Now, you can say, well, of course they can still live there. That's always the case unless there's some kind of poisonous fumes coming from the other property that's been developed. But ultimately, what you're getting at is, can they live there in a harmonious state somewhat similar to the one that they're in right now? And our position on that is no, they can't, given those variables that I just hit upon, with regard to the rural atmosphere, with regard to flooding, and with regard to traffic, and with regard to the density compared to the density they live and are accustomed to out there. Again, we're not saying that no residential should be built there. It's just the residential should be at a minimum transitional so that it does allow for compatibility. And then when you go to 163.3164, the second page, and it's subsection 9, compatibility means a condition in which land uses or conditions can coexist in relative proximity to each other in a stable fashion over time, such that no use or condition is unduly negatively impacted directly or indirectly by another use. We do not believe, based upon what's being proposed here and based upon the testimony that will come from my client base and that you've already gotten a taste of and you've assessed to some degree yourself, that what's being proposed here can be in proximity to my clients and where they live in a stable fashion over time, such that that use will not unduly negatively impact directly or indirectly my client's use. Our position is, we can confidently say, our position is that it will unduly negatively impact directly or indirectly their use based upon those variables that I just spoke to. So I think and if I didn't make myself clear, which is quite possible, please continue to ask me questions, but ultimately it's subjective. And different people are going to come to different conclusions. We've had, I've been in front of commissions where, we prevail, but, 3-2 at the county, or, 4-1, or we lose and it's 3-2 or 4-1. I mean, so you're going to come to different, or you can reasonably come to a different position, each one of you, with regard to this particular issue. But ultimately, it is the issue as to why we're here. And so we are talking about, with those things that I've just mentioned and referenced, about how those things will not allow my clients to live in harmony with what's being proposed here, and that it will unduly negatively impact my clients if it is approved under these circumstances.
And Mr. Gohagan, just for a point of clarification, you'll have one of your clients is representing all. He'll be speaking right now, and then you'll book in that.
Yes, ma'am. He's going to speak. As far as I know, he's speaking, and he's speaking on behalf of the whole client base as part of this, but I always feel like it's important for me to put someone from the area before you as part of my presentation so they can provide that fact-based, firsthand personal knowledge, testimony, and evidence.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, yeah, that's public comment. Yeah, I mean,
that's what I'm clarifying.
Oh, yeah, they will be, right, yeah, they'll be speaking, I expect, during that. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
My name is Ryan Gillespie. I live at 4636 Medela Road. So I have 14 and a half acres that is directly north of the property right now. I have major concerns with this development. I mean, I looked for 10 years for the perfect property, and because of the comprehensive plan to limit housing in the area, I mean, it cost me a lot and it delayed my project. I'm just finishing my house now for multiple years. And this was the perfect rural agricultural location that I wanted. So I was okay spending all the extra money it cost me and all the extra time. During the county meeting concerning my property, I was told by the county on the record that the purpose of zoning all the properties in the area along Medela Road as BPC was part of the county's comprehensive plan to limit residential growth along Medela Road in order to minimize complaints from airport noise. I based my entire investment in this property as a lifelong resident according to what I was told by the county. The city has supported limiting growth in the area to an extreme of even denying other residents that was brought up 1 house per 5 acres. But property is only 400 feet away from them. So it's not okay for one person to build 1 house in 5 acres, but 400 feet away, a developer can bring in a lot of money to the city and it's okay. I have a problem with that. Now, this developer is wanting to place 85 houses, not only in the airport's new flight path, but open themselves up for more noise complaints, but also to open them up to possible litigation because of the comprehensive plan compliance, and are we being unfair? The development will remove the natural barrier that currently reduces the airport noise to the growing residential area along Pipkin Road. The city's decision to go against our own comprehensive plan would bring noise complaints from thousands or tens of thousands of the huge development along Pipkin Road and hurt the future plans and value of the Lakeland Airport. Traffic and safety issues are also a major concern. The flooding over Medela Road along this entire section directly in front of the entrance of this development and cars hydroplaning is very common in the area. Adding exiting traffic onto Medela Road is only going to increase wrecks along the road. City emergency vehicles must also service this neighborhood by traveling down Hamilton Road, which is no 2 cars can pass without actually driving off the road. So this is just a total recipe for public harm. We have hired a traffic engineer to look into these issues, and he has many concerns. As you may be aware, Section 824.C.7 of the Polk County Land Development Code requires no 2 roads may intersect with a local road on the same side at a distance of less than 150 feet measured from center line to center line of the intersecting road. When the intersecting road is an urban collector or rural major collector, the distance between intersecting roads shall be no less than 440 feet. Therefore, the proposed development entrance road does not even meet your own minimum traffic standards, and along with the addition of the road flooding issues creates an extremely unsafe road hazard for the neighborhood and airport traffic, including all the FEMA traffic that travels along that road during hurricane season. There are many points that the neighborhood is going to bring up concerning this development, including airport incompatibility, traffic safety concerns, ongoing flooding issues, urban sprawl, mixed zoning with high internal trip hazards, and all validate why this development should not occur. I just want to touch on a few points. One is the airport noise. It just came out this week that Gene Conrad changed the Amazon flight pass because of the noise complaints you were getting. They changed the flight pass because there's less residential on that side, but this is putting more residential on that side. Not only is that going to be a problem, they keep talking about, well, the people will be notified that there's an airport, but they're tearing down the natural barrier between Pipkin Road that is a total residential development of thousands of. So I personally took some sound readings at my property and over on Pipkin Road, and there was 15 to 20 decibel difference. So that's telling you, and that was when some major planes were taking off. That tells you that's 5 to 6 times louder on a plane taking off on my property versus on Pipkin Road. So if they tear that down, you're opening yourself up to all those tens of thousands of people on Pipkin Road noise complaints. The other issue we've talked about is, compatibility. I've heard the lawyer's speech so many times at these meetings. They keep talking about, it's the same as all the surrounding areas. They keep talking about all these developments on Pipkin Road. Pipkin Road is totally different than Medela Road. It's not the same area. Pipkin is totally developed. It's majorly developed, and just because the back of this property crosses a creek and touches it does not mean it's in the same area. What we're doing here is actually tripling the number of residents along all of Medela Road. So, I mean, how can you say that that is a compatibility or a transitional phase? The next issue is traffic. Mr. Reed, you touched on it perfectly. We heard it this morning with the Sun and Fun. There's 93 events happening every year at Sun and Fun. All of our neighbors, we've talked, there's been times where they have those events and we can't get out of our own driveway because it's a parking lot. But the traffic guy wants to talk about, well, we can't include all that stuff, but it's part of normal life. It's 96 times a year. That's a lot, you know, so those are all issues that we got to be considered, and they keep saying 10% capacity. Well, 10% capacity during a pandemic, not including all the stuff that actually happens with traffic on that road. So that's one thing. Now, the flooding issue is just a major concern. We live between two creeks, English Creek and Morgan Creek. The whole watershed, I can't remember the exacts, it's like 7,500, 10,000 acres of watershed flows in to that apex, right where we live, right where all of us live. You know, I did a quick calculation of all the development along, that includes along County Line Road and everything. There's been over 8 million under roof square feet built within the last 10 years that's in our watershed. So those are just exasperating the problems. And that's not even including all the developments fixing to happen along the Parkway, where they have it plotted for, I think, 5 million square feet. So all of that is coming down to one little point and having to go under Pipkin Bridge. We have documentation, you know, that Pipkin Bridge was undersized originally, and even the neighbor that lives right there at the right there at the point, he's passed away now, but he actually built a concrete wall around his property with valves and pumps to alleviate all the flooding that he was getting because the water could not flow fast enough. And that was years ago. This was back when Pipkin Road was extended. And that's not today, including all this development. You know, you'll hear from John Joyner, who has lived there all his life. He's farmed all of that property. He knows exactly how the water flows. He's probably more familiar with it than anybody. He can tell you way more than this engineer can tell you. And contrary to popular belief, engineers do not know everything. And I could say that because I'm a professional engineer. So, you know, he can sit here and say that he can handle it, but I live there. And I can tell you the amount of water, there is no way that they can handle the amount of water. My property drops so drastically back towards the creek, the front of my shop to the back of my shop is over 6 feet in elevation. So they're going to have to build up this property 15 feet plus. I mean, this property, let's call it what it is. It's really a swamp. It's lowland swampland. And they're going to have to build it up just to get it. So what are they going to do? They're going to build a dike, basically, right on the backside of my property. So where's that water going to go? I mean, common sense can tell you they cannot handle the amount of runoff that's currently 100% open to the creek. And right now they're going to try to take care of it after they build the whole property 35 acres up 15 feet. It's not going to happen. I'd like to show some of the slides if we could.
Some of the flooding ones?
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, this right here is at the corner where the water is always running over the road. You see the water standing. And when cars coming down Medela Road and they hit that, they hydroplane all the time. And there's a video showing the water over the road. This is about 1,000 foot of road there. You can see where the water goes over the road.
While you're showing this, Mr. Gillespie, can you tell us approximately when those photographs were taken?
These are a lot of pictures from the neighbors, you know.
2 months.
Yeah, this is right along, well, that's the house right there on Hamilton Road in front. So this is right in front of the development. So this is going to be the entrance to the development.
So could you repeat that? I couldn't.
I said,
When were the photographs taken approximately?
All these pictures are right here in front of Hamilton Road, right in front of the entrance.
But when were they taken?
Oh, when were they taken?
I need him to
Yeah, a lot
answer
of the
that,
neighbors
actually.
can tell you, these are a lot of neighbors.
5 months, that's my picture from 5 months.
Yeah, that's what he was building, so 5 months.
5 months? Okay.
This is a picture of my neighbor. I mean, last year I had to tear my fence down so he could get out. He lives directly on Medela Road and couldn't get out of his own driveway. I had to tear my fence down, and I brought in tons and tons of crushed concrete and crushed asphalt to build up my entrance so he could get out. This is Lance's property just the other day. This is Hamilton Road. You know, his cars are backed up and he can't even get out of his road, his driveway.
How's the weekday?
This is my property. This right here, I don't take a lot of pictures. I just happened to have my phone out one day and took this. This was 30 minutes of rain. This is not during a hurricane. This is 30 minutes of rain on my property. And you see how much water is on the ground. That amount of water, and you're looking on the backside of my shop is the property that we're talking about. All that water flows directly back there. And now they're going to build that property up 15 feet. So how are they going to handle that much water? That's in 30 minutes. I think this is right of the property. This is the letter where the city wanted to deny the one house in 5 acres that's 400 feet away. All right. What?
From your disc.
And one more thing, I think you brought up, Mr. Reed, about access. And I don't know this for a fact, but I've been told that there was access to Pipkin Road, but those rights were sold. And that's why they so aggressively fought out for this 10 acres so that they could get access. They did not want to spend the expense to go over the creek. Yeah, these are right at Hamilton Road. Let's see where this is. Oh, that's along Hamilton Road. You can see as it's so cracked, there's just flooding right there. That's on the property, I believe.
Yeah, that's the property to be developed.
Yeah, that's the property to be developed. Right now, it's the holding pond for water.
Just for purposes of the record, I mean, we're not going to pick up any of the comments from the audience, so whoever was at the microphone's the one that needs to answer.
Okay, so yeah, this is the property that's being developed, the 10 acres. You can see how much water currently stands on it. There's the water running down. That's the where Hamilton Road runs into Medela. See it overflowing onto the road. See all the just tremendous backup of water along there.
Right. That picture's the last picture. That's in Riverstone. That's
Which
their
one?
new storm drainage management.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so this is on Riverstone. I'm not, where is it exactly?
It's right at the entrance off Pipkin Road. About
Okay.
200 feet once you go.
So it's right off of Pipkin Road.
No, you get up, just speak to it there, so like Mr. Davis was saying, he doesn't want a lot of.
This is the solar field that they built. You know, there's tremendous flooding and the way they've dug alleys and so forth, just directs the water right back onto us. Okay. So yeah, we're kind of talking about the entrance towards Pipkin Road. So my understanding that that entrance, that there was something in the past that they had access and they sold that. I don't know all the details of that, but that's what happened.
Okay, Honorable Commission, what I'd like to do now is pick up on the rest of the law that I've provided you and just kind of unpack that. As you've heard now, some of the testimony and evidence with regard to the incompatibility out there and the different variables that we rely upon for the proposition that what's being proposed and its density is incompatible with the area in which the very immediate area within which my client base, those folks reside. If you'll look at if you want to call it a packet, the documents I provided you, all of which are, other than the last one, which you can ignore that, I think there's a letter there, you can ignore that. But all of which otherwise are from your land development code and or your comprehensive plan. So what I'm looking at right now, what you have before you is Article 7, Plan Unit Development Standards, 7.1, Intent and Applicability. So this is the criteria upon which you're charged and otherwise, quote unquote, required to follow for purposes of your assessment of what's being presented to you today. So if you look at that first paragraph and go down to the middle of it, over to the right, the word "it is the intent," and I'm reading from there. So in the middle to the right, it is the intent of this article that PUD districts shall, and words like shall, I believe, can be critical for purposes of our assessment of these things and applying the law to them, shall respect the intent of the conventional zoning district and context subdistrict, be compatible with adjacent land uses and zoning and conform to the comprehensive plan. Areas shall be zoned plan unit development district only upon a determination that the criteria in section 7.2 are or will be met. So the critical thing here is this can only be approved if that criteria, everything in that criteria in section 7.2 is met. So if we go over to 7.2, what are the critical areas for purposes of what is before you today? If you go to 7.2.1.2, use compatibility. The City Commission shall enact PUD zoning only after making a determination that the proposed uses and the density or intensity, and Mr. Walker, that's what I was referring to earlier, the density here is critical in and of itself, and it's also critical for purposes of the other negative impacts that can come from it, whether directly or indirectly. So it says, as part of what must be satisfied here for y'all to approve this, that the proposed uses and the density or intensity of use are consistent with the Lakeland Comprehensive Plan and are compatible with the surrounding land uses. Then you go to 7.2.1.3, just below it, environmental compatibility. The City Commission shall enact PUD zoning only after making a determination that the site conforms to the following criteria. A, it is suitable for development in the manner proposed without, and I would suggest to you without means no indication, hazards to any persons or property from possible flooding. I could end it there, but I'll continue. Erosion or other dangers greater than would result from conventional development which would be approved pursuant to the comprehensive plan, meaning development that is not this intense from the standpoint of the density and the intensity, in particular with regard to the lot sizes we're dealing with as part of this proposal. And then if you go to next page, 7.2.1.4, Site Development and Standards Plan. The City Commission shall enact PUD zoning only after making a determination that the site development and standards plan to be incorporated in the enacting ordinance fulfills the requirements of this code, is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and otherwise promotes the public health, safety, and welfare. And of course, we would suggest that this proposed development, under the totality of the circumstances, and based upon at least even what you've already heard up to this point from Mr. Gillespie, does not promote the public health, safety, and welfare, at least as it relates to the folks that live in the immediate vicinity. And that if this were passed, 7.1 and the specific provisions 7.2.1.2, 7.2.1.3, and 7.2.1.4 would be violated under these specific circumstances. And then if you go to the next page, that's part of your comprehensive plan. Policy 10C at the very bottom, the City of Lakeland will continue to oppose development proposals which encourage an urban sprawl development pattern, constitute leapfrog development, or threaten to decentralize or disrupt the compact linear development pattern which now exists in the Lakeland planning area. And we would suggest to you that given the scattered notion at a minimum of development that's out in that specific area and on the outskirts, and I think it's important, this is the outskirts of the city limits, that this is not appropriate. Otherwise, I would suggest to you constitutes urban sprawl and certainly can be categorized as leapfrogging depending upon how you look at what's been passed, what hasn't been passed, what's been developed, what hasn't been developed. And then if you just take a look on your, and you don't necessarily have to look at it, well, you probably do, you don't want to take my word for it, but in your, in the staff report, all you have to do is look at the second page and the aerial there. You know, some things are, I would suggest, are that simple. If you look at this aerial, why is something such as what's being proposed here today, why is there a question as to whether or not that's compatible, particularly given what you've already heard up to this point, that you have folks who live in the very immediate adjacent vicinity living on, again, let them speak to about an average of 1 unit per 10 acre. And maybe that's, I'm being kind, it might be, or being conservative there, it may be more than that. I was told earlier that it may be more like 1 unit per 15 acres. So when you take that into consideration, you look at the aerial map, it's clear that ultimately even your comprehensive plan under that particular provision would otherwise be in violation. Policy 10.C. And then with regard to, and going back down and reiterating again the points, the variables with regard to the incompatibility under these circumstances. If this is approved, you have substantial interference with the rural way of life enjoyed by the current residents. You'll have increased urban-like residential density given the lot sizes that would materially interfere with the otherwise rural atmosphere. You have the perpetuation of current and serious flooding issues. You have the perpetuation, and material increase in traffic issues on Hamilton Road. I mean, this is not just one thing we're focused in on here. There's a number of things here and variables that contribute to the proposition that this is an incompatible proposition on the part of the applicant here today. And then if you look at your staff report, and I didn't give you copies of this because I assume that's something that was provided to you by staff. And one thing I should speak to, Mr. Gillespie talked about 85 units. What he's referring to there when he says 85, he's referring to, because this is one big project with regard to what was in front of the county. And that is in pending litigation. On behalf of my client base, we filed an appeal and lawsuit with the 10th Judicial Circuit in Polk County with regard to that. So that is pending in litigation right now, that particular approval. And that was, again, would be a part of this. And I think it's fair. I think Mr. Davis would be quick to tell you, your consideration is what right here, what's in front of you. But I would suggest to you that practically speaking, it's fair to take into consideration that 9 acres there, or 9 to 10 acres, is going to be, and I think Mr. Allen even mentioned it, a gross density of somewhere around 3 units per an acre, or maybe a little more than that. So if this were to be approved, you have all of that together otherwise, and depending upon what happens in the court with regard to that particular approval. The other thing that I think is going on, and honestly, it's a tactic that's been used over the years, and there's nothing necessarily unfair about it, but to some degree, I would suggest that it doesn't benefit the system, and that's bootstrapping. If something like this is approved, then it's used to bootstrap in other high-density development moving forward. And I would suggest some of the references made by Mr. Allen is an attempt to bootstrap this into approval, because you can point to other developments that are of higher density than where my client base reside and own property. So if you were to approve this, you would be effectively allowing for bootstrapping in an area where, again, you have one unit at more than likely, on average, at a minimum, 1 unit per 10 acres. There should be a transition at a minimum for purposes of compatibility. This is not a transition in any way, shape, or form. And then if you look at the, just look at the existing uses of adjacent properties chart that's provided for you in your staff report by your planners, 2.4, under 2.0, it's like your third page, but there's a chart there, and you'll see the boundaries north, south, east, and west are rural residential, vacant land, rural residential. I would suggest that speaks for itself too. I mean, typically, I'll be honest, when I look at these charts, no matter what staff it is, there's typically some development in one of those areas in the adjacent area. In this situation, you have rural residential, vacant land, rural residential. And again, I think sometimes we make things more difficult than what they are. This is not appropriate in an area like that. Hamilton Road, we've already talked about. It's addressed in the staff report as well under 3.1, but it's even acknowledged there that Hamilton Road is a designated future airport access route, future, in the Lakeland Comprehensive Plan with an unfunded improvement need identified to create a standard 2 or 3 lane cross section. And again, I would say at a minimum with regard to the situation right now that we have with Hamilton Road that's presented, this is putting the cart before the horse. Shouldn't that be addressed first before you approve a development that's going to have an impact on a road that, aside from concurrency, from a compatibility standpoint, I would suggest with the utmost confidence, and I believe reasonably so, is not capable of dealing with what's being proposed here today, or any other. You already have Sun and Fun and those type events that occur out there currently. It's substandard from a compatibility standpoint, and I believe it's otherwise acknowledged that it is, but hey, we should be able to do something in the future about it. But again, that's a chance. Are we going to take that chance today with regard to these folks, my client base? And another thing that is, if you'll look at, it's under 3.1 as well, and it's just before 3.2 comprehensive plan compliance. And I believe this is something that is material, and I would suggest significant. But that first full paragraph there reads, and this is from the staff report again, even though a majority of Medela Road is located outside of Lakeland city limits, it has been assigned a suburban canopy road. Roadway typology, am I saying that correctly? In the Lakeland Comprehensive Plan. This designation is intended to preserve the character of roadways located within suburban or rural areas that are subject to development pressure. That is another aspect of this that I think is significant. It validates, and maybe formally so, at least indirectly, that this is an area that should be protected from this type of density and this type of a proposed development. That's a suburban canopy road, and it even states in the staff report that it's there and is intended to preserve the character of the roadways. I would suggest that we should also preserve the character of the area in general. And if we're going to allow, and we should allow, for development, it should be development that is more transitional in nature and not as dense as what's being proposed here.
Mr. Gohagan, I'd really like to get to public comment.
Yeah, I'm closing right now. Yes, ma'am. So in closing, the place is not right, the timing is not right with regard to the variables we've already touched upon. Developing with this kind of high density on the very outskirts of the city limits in an area that is treasured by its residents for its rural, much lower density atmosphere would be inappropriate and incompatible, particularly in this case, given the very, very low density of the immediately surrounding properties and community. I called, like I said earlier today, and I had to email Mr. Davis, and I couldn't, y'all need to do something about your phone lines. I called both phones, couldn't get to anybody. But anyways, I got a message each time I tried to call, and this was the message. Thank you for calling the City of Lakeland, a community working together to create an exceptional quality of life. And I heard that 5 times each time I called. And I would just ask that we follow through with apparently what is the motto, I did not know that, of the City of Lakeland, but I like it. And in this particular circumstance, let's try to create, and I would suggest protect, the exceptional quality of life that my clients currently have in the area in which they live. And with that, we would respectfully request that this honorable commission deny this proposal within this area under the specific and current circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gohagan. And to the neighbors, I feel like your general counsel has provided a very detailed and in-depth view. And to that end, when we ask for public comment, we will be providing 5 minutes per person. But we will like you to think about if your argument has already been made, or if there's something that one of your neighbors states that you are going to echo, to maybe be thoughtful about that time and give us some broader vision of what's impacting your land and what's impacting the area for you specifically. And then that way we can be a little more cognizant, because I think we're on item 3 on our agenda. So I'm just I want to hear from all the public comments on this for this specific issue. And I do appreciate Mr. Gillespie earlier, and I appreciate that turnout for public engagement. So if you would start coming to the podium and saying your name and address, and then we will have time for public comment at that point. And if you'll stay on deck right after as the person wraps up in front of you, so the next person just can come on up. So if you all want to come on up and sit closer so we can go through this. But you have 5 minutes, and when the buzzer goes, we're going to be finished. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm Billy Friend. I live at 4840 Medela Road. I've emailed you guys a lot. I've sent documents to you. I'm kind of saying that Morgan's Creek Reserve is not compatible with the area we live in. But when you look at our area we live in, it's not compatible. And now we're before you guys and ladies, and you must make the decision on what is best for South Lakeland and the surrounding properties around Lakeland Airport. This is up to you guys. And it's going to impact everybody who lives in this area on your decision. You know, there is lots of issues, and these issues have not been addressed for decades. And one of the major things that we hear today is the flooding issue. The infrastructure of the roads and a development of English Creek wanting to put an entrance on the county side of Medela Road where they want to put 29 homes. And then another 56 homes in the back, or 58 homes? In the original agreement of that Track E, that property was supposed to have been accessed off of Pipkin Road. I sent each and every one of you that letter. So each and every one of you, even including the mayor and the city manager. So all of you guys and ladies have that letter. I also heard it brought up about the access point of Medela Road. The whole story behind that 10 acres, that was my wife's family's property. Mr. Wellman consistently called my mother-in-law at that time, which was Velma Lambert, and hit her up, at least I bet several times a week, to sell that 10 acres. Well, that 10 acres was going to my brother-in-law, which is my wife's brother, Tommy. And he wore Tommy down to sell that property. Mr. Wellman said, we just want that 10 acres to be able to access the property in the back where we can put a road back there to build homes back there. That's all we want that property for. So in a sense, Mr. Wellman deceived my wife's family, which I don't think is right. My mother-in-law now is 102 years old and still in her right mind. If she was able, she would be here today. The other concerns I have on Medela Road is, as we've heard earlier, is the emergency vehicles. The emergency vehicles, if this development is to pass and you decide that way, what are we going to do when there is a real emergency if that subdivision is approved and we have some kind of event at the airport at the Sun Fund? I mean, that could be a life-threatening thing when there's traffic backed up on Medela Road, which it happens, you know, and somebody dies. It could happen. The other concern is my driveway, or my house is in the flight path of the airport and the experimental airplanes. I watch the airplanes all the time fly over my house. We have also had an ultralight have to do an emergency landing on our property. So I hope you guys do the right thing and you say no to this. And that's all I have to say. If you got a question for me, maybe I can answer it.
Thank you, Mr. Friend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Kevin Benedict. I live at 3939 Hamilton Road, and thanks for having me here so I can speak up. I've been a licensed active pilot for 48 years, and I've sold and distributed for the largest building material dealer in the country for 30 years. So I'm pro-airport and I'm pro-building. Normally, a development like this, it supports my pension. So I'm always for building. Building's everything for me. Build here, build there, I build everywhere, you know. And but this site is vastly different. It's a disaster, actually, if you let this go forward in a number of ways, and it will be sooner or later. Right off the bat, the airport. You're within 1.5 miles of the field. I don't know if you know the accident statistics of planes coming down, but the less residential you have within 3 miles of an airport, the better it is. It's dangerous. There's risk. We've had planes come down in the Lakeland area. Just go from January 1st to the NTSB site, and you'll find out most of the planes come down within 3 miles of the field. So there's your risk there. Take it or leave it. Number two, the environmental risk. That area that they want to build, I heard them talk about protecting the northern border and the western border, but the southern and eastern border is on the creek. It's a pristine wildlife habitat right now, with a creek that runs through there that has never been touched, ever. Full of wildlife. We've seen bobcat, I could name all the different species that are out there. You know how many trees they got to tear down? Where do you think they're putting the retention pond? On the backside. That's why they didn't mention their border on you know, they mentioned the north and the west side, but they didn't just mention the south and east, because that is that area. Thousands of trees have to come out of there. They said they're going to save 1,000. Well, the whole place is forested tightly. It's a original, old growth, pristine area. It should be protected. Flooding, right off the bat. Let's talk about flooding and the engineers and how they're going to protect us from flooding. I live at 3939 Hamilton Road. They did Swift Mud. They did the planning board. They did the code enforcement. And yet right now, for the last 2 years, I've been fighting, and they're finally repairing and putting in at least $50,000 of repair work on right around my property, protecting the solar farm from flooding and protecting Hamilton Road from flooding where I'm at. That took, I'd say for me, 100 emails to convince these people that they've made a mistake. Because why? They're engineers. And these guys think it's not possible. I've got all my calculations. Well, they don't have all the data. If they tell you they do, they're wrong. Just like the 737 MAX. Talk about a disaster with engineers and some of the strictest enforcement. So no, they don't have all the data for this area. There's swamps in there, there's water flowing, that all they look at is their little tight area. Go on to the Wellman Lord issue. Read what they agreed to when they donated that property to you. They wanted cow fence put in, and they wanted to be notified if you guys were going to change the zoning. Yet 4 years later, you changed the zoning on them. I don't know what's all that about, but I've read that document, and it didn't seem real that this guy wanted this area developed. Bottom line, it's unfair to the residents that they're there. These are descendants all the way to the original Hamilton people. And their families have been here, their ancestors have been here, and it's a big disservice that you would put this kind of residences in their backyard. They've been farming this area for the last 150 years. So to do this, it's just not fair to these local residents. My water's already fixed. I don't really have a problem now, but all that water's heading south. And by the way, when you asked, well, is it going to flood to the north? No, because it slopes downhill. Did he ever mention what's going to happen going south with all that water? 1 acre of land, 1 inch of water, 30,000 gallons in 1 inch. Multiply the thousands of acres that are coming your way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. You've been here all afternoon because I saw you at 2 o'clock.
I was first.
Yes.
Yeah, first one in the room. My name is Andrea Goodson. I live at 1748 Clarendon Avenue. I was raised at 4883 Hamilton Road. My parents are Jack and Sandy Everett, back at the back, and their land borders the west side of this proposed development. They're back of their 5 acres, and it is 1 house per 5 acres, if you ask me to say that, whoever asked to say that. They have 5 acres. The back of it, English Creek runs along the back. In 1976, they purchased the land. In 1979, they moved a house from downtown Lakeland onto the property. The house is built up in the back about 5 feet off the footers in the front and about 2.5 feet on the front because there is a bit of a slope. The creek never flooded, never rose from the back until the Pipkin Road Extension Road was put in. About 6 months after that, then we have pictures, if anybody wants to see them, where the water has come into the house on 3 occasions and pretty close at least once every 2 or 3 years. The flooding is an issue. Beyond that, the development going in the front of my parents' place is the entire retention pond is on the front end. So they'll be getting it from the front and they'll be getting it from the back. And Mr. Woods, appreciate the efforts of trying to help with the flooding part, but if it does get saturated in that retention pond in the front, what's going to keep it from coming over and flooding them from the front of their house, as well as the creek coming up from the back? You've heard about the flooding, the traffic issues. I'm asking you to do what you did when the last one, where put this one on hold or something until you figure out and solve the flooding and the traffic issues first, because it's going to impact my parents' house. Okay?
Since you have time, Kevin, could you put her pictures on the, so we could see them?
All I have are these.
Yeah, thank you.
This is the back porch of the house. In the evening, one was done, the one in the daylight on the bottom was done a few hours earlier, and that's the creek coming out. And that has happened many times. And the worst one, it actually came in the house, in the room that you can see that's closest to us. And it never happened until that extension road was put in. I can tell you this, my brother and I were raised there pretty much, and there has never been any work other than repaving done for that section of Medela Road and Hamilton Road that connects Medela Road to Drain Field. The only thing that was ever changed since the 70s was they put yellow stripes down the middle of Hamilton Road, and even then you still have to get off the road to pass another car that comes to you. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name's Lance Baker. I live at 4560 Hamilton Road, the corner of Hamilton and Medela. And we've heard a lot of stuff tonight about traffic and flooding, which is all true. But I want to pick up on something that has bothered me, and I went to the county hearings as well, from one of City of Lakeland's own staff on the City of Lakeland letterhead. She writes a letter that says about a property that she briefed over that's 400 feet away from this property that she's wanting y'all to approve. She says, while adjacent to the property to the south of the city residential low future land use designation, the city property is located within an environmentally sensitive area and zoned as part of a PUD that currently does not provide entitlements for development. She goes on to say, the airport has evolved and resulted in a new master plans for a second runway parallel to and south of runway 927. Any allowance for residential development off of Medela Road at suburban densities will be a recipe for conflict once the new runway is completed. This is not my words, this is word from city staff on the City of Lakeland letterhead, that she went to the county hearing and got him, in part got him denied based on her recommendation, because the city recommendation is right here. It says, the proposed request is not compatible with the surrounding land uses and general character of the area. It is not consistent with the Polk County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code, and therefore staff recommends denial. So you can move, and that was one house on 5 acres. So you can move over 400 feet and try to make us believe that it's okay and it meets the density off Medela Road for 85 houses on the same road, 400 feet over. It's mind-boggling to me, because I've been a general contractor for 21 years in Lakeland, and Mr. Woods might be a great engineer, but he's also a magician. If he thinks he can raise that property up and build houses on it and keep all that water off Medela Road, it's never gonna happen. They'll promise y'all whatever y'all want to hear to get the approval, because then they have the green light to do whatever they want to do. Because I don't see a city commissioner being out there watching every move every day, making sure, and when the development's finished, when it's flooding the roads, where's the city commissioners at? Where's everybody out here? Nobody. It's going to be our problem, my headache to deal with every day. And I've already spent over $10,000 of my own money on my new property to try to keep the water coming from the solar fields off my property, and it's washed the road out twice. But it's frustrating to me, because when you complain, and I've called the county blows me off, and we come to these city hearings and things get approved. I just wish y'all could come out there, because I haven't seen Mr. Woods out there with an umbrella like we do, trying to video when there's water that'll knock your feet off when you want to come up through like a river. And I keep hearing about 100 years ago, I don't care about 100 years ago. I care about what happens today. In the last 6 months, these pictures show this flood. And I don't care what happened 50 years ago and 100 years ago. I care about what's happening today, right now. That's what I'm concerned about. That's what's costing me money and costing all of us aggravation. And I've learned from when I just moved from the North Lakeland to where I live now in South Lakeland, that exactly what I just said happened. They put a development in, Seller Homes did. They finished the development, took off. What happens then? Come on the road every day, the road's full of water. People are hydroplaning, having to stop and go real slow.
But them developers cash their check. They're down the road in Vegas playing on the crap table, and we're out here dealing with all the crap they left behind for us that nobody cares about. Nobody sees in these hearings and these meetings, but we do because we live out here. These guys don't have a dog in the hunt. They're paid by these developers to come explain to y'all why they should have it, but they're not affected by it. We're affected by it every day. I can't get out of my driveway. You know, in the mornings, I don't mind that. I don't mind the city. I don't mind on the weekends when they have Sun and Fun and Pig Fest. That doesn't bother me. I go to these events. But what does bother me, they're sitting here and trying to make y'all believe like we're all stupid that 85 more houses right there in my front, in my driveway, is not going to affect the traffic. That's an embarrassment to all of us if they think we're going to believe this garbage. It's not true. They can say on their, 27, like I heard 27 or 21. If you have 85 units there, unless they're all retired, they're going to be leaving their house every day and coming and going all day long. So how are we supposed to believe that it's only 27 people are going to be coming out all day long? That doesn't make any sense to me. You're going to have 60 people that are retired in there or don't have vehicles? It's crazy to me to believe, and it's crazy for me to believe that the city staff went to the county and got this guy denied on one house on 5 acres. But y'all want, based on y'all's own recommendation to have this to come off of Medela Road, he was denied off of that. So why are y'all going to approve the same development 400 feet over when y'all sent her to the city or the county to get it denied? That's what I want clarification on. That's not subjective. That's in writing. Y'all have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Liz Rivaldi. I live in Morgan Creek Preserve. And you guys were wondering about the access points of Morgan Creek Preserve. As part of my HOA membership, I was given this map. There were supposed to be 2 access points. Currently, there's only 1 gated access into Morgan Creek Preserve, but according to this map that I was given, that's part of my, like I said, this was given to me when I bought my house, there were supposed to be 2 access points from Pipkin. There's nothing about a northern access point from Medulla Road at all. There's, to the best of my knowledge, never supposed to be one. I don't know how you want to.
Yeah, put that in the record. You can put it in the record, give it to her. If you want to talk about it while we look at it.
Yeah, I don't know what we're looking at here.
Yeah,
so.
if you'll just tell it, you need to go to the
You need to go to the
microphone,
microphone.
please. Thank you.
To the best of my knowledge, A, B, and C are the current developments. E is the track that I think is the controversial track that they're trying to build. And F, I think, is up there as well. I don't know what that's supposed to be. But A, B, and C is what is currently built up in our development.
And this is from your HOA?
That's what was given to me, all our rules and regulations and all that stuff that we have to abide by, but that's the tract that was given to us, and it's all.
You have vehicle access point. You said there's a third. Where would the third?
There is no third. Those are only 2, but only one of them is actually, we only have one actual physical entryway. It's
The one by
gated.
A.
A, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. My name's Doug Ray. I live at 4806 Hamilton Road. Excuse me. The western border of that this development, the eastern edge of this, well, the western edge of that development is my eastern property line. I'm kind of in the apex of where Morgan Creek and English Creek come together. I had sent some information previously by email. In regards, I had a engineer, Campo Engineering, who did a lot of the work there on the Publix. They had to go through the Army Corps of Engineers and SwiftMud and everything in order to get that piece of approval. Let me go back to that as I talk. We're talking about flooding and uncontrolled water. What you're seeing here is where the city airport, the storage lot just there at the corner of Medela and Pipkin, you can see they have directed all the water off that piece of property out into the county ditches. And see that ditch right there? to the right of that lane that goes back there, if you, okay, you can see they've actually built bridges so they can access one side of their property to the other. But all that water is draining off of city property directly into the right-of-way, directly down to Morgan Creek, then directly down to English Creek, and then flooding, backing up and flooding all of us. There's another video. There were 2 or 3 I had.
There's only one that's up, so.
Miss Mayo helped me pick them out. I can, yes, the one, let's see, this is where I get in trouble. Scroll up just a little bit. All right, scroll down. Oh. I can't tell where you're going, but anyway, I got a video showing where it's coming off the other solar panel fields, which is even worse than this. Actually, that's it right there. The second one from the bottom, second one to the right. Here? No, up one. Yes, that one right there. Now this I took, this is just last November. It's being played behind. You'll have to shrink that screen. There you go. But this is all water coming directly off the solar panel fields on Hamilton Road. When you do, what you'll see is that the city has guided, sure. The city has built ditches, or whoever has built ditches, guided all that water over to here, and they're not retaining it, they're not doing anything. They're just dumping it straight down, across the street, down to English Creek, down to my house. Now, when West Pipkin Extension Road was built, there was a flood study done. The flood study, post and pre. They said pre-study, it would be at 93.7 feet. Post-study, they said it would be at 93.76 feet. No. In their study, it was 6/100ths of a foot, which is 3/4 of an inch. They just did a study. It shows that floodplain was raised 4 feet. 64 times higher than what they predicted. And where does that water go? It goes up English Creek, it goes onto my property, it goes onto the Everett's property. Now, the thing that no one's talked about, how far back up Morgan Creek does that back up? And now we got garbage in, garbage out. If Mr. Woods gets garbage information from Swift Mud or whatever area it's got, how can he do a true calculation of what the water is going to be? And the city has told me we have to follow the same rules as everybody else. I don't see any retention here. All I see are ditches and you dumping the water off onto the county. We're county residents. We can't vote you out because you don't represent us. But you can help protect us because we're all in this together. And I have previously provided this to you. I don't know who gets it. I've given you an electronic version of it. I also gave you an electronic version of this. And if you can look through this and take the time, you can even see in the 2.33 year events, it's bringing it up a foot. These are afternoon rainstorms. And with Mr. Woods talking about bringing that swell all the way from Medela Road, all the way back down to where his retention ponds would be on that 35 acres. If that thing overflows, that's my property. So, and another thing, I want to know how he's going to get water to run uphill, because Medela Road is lower than my property. So that means he's got to build it up to get it to run to us. But anyway, there's a huge flood problem there, and I don't think the city has addressed it. And I wish the city would deny this with prejudice and have the developer come back to us and try to work out a plan. And I would ask the city get a stormwater thing done, because what this area is,
Thank you, sir.
I understand, but this is just a small snapshot of the huge drainage picture in that whole area. And we're the ones that live with it. I can't even use the property that I want to the way I want. I've been denied that by the poor engineering
We appreciate
that the city and everybody
Thank you so
has
much.
put onto us.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Joyner. Live at 3830 Hamilton Road. Lived there my entire life. Literally bought the farm. My wife and I own
Can you come a little closer to the mic, please, sir? Thank you. It's hard to hear you.
My wife and I own 8.5 acres that borders the north of this project and on the eastern side of the 10-acre project. My oldest daughter lives on the property, and my youngest daughter lives a half-mile away. So they've stayed in the area because they love the area. They grew up there. In the 1970s and 80s, we farmed property on both ends all along Hamilton Road, and on the north end and the south end, and along Modelo Road. And I know firsthand how that property drains, and I know we've heard a lot about flooding, but with the airport expansion and the solar panel fields, it has created more water. We now have sheet flows of water running down, as you saw in the videos, down Hamilton Road and Modelo Road. And it's a natural drain towards English and Morgan Creeks. So when you live in an area like that your entire life, you notice these changes. It's not just lip service. It's really happened. When the land is raised up, as we've talked about it, the development, it's going to hold water back both below ground level and above. And when you put in the retention ponds, those retention ponds are going to fill up in the summer rains for sure. So when that water level is up, it's going to hold the water back. It's just the way it is. So I've seen this happen on the north end of Hamilton Road where we live, and it's happened now. I'm not against growth. We have to have growth. Everybody knows that. I love the airport. I love the expansion of the airport. But we need to look at, before we do things, that we take care of the infrastructure and make sure that everything is going to work as it should and not put undue strain or water on other people. And if we go forward with this, it's not going to happen. It needs to be looked at further. Clustering of homes such as this, it's just not compatible. We've heard that over and over. It's not compatible for the area, and I think if I think most of you've been out there or know the area, and you've seen what it looks like around there. We're not against development either. If it was developed in the right way, 1 home per acre would be fine. And I know there wouldn't be as much profitability in something like that, but it wouldn't take as much to develop it either. So I think no more than 1 home per acre would be suitable. We farm the property there now, that's adjacent to this, and we have a pond on there. We have animals on the property as well. Without a barrier, you hate to think it, but children could come on to the property because it's attractive to them. We have horses out there, and a pond too. So you wouldn't want to see anybody harmed. If there's 2-story homes built on the property, the height of those homes is going to invade the privacy of us there. And of course, the setback that they've come up with, it's okay with us. Trafficking is an issue, as we've talked about as well. just too much traffic for those small roads. So
Thank
we
you.
just ask that you deny the project as is proposed.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Hello. I'm Leanne Joyner, wife of John Joyner, residing at 3830 Hamilton Road. As he said, we own 8.5 acres along with our daughter and son-in-law that borders this development or proposed development. Can you step a little closer to the mic? Sure. Just to make this really fast, because I know you guys have been so very patient and you have listened to us, and I'm just going to read what I had. It will repeat a lot of what anybody said, but I promise you it will be very short. I'm here to express my opposition to the proposed project, or to the project as proposed. I feel the density of the homes in this development is excessive and not transitional, and that makes it incompatible for this area. Because of this proposed density, the traffic that will be generated from this development will be much more than Medela and Hamilton roads can handle. This will create a nightmare for this area. The other concern I have is for the flooding, like you haven't heard that before. For this development to happen, the properties will be built up, causing water runoff to back up on ours and the surrounding neighbors' properties, and also increase the flooding on Hamilton and Drainfield roads. My husband has lived in this immediate area all of his life of 66 years, and myself for the 43 years that we've been married. Over these years, we have already seen the flooding become more and more of a concern. How can this project not make it worse? Our property is used for agricultural. We just planted 100 pecan trees on our property. Along with that comes the use of pesticides if needed and other spraying at times. We have 12 grandfather oaks on our property, which generate debris. We burn that debris on the property when conditions are favorable. Sometimes it can smolder for days. Will the new neighbors complain to us? That brings me to ask, it was brought up about the 20-foot buffer, and as my husband said, we are fine with that. The only thing I wonder is who maintains that, or how are we assured that 10 years down the road that, I don't know, do the backyards back up to the 20-foot buffer, or is there a fence that will be at the backyards of those homes, and then the 20-foot buffer, and then our property? I'm not, I'd like to kind of have a picture of how that would work. And the last thing I'm kind of curious about is, will there be an HOA for this community? Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Summer Jones. I am pretty much going to say the same thing as everybody else. I'm sorry. I'll try to make it quick. I live at 4920 Medela Road. My husband and I, along with our 2 children, live directly north of the proposed project and east of the 10-acre project, which is adjoining, is the plan to adjoin this 35-acre project. I have lived in this area my entire life and have seen lots of growth, which I think is great. I'm not opposed to growth in our area. I love Lakeland, and I would love to share it with other people. I do oppose this project. There are many concerns that I have. The density of this proposed project, in my eyes, as well as many others in that area, to me, it's not compatible. You drive down Medela Road and it's a country setting. Yes, we have the lovely Sun and Fun, the airport there, which is great. We love when we have events, but it does cause issues for the people who do live on Medela and Hamilton and surrounding, because the traffic is crazy. Also, I'm concerned with the flooding. You've heard a lot about the flooding. My driveway is right on Medela, which would be next to the 10 acres that the county had passed. I'm also concerned about a turn lane Will they be putting a turn lane across my driveway? I mean, that's like literally, like, it's so close. I don't know how that's gonna work. Is that gonna cut into my property? Is that gonna be dangerous for us? Like, it's really, I don't know, it just seems kind of crazy. That's a lot of houses to be coming through there. Real quick, next thing that I have a concern of, as my mother and my father spoke before me, they expressed that they had planted pecan trees. It's an agricultural piece of property. My daughter is in 4-H. She loves horses. She loves anything animals, agriculture. She is actually just joined, or will be joining, a 4-H club where she plans on raising chickens. She plans on raising hogs. This will all be right there. I'm sorry, but it's gonna be right there where this proposed project is. Are we gonna be, I mean, is that gonna be an issue for us? Is that gonna stir into our dreams? When my husband and I were looking to buy homes, we particularly looked in this area because of the peacefulness and the agriculturalness, and just the area was just perfect for what we wanted to make our dream with our family. I grew up and I did 4-H. I showed horses, I showed hogs, I did all of that, and that's, my daughter is taking after me with that. So that is our plan, and I just feel like, I'm sorry, this is what we're gonna do, and this is what most of the people in this area do. How is that compatible with what's being proposed to come? I get it. I mean, I don't oppose growth. I just don't think, I think this is a timing thing too. I think this is a horrible time to try to cram that many houses in when the underlying problems of the flooding, of the traffic, of the roads not being fixed. Why should we, I just think it's premature to try to quickly pass something this big, this large. Yeah, I think that's all I have. Thank you so much. Thanks for serving, and thank you for making Lakeland great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For coming. Other comments from the public? All right. So we have we've had a public hearing on issue number 3.
I think the applicant's attorney wanted a
Oh, yes, he wants to know. All right.
brief rebuttal.
Go ahead, Mr. Allen.
Let's see if I can get my PowerPoint presentation pulled back up real quick. Can you pull up my PowerPoint the PDF again, please, real quick? All right.
Is this yours? Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir, that is mine. All right, okay. I promise I will be concise. Bart Allen, you're welcome, for the record. Commissioners, there was a lot to be said there. I will try to distill my comments down to the most pertinent things that I believe I can touch on, but I really want to touch on a couple things. First of all, the development in the area. Again, this goes back to 1999. This goes back to when the Wellmans gave their land, participated in a donation agreement with the city, came in looking for entitlements. I have a copy of that right-of-way donation agreement, and it very specifically states in here that they were donating it, that they were going to retain the agricultural uses until such time as that agricultural use wasn't what they wanted to do anymore. They reserved 10 spots, 10 driveway cuts on Medalla Road. That certainly is an indication that they were wanting to do something more than agricultural uses on the property, going all the way back to 1999. When the property came in 2004, the site plan very specifically shows the access point, the proposed access in the future on the north end, going out to the north, future development. This is the same exhibit that the Morgan Creek property owner showed. There are 2 access points. There are 2 access points on Pipkin Road. There is not a vehicular access point shown in this plan. Track D was designated for conservation. There is a conservation easement on that today that was recorded in 2005. And unfortunately, I can't give you a copy because my associate was locked out of City Hall, unintentionally, of course, but I have a copy of that. Oh, there he is. Perfect timing. Yeah, thank you, Sheldon. Here's the conservation easement. The conservation easement prohibits vehicular access across Track D. Prohibits it, prohibits roads, prohibits any development within Track D. There would be no other access to this site but to go north. So again, showing the intent going back to the original entitlements where this property was given a residential low land use classification within the city when it was annexed and designated. That's up to 5 dwelling units an acre. This was incorporated into a PUD that was allowing 1.6 dwelling units an acre on the gross. And gross density is how we calculate it. That is how it is calculated in your code. That is your law. Talk about net densities, talk about 10,000 square foot lots equals 4.6 dwelling units an acre, completely negates all the open space that's set aside, negates all the tot lots that are being committed to, the roads and the stormwater ponds, which, as you heard Mr. Wood indicate, are being substantially oversized and designed to criteria that are not applicable to a standard single-family residential development in this area. They're going above and beyond to ensure that there is additional capacity. Mr. Wood even indicated where he saw the actual problems on the ground today during his testimony before you. He recognized that there are some pipes that are undersized. Unfortunately, that's not a problem that is attributable to this project, and it's not a problem that this project can fix. But what we can do is go the extra mile, do some additional design, oversize the ponds, provide additional capacity to ensure that there are no adverse impacts, and maybe we can make some things a little bit better by going that extra mile. But we can't fix everything, and I wish I could. I wish my project could, but it's just not possible. He went over the topography and the contours and showed how the site would flow and where the water was coming from and how we were going to accept all the water that's coming to our site, incorporating it into our ponds and making sure that we're not discharging any more water post-development than we are today. And that's the best that you can ask for from a developer. I'm going to have Mr. Wood touch on a couple more of those in just a second. Compatibility, the density, 1.6 dwelling units an acre. That is an extremely low density. That is as low as you can get and still remain viable. If we were doing 1 dwelling unit an acre, we would still be coming to you. We'd still be having to do stormwater design. We'd still be having to build a road. We would still be having to do all of those issues. If we were at 0.5 units per acre, we'd still be doing the same thing. 1.6 dwelling units an acre on 10,000 square foot lots. Yes, it's clustered, but it's providing for 10 acres of open space. It's providing for the ability to provide walking trails. It's to provide the 20 feet of landscape buffer to maintain that natural vegetation, to address compatibility, to make sure that those issues are in place. And to, I believe it was Ms. Joyner maybe, who asked the question, who maintains that? That will be a part of an HOA. That will be maintained and owned by the homeowners association. And those are professionally managed today. And they make sure that whatever obligations that they have, that they meet those obligations. The noise, there was a gentleman, and I can't remember his name, I apologize, who indicated we were going to clear cut this and knock down a bunch of trees and that's going to destroy a buffer. We're going to remove some trees. You can't develop without removing some trees, but we're doing the best to maintain as many trees as possible. Track D is a conservation area. You can't even go in there and clear out those trees. That's part of that easement. That's 60 acres running through here. Still maintaining that natural vegetative buffer that he was concerned were going to be removed. That doesn't even include the 36 acres that's already in conservation that's been turned over to the Morgan Creek Homeowners Association on that side. So that's just showing the intent, what the intent and how the development was to move forward. We talked a lot about development in the area. I'm not going to go through those maps again, but you can't just look in one direction for compatibility. You look at the whole. And when you look at the whole, 1.6 dwelling units an acre is a reasonable request, given the fact that this property has been entitled for residential low development since 2004. Mr. Wood, I just want him to speak real quickly on the drainage, and then we'll conclude our presentation.
Thank you. Dennis Wood again. A couple things just to point out is that, there are a lot of people talked about the traffic coming from there. And when we spoke of 27 vehicles per hour, that's vehicles per hour. The daily trips are actually be more than that on a daily basis. But in the PM peak hours, there's approximate, there'd be 27 eastbound, 27 westbound trips, which is approximately 1 vehicle per minute. And that's why we speak of minimum impact and the fact that Medela Road has the ability to handle it. And in reference to emergency vehicles, Chuck Barmy spoke of the Medela Road earlier. It's a 20-foot wide roadway, which is substantial width to carry two lanes of traffic on it. It's most county roads are 20 foot in width. And one gentleman, can't remember his name, spoke of our southern boundary and the buffering. We spoke of the west boundary and the north boundary, and that we were going to kind of clear cut that. Well, once we determine where the wetland line is, there's required to have another 25-foot buffer from that wetland line before we can start our retention ponds or anything else, any development in the area. So our intentions is to try to maintain as much of the foliage out there as we can. Reason for the clustering is the fact that it allows us that ability to do that. And we spoke, and I spoke up, and I know engineering is a lot of technical terms and stuff like that, and that most of us doesn't have common sense. Well, some of us do have common sense in reference to stormwater design, but when we go the extra length of doing the I call it FDOT criteria for anything better, I didn't have the kind of chart that requires, but we have to run a 3-year storm, a 5-year storm, a 10-year storm, 25-year storm. And each one of those storms, we have to run a 1-hour duration storm event, 2-hour duration storm event, 4, 8, 1 day, and 3 day. And that gives us additional safety regards on trying to make sure that we give that extra effort to store that extra volume that may make the water that's going to the creeks a little better. We're not going to solve all the problems, but we can help solve the problem that's on our, when and if somebody else develops along, if they go the extra width, after a while, that extra helps the people that lives along the roadway. In reference to the properties that's north of Medela and along Hamilton Road, those items are kind of outside of our realm. There's not much we can help with it. I understand where they're coming from because they feel that nobody has listened to them. And it doesn't be too smart to see that someone has impacted them to the north and somebody needs to help them out, or the county needs to go in there, at least improve some of the drainage within certain areas that's causing some of the problems. But from our standpoint, we're trying to do our part, doing the extra storm event, and we would appreciate your support on this. And I can ramble forever, but the point is that we are doing more than what we would have to do on a normal subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
And just to conclude, a couple housekeeping matters just for purposes of the record. I am going to introduce a copy of our binding site plan, the Polk County Comprehensive Plan for the residential suburban that indicates how we can go from 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres to 3 dwelling units. That's 2.12 of the future land use code, future land use element. Staff reports from the original Morgan Creek PUDs going back to 2004, 2005, 2006. The ordinance 4818 adopting the last Morgan Creek PUD, the Hawthorne Mill adoption ordinance, the Riverstone adoption ordinance, the development agreement for Riverstone indicating the requirement to signalize Medola and West Pipkin Road, as well as a copy of my PowerPoint presentation that was before you today. That was what I had originally planned on submitting. I also have a copy of the right-of-way donation agreement, the avigation agreement, and the conservation easement that I've referenced. I just want to make sure your record is fully documented for all of those, and I will give these to the clerk with no objection from Mr. Davis. With that, I believe one of the things that Mr. Gohagan started off with was meeting our burden of proof. I think that what you have in front of you is a case that shows that what we're asking for is reasonable. It's consistent with the intent of the development of this Morgan Creek Tract E going back to 2004 when it was originally adopted into the PUD. It's consistent with your comprehensive plan and it's consistent with your land development code. And that is what I've just said is the same thing that your own staff has said in their own individual staff report. And there was some assertion that we were, basically hired guns. They didn't use those words, but that was certainly what the innuendo was. Your staff is not, and they drew the same conclusion. And I think that is incredibly important when you give consideration to the efforts that this developer has done to put forth a good project. And with that, I will sit down. We are available for any questions you have or any time during commission comment. If you have any additional questions, please let us know. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And now if I'll entertain a motion for the proposed.
Excuse me, Madam Pro Temp, I just want to make sure I have things in the record. I'm not rebutting anything that he said. May I just make sure some things are in the record that were provided, the photos, the 2 zip drives,
Absolutely.
and what was provided to each of the commissioners in those packets? We would submit that into the record as well. I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Absolutely. So we've heard from everyone, just about. Do we have a motion on the floor for this proposed amendment?
We don't have one yet.
Right. I know.
Motion to approve for discussion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for discussion. Commissioners. Yes, Commissioner McLeod.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I was going to ask if Ryan Lazenby would mind just speaking to we've heard from the applicant, we've heard from residents, but anything you would add to the flooding concerns, the FDOT critical duration standards that would help us here? I think for me, that's one of my biggest hurdles here, and I understand why many residents are here this evening to share. So I welcome your perspective, Ryan.
Yeah, again, I'm Ryan Lazenby, Public Works Engineering. Number one, I would say the flooding complaints that you've heard from them, they're real. They've got pictures of them. They've got video of them. The question is what caused them and what can you do about them? And will this development have any impact on it? The good news about this development, it's downstream of most of the stuff you saw in the pictures today. We have talked to those guys and we've asked them, first of all, they already agreed before I even looked at it to look at a 100-year, 24-hour storm event, which is above and beyond what we normally do for an open basin. I started doing some little research. I got another bunch of emails sent to me under the weekend. I was like, you know what? These folks they've got a point, and we need to do everything we can to address their issues. So one of the easiest ways to think of it, I think it's all models. Some of these guys that say these engineers are throwing up things and stuff, they're right. We have models and we have empirical data where we're trying to predict what kind of storm event's going to come, what's the duration of it, how much rains it's going to have, and if we put this much impervious area and we connect it this way, what is that going to look like? Now that's based on a lot of years of gathering data, rain gauge data, measuring discharges from different things. So we do have a reasonable approach to these things. So what the DOT does is they're more concerned about conveyances, when you connect to their system, they don't want their road flooding because they're traveling at speed out there on the DOT. They do not, so they're really serious about protecting their conveyances. So what they do is they require, in an open basin system like this, similar to what Dennis said, 36 storm events. So again, it's like kind of like the hurricane models where you see it coming, and all of a sudden you see all these spaghetti things, and one of them's got it going this way, and one of them's got going this way. Well, if you have just one model out there, like that 25-year, 24-hour storm event, and we say, oh, it's going to come into the Gulf of Mexico, and all of a sudden it goes up the East Coast. But when we get all those storm events, we're not just looking at a 4% chance. That's a 25-year storm event, 8 inches of rainfall in an 8-hour. We're looking at a whole bunch of different events. And what he's doing is he's making sure that for all those storm events, just for a mean annual event, for a storm event that happens just a real intense quick storm event, for a storm event that rains 3 days straight, he's looking at all of those now, and he's saying, you know what, even though it's not required by SWIFMUD, it's not required typically by the city of Lakeland, we'll match all of those to give these people a little bit additional assurance that we're not going to make it any worse on you guys. And what I heard Dennis say was, yeah, there's problems out there. You see him. He did not try to tell you that he had a magic pill and he's going to make it go away. What I think he's trying to tell you is, we're not going to make it worse for these folks out there. And from what I've seen, I tend to agree with him because it looks like his ponds are right up against the creek, so he's not discharged into those roadways. A lot of those pictures you saw, not all of them, but a lot of them showed flooding up near the roadways in the front of the houses and stuff. And you guys have probably looked at my memo, and it admits, hey, there's no ditches out there. There's nowhere for this stormwater to go. And somebody in the audience indicated there's thousands of acres draining down there. So we heard it all comes to an apex, and there's just nowhere for it to go. So there does need to be some additional infrastructure out there at some point to address those issues. But I kind of look at it, okay, well, these guys are just coming in asking about what is the impact of this development. And what I heard today, that's there today. It's happening right now, whether or not you approve this or not. So when I look at it, I'm like, well, is this going to make it worse? I think they're going above and beyond what we typically require them to demonstrate that. And again, he's got more hurdles to jump. He's got to get past me, and he's got to get past the Water Management District and my staff when he produces a drainage report about yay thick that shows us that that we are not increasing the rate of runoff in post-development conditions.
Commissioner Walker?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Picking back on what Commissioner McLeod has asked, Mr. Ryan, barring all development is not approved, they still will have this problem.
Yes, because the development's not out there right now. These pictures were from 5 months ago, according to, they've got problems out there. It's real.
Again, barring all, problems still there. There's nothing, I want to make sure we hear, because I'm hearing correct now. I know most of the area that's been shown, and it is bad. I can tell you, yes, I would agree. It's not what I would want for our city residents to have, or no one really, but especially because I have jurisdiction in my capacity to help make sure that our residents are not being affected by that, and also making sure that our neighbors will not be affected. So barring all again, that problem will still be there.
It would.
Commissioner Madden?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. Lazenby, and everyone who has taken the time to write emails and to show us pictures and give us information for tonight's hearing. I do want to say that I think my first visit out to the neighborhood was back in October, and I was able to see some of the pictures that we saw tonight and talk to the residents. And one of the things that's most disconcerting about this is the multi-jurisdictional, effect. Going from city to county, you can tell, I hope, if you live in this neighborhood, that when we started sending pictures of flooding and we started to send the emails that we were receiving from y'all, even though you can't vote us out, we sent every one of them to this staff over here and said, what can we do? And I hope that if you were here before this neighborhood discussion, you heard the neighborhood discussion before, and that we are, as a city, going through growing pains, but we want to work on both sides of the table and be partners, staff, commissioners, citizens, developers, to say, how can we grow the best way possible, for our future? And you heard them say that, we might get a developer to buy a traffic signal. Do you think they want to buy a traffic signal? No, that's not going to help their bottom line. We have them widen roads. We have them add retention ponds. We have them buy a bus if there's no transit to their location. And so my goal is always not to wait till the public hearing and to decide who's right. It's to start, 5 months ago and to say, oh my gosh, this is happening. And even though it's not the city, maybe some of our city development has contributed to this. And I think if we look at this beautiful picture here, we can see that the city staff said, you got to have all this green space and you've got to have all this retention pond. And when you look at this drawing here on the city side versus the one on the county side, it looks a lot different. And my problem is, just because I put the onus on my staff to make a better product, to press the developer to do more, to get my team to say, don't do the 25-year storm event, do the 100-year storm event. Make sure that you dig your ditches deeper and make your ponds bigger, because we cannot contribute to more flooding to these residents in the county. That is not being a good neighbor. We hear complaints that we're hearing airplane noise. We have a navigation easement. Maybe people love to be near the airport, but they could at least say they're gonna go move there at their own risk and not, come back and say, you didn't know there were gonna be planes flying overhead. We can't do everything to mitigate every problem going forward as we develop and grow, but we want to every single time have a better product, because we've heard from the citizens. We have heard and seen your pictures, and we are not ignoring those. We are actually trying to go to the experts, to say, how can we mitigate some of these concerns? I feel like that we've done a lot, from, what I heard from the engineers, but I don't know if it's all we can do. And part of that is because it's working with the county. I know there's a lawsuit with the county. Is the county going to do anything about the flooding on Hamilton Road? Or this really is, that's what gives me the biggest pause in this scenario, is because I feel like if it's in the city and we're dealing with our citizens, we can keep iron sharpening iron and working together and try to make the best possible product. But I don't know, this is, contiguous with this county portion, and it does look to me like it's not transitional. I mean, we just talked about the other one, that we were going from, how many per acre, Commissioner Reed, you wanted some transition, off Lake Parker. This doesn't look like transition to me from Morgan Creek to Medulla. I know they needed access and they needed a road, but does the road have to have house, and no green space, and all come out on Medulla Road, the one that's the canopy road and the one that's more of a rural country area? I still think there are challenges, and I don't know how we fix challenges that are outside our jurisdiction. And so I am still in a quandary a little bit about this decision, because I don't feel like I have the security of knowing that we can work with the county. And I look to my staff. Can we work with the county? Does that happen, that we could say, do we have to annex this land in, and then is it too late? Because even though we annex it, now we don't have any leverage with the developer to add some, transitional, lots there towards Medulla Road. So that's where I'm at. Commissioner Selvage.
Thank you. I think our duty as a body is to manage growth. It's not to inhibit or prohibit growth. And I hear residents that are not an anti-growth. They're saying, hey, I don't mind if you build out there. It's interesting that Stephanie brought up the county. I went back and checked the county's testimony about this. It was a 3-to-1 vote for, and that's out of our control. Whatever we do, it's already been approved by the county, litigation notwithstanding, that there are going to be 29 homes built right there. One commissioner, Mr. Cumby, I talked to him, contacted him. He calls it completely out of character. Mr. Lindsay recused himself from the vote. So you look at this piece of land that stabs right through a piece of property from a 2-lane road that has flooding and traffic issues to get to this development, and we're going to build 85 homes. And that stab from Medela down to the plot that we have control over is then surrounded by neighbors who have 5 to 10 acre lots.
Challenges.
Now, you have to convince me that that is a compatible plan. I don't buy it. This is the antithesis of compatibility. So, Madam Pro Tem, I am against this because of traffic, flooding, density. It's not transitional, and the timing is wrong. Let's improve Medela Road. Let's make it a much better road where we can do something. But this is pretty clear cut to me that this is a project not yet ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed.
Thank you, ma'am. There's been a lot of arguments, and this meeting reminds me of my days on the county commission or zoning board. But we started at 8 o'clock in the morning and go till 9 o'clock at night. Unfortunately, we only started at 3 o'clock today.
That clock's wrong.
I know, yeah. And I think Don made a very good point. I think the county made a gross mistake when they did the 10 acres on that piece. It's not anywhere compatible to transitional site. And again, I can't vote for it either myself. And to go with the stuff going on, we know the events going on at the airport. Airport's growing. There's more industrial coming up and down the road. We don't even have right-of-way for utilities coming to this site, much less where they're going. I don't know, but they said they're going to pay their own way. I guess they're going to buy the right-of-way too. I don't know. But there's not even we haven't got right-of-way to utilities this site or this whole area yet. And we did authorize it. I guess they're going to start that sometime this year. And we don't have it in our plan to do the water and sewer lines, to upsize them to facilitate what kind of development here. But there again, I don't see the compatibility between the two sites personally in this. I've said my piece.
Commissioner Walker.
I'm back to just like you, Commissioner Madden. How can you make it work? Much of a jurisdictional situation that we have here between two entities, governmental entities, and I look at the compatibility that I raised initially, and I'm looking without hazards to any persons or property. Okay, and then of course it shares those particular concerns that may bring about those hazards or situations as such. And that's why I'm thinking, wow, how can we make it work? Because we know what we're going to do for our people, the ones that and I say our people, meaning our citizens, of course, that we have as jurisdiction responsibilities for. But how can we help our neighbors and be concerned about their concerns as well? And I heard Ryan, and thank you, Mr. Ryan, you told me the problem still exists. And the problem still exists, how can we make it a better situation? What we got to do to add another 58 more homes, plus their 20, however that number is, I forget, to make it 85 total. So that's why I'm stuck too.
Commissioner McLeod.
Thank you, and all good comments. This is a tough issue.
Yes.
I know we've said this before, we don't take these issues lightly because we know that not only are we talking about the future of our city, but this impacts people's lives and their homes, or otherwise you wouldn't be here. And so you're trying to figure out, is this best? Commissioner Madden, you raise a great point about the multi-jurisdictional component of that, and that makes it a little trickier from, I had not really considered just the ramifications of what that might or might not look like. I do think the infrastructure element is something that concerns me. I'm not sure it's ready for this type of development. I don't think we want to look, we've said it before, we don't want to look back and say, what did we do? That we want to manage growth, as you said, Commissioner Selvage, and do it in a smart way. So I think it's a no for me right now. I can't see this as the best approach at this time.
So just to offer up my 2 cents, thank you all for being so patient today and coming through this process and being gracious with me. As I think staff did this on purpose and gave me a very difficult agenda to manage. That's a joke. But I just want to say, when looking at this, and the Southwest District is the district that I represent, and we have a jagged, not property line, but city limits. If you look at the Southwest District map, it's very jagged and it's in and out. And one of the issues in our district where I live is over near Jesse Keene Elementary, which is off Wabash, and Chuck Barnby and I have toured that area together, that there are infrastructure problems on that side of town that are just horrific when there is a storm event. And so you're looking at that side, west side of town, and the water is kind of, I don't want to say it's an enemy, but it's very destructive. And so when you think about the edge of the city of which we all represent, and it goes in and out, and we have to deal with the county. When I drive out Westgate neighborhood, there's a road that one of the neighbors out there maintains the ditch himself because he's in the county, he's not in the city, it's not being taken care of. So that's the same thing that happens, I think, down in these agricultural areas where we have so much space, and we are an agricultural community. I mean, we have city limits, and we have a semi-metropolitan area, which I love living in, but growing up and always dealing with water in a pasture like I did, it is a challenging thing, and it's already bad, as everybody has said. It's already an issue. I would like to say that we'll have our roll call vote, but the water issue is of grave concern to me, and if we do end up getting stimulus money, from this $1.9 trillion federal government grant that's supposed to be dispelled everywhere, I would like the city of Lakeland to look at infrastructure projects like this. How can we use that money and leverage it to support our infrastructure, support public works, and do things where we haven't been able to do them in the past to mitigate these issues? Because even whether you're in the county or in the city, you're our neighbors, and you are local, and we appreciate you, and you contribute to the overall economy of where we live. And so we want to be very cautious with that and invest in things that make our residents' quality of life better. So with that being said, if there are no more comments from anyone else on the dais, I guess, yes.
Frame the question. Right now, there's a motion to approve that was seconded. So
we have
you can either vote on that or withdraw the motion and make a separate motion.
Can we just vote no?
Yes. Or
So
you can vote
there's a
yes either
motion.
way.
Motion on the floor, and we have a second.
What was the comment again?
What was your last comment, Palmer?
You can vote on the motion to approve either way, yes or no. I don't want to say you can only vote no, but.
I think the time change is catching up with us. All right, this is a roll call vote, and we will start with Commissioner McLeod.
No.
No.
No. No.
No.
So now we need a motion to deny if that's the intention of the commission. Because the failure of a motion to approve is not a denial, as we discussed before.
So we need a motion to deny the proposed amendment ordinance 4547.
So moved.
Motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Reed. We'll roll call vote and start, or any discussion?
And we're voting now to not approve.
Yes. Voting to deny.
Right.
Right.
Commissioner Walker?
No. To deny. Right.
Yes.
So yes.
So
I mean, yes. Okay, I'm sorry. I done sneezed too much.
Trying to get right over my head.
Commissioner Solomon?
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
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 Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right. I'm sorry I have to laugh, but on to item number 4.
Moving right along.
Sure.
Yes, sir, we're not to the end.
Palmer, I think we're waiting on you.
We're waiting on you,
All right.
Palmer.
Okay, last one is proposed ordinance number 21-012, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lakeland, Florida related to nuisance abatement, amending Article 4 of Chapter 38 of the City Code of the City of Lakeland, Florida, making findings, adding criteria upon which a nuisance can be based, increasing total fine that may be imposed for a nuisance, establishing conditions for the abatement of a nuisance upon rental property, providing for the repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
A motion and a second for the proposed amending Chapter 38. Any questions or comments from commission? Any from the public? Seeing none, this too is a roll call vote. Commissioner McLeod?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. There are no resolutions. There's not a report from Community Redevelopment Agency, and now we move on to the city manager and his report. Mr. Strauss.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and good evening, city commissioners. I do have 2 items, and then Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to make a verbal at the end very briefly, if I may.
Absolutely.
The first item is regarding a task authorization with DRMP for construction engineering and inspection services for the 3 Park Trail East project. The city's Public Works Department continues to implement the 3 Parks Trail Master Plan, which was developed in 2013. 3 Parks Trail connects Publix Charities Park, Woodland Park, and Peterson Park. The north and south segments of the 3 Parks Trail network were opened for use in 2015. The city submitted a funding request to the Polk Transportation Planning Organization in 2016 for 3 Parks Trail East. A local agency program agreement between the City of Lakeland and FDOT was executed in 2017 to reimburse the city for design, construction, and inspection cost. The 3 Parks Trail East segment proposes a 10-foot wide trail along the east side of New Jersey Road between Glendale Street and Waterford Drive. The trail will cross New Jersey Road at Waterford Drive and will continue along the west side of the roadway to 2 Turtle Rock Drive. The Public Works Construction and Maintenance Division will construct the project with in-house resources. Construction is scheduled to begin on April 5th. Public Works solicited a proposal from DRMP, one of the city's continuing professional services contract for construction and engineering inspection services to be provided for the project. Funding for the CE&I in an amount up to $55,072.62 will be reimbursable through the local agency program agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation. It is recommended that the City Commission authorize the appropriate city officials to execute the task authorization for construction and engineering inspection services with DRMP for the 3 Parks Trail East project in the not-to-exceed amount presented. That completes staff's presentation on this item.
Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Walker?
I want to make sure that I did hear the date that this startup is supposed to be. Is it April 1st, April 5th? Which one is it again?
Scheduled for April 5th, sir.
That's when it's scheduled to start. We will begin the project April 5th.
That is our plan.
All right.
And it is reimbursable by DOT. I just want to emphasize that for the
Yeah,
public.
yeah.
Yeah. All right, any other questions or comments from commissioners? This is a voice vote, all in favor? Sorry.
Comments from the audience?
Comments from the audience? Thank God for Commissioner Selvey. All right. This is a voice vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. City Manager Strauss.
Thank you. The next item that I have is regarding an award of a bid to Hubbard Construction Company and for a contract amendment with Atkins North America for construction oversight of the Runway 9 Category 3 approach lighting improvements, Phase 3 of the ILS Category 3 project at Lakeland Linder International Airport. The airport is upgrading its existing instrument landing system to a Category 3 to be completed by November 1st. As you all know, the project was broken down into 3 phases. The airport received previous approvals from the commission to proceed with Phase 1 and 2, and the airport is now ready to commence with Phase 3 to upgrade the Runway 9 Category 3 approach lighting improvements. The approach lighting improvements was advertised under bid number 1054, with 4 companies responding to the bid. The airport's engineering firm, Atkins North America, along with airport staff, reviewed all 4 bid responses. The low bidder, Hubbard Construction Company, was determined to be the lowest and most responsive bidder with a bid of $6,260,738.13. Atkins North America will provide the construction administration services for Phase 3 of the project for a not-to-exceed amount of $440,340 under an amendment to their existing contract. It is recommended that the City Commission authorize the appropriate city officials to enter into a construction contract with Hubbard Construction Company in the amount presented for Phase 3, upgrading the Runway 9 category system as detailed in bid number 1054 and subject to approvals from the Florida Department of Transportation. It is also recommended that the City Commission authorize the appropriate city officials to enter the amendment with Atkins North America in the not-to-exceed amount presented for the construction administration for the project, subject again to approvals from the Florida Department of Transportation. And then it is also recommended that the City Commission authorize an appropriation in the amount of $4,761,213 to be funded with $4,005,160 of an existing revolving loan proceeds, and to authorize an increase in estimated revenues from the airport's operating fund surplus of $756,063, along with the associated de-appropriation of $4,005,160 in expenses from Project Runway 927 to support this request. That completes staff's presentation.
So I have a motion on the recommendation from staff.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Comments or questions from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Reed?
I guess Gene's left. There he is.
He's still here. He's hung in there with us.
Basically, this wraps up the last of the bid. This is going to take care of Phase 1, 2, and 3, correct?
Yes, sir. Gene Conrad, Airport Director. So this is Phase 3. This is the last piece that we're going to bring to the City Commission for this project. Unless the FAA comes back to us, which we're having chatter and discussions about, reference increasing the reimbursable for additional work that they want to do. That would be the only element that we would bring back. But as far as construction to build the system, this is the last agreement.
When do we expect that to be completed?
It'll be completed in October, and it'll be certified and in the charts for November 1st of 2021.
This year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's great. All right, thank you.
Other questions from commissioners? Questions or comments from the audience? Seeing none, this is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the motion carries. All right, we're moving back to the city attorney.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, just for a quick verbal, I just wanted to update the public and the commission. Both myself and our Assistant City Manager, Emily Colon, are members of a professional organization which is known as the International City County Management Association. And our professional association each month puts out a very nice magazine publication in both print form and digital. In the March magazine, there is a spotlight on women serving in local government, and our Assistant City Manager, Emily Colon, was recognized in an article which was based on women to know in the next generation serving in public management. So I just want to recognize and congratulate. That's great recognition coming from our International Professional Association. So thank you for the time.
Don't we get a speech?
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. I'm sorry I had my head down. So thanks for getting my attention. And congratulations, Emily. We're super proud of all the work you do here in the city of Lakeland. All right, now we're going to City Attorney Palmer Davis for ordinances first reading.
Thank you. We have 3 ordinances for first reading. These will be read by title only today and come back for a public hearing on April 5th. The first is proposed ordinance number 21-013, an ordinance relating to public right-of-way, making findings, vacating a portion of public right-of-way located at 822 Adams Street within the city of Lakeland, Florida, authorizing the recording of a certified copy of this ordinance, providing for severability, providing an effective date. Next is proposed ordinance number 21-014, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lakeland, Florida relating to the City of Lakeland firefighters retirement system, amending ordinance 5341 as amended to amend section 7, benefit amounts and eligibility, section 8, pre-retirement death, Section 11, optional forms of benefits. Section 17, minimum distribution of benefits. And Section 18, miscellaneous provisions. Provided for inclusion in the city code, provided for severability, providing for the repeal of resolutions and ordinances inconsistent herewith, providing an effective date. Next is proposed ordinance number 21-015, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lakeland, Florida relating to fire prevention, adopting the Florida Fire Prevention Code 7th edition, adopting local amendments to said code, providing for the adoption of fees by resolution, providing for the repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, providing an effective date. Once again, these will come back for second reading on April 5th. Several resolutions for action today. First is proposed resolution number 21-016, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Lakeland, Florida, relating to Lakeland Linder International Airport, making findings, adopting an updated airport master plan, providing an effective date.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner McLeod. Proposed 21-016, adopting the Lakeland International Airport Master Plan. Do we have any comments or questions from the commission? We went through this very thoroughly on Friday at our agenda study for the public. Mr. Conrad, do you have any comments you'd like to share? Any comments from the public? This is a roll call vote, and we'll start with Commissioner McLeod.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Next is proposed resolution number 21-017, a resolution relating to public utility easements, making findings, vacating a portion of the existing public utility easement located at 6033 Siegel Lane, providing for severability, providing an effective date. And pursuant to Commissioner Reed's question on Friday, we checked the permit records, and this was constructed as permitted back in 1988, so this is no fault of the current owners.
Okay.
Do you have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion by the commission? Discussion by the audience? Seeing none, this also is a roll call vote. Commissioner Selvage?
Aye.
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 Yes.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Next is proposed resolution number 21-018, a resolution relating to public right-of-way, making findings, declaring the City Commission's intention to adopt an ordinance vacating a portion of public right-of-way located at 822 Adams Street, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Motion to approve?
There's a motion and a second from Commissioner Reed. Do I have any comments or questions from the commission? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, this too is a roll call vote. I'll start with you, Commissioner McLeod.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Last is proposed resolution number 21-019, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Lakeland, Florida related to public health, amending resolution number 5650, which recommends the use of face coverings and social distancing in order to eliminate references to certain data, providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
A motion
Second.
and a second by Commissioner Selvage. Any comments from the commission?
I do.
Questions? Yes, Commissioner Selvage.
This resolution does not change this body's emphasis on wearing a mask when in groups. We're almost seeing, I think, the end of the tunnel with this terrible pandemic, and I urge all of our citizens to please respect others and wear masks when you're out and about. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Selvage. Other comments from commissioners? Any from the public? Seeing none, this is a roll call vote. Commissioner Walker?
Aye.
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 Yes.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
We had one miscellaneous matter that was not on consent today. That is amendment number 2 to the Home Purchase Assistance Agreement with Keystone Challenge Fund. As you know, the City of Lakeland received an additional $787,276 in CARES Act funds, and $150,000 of that is allocated towards mortgage assistance. We already have a current agreement with Keystone Challenge Fund for them to provide that mortgage assistance to people that apply for it. This will bring this additional $150,000 are available for this purpose into that agreement. So Keystone Challenge Fund will process additional applications for mortgage assistance, providing up to $5,000 per applicant. That's recommended for your approval.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion by commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Reed?
Yes, I would like Nicole to come up and give us a brief idea on our citizens, what need to do to qualify for this $5,000.
So the process.
Those that watching on TV, maybe they can get a little free money somewhere.
Good evening, Commissioners. Nicole Travis, Community and Economic Development. Even though you called my name, there's somebody that is more versed on this, that has been working in the trenches with the housing team. So I'm going to pivot to Teresa. She can answer the question better than I can. Nope, it's good.
Teresa needs a day off tomorrow.
We have planning and zoning in the morning, so I'll be back here at 8:30. Anyone who is interested in applying for the mortgage assistance can apply.
Can you move closer to the
Sorry,
microphone also?
and I got this on, sorry. Those interested in applying for mortgage assistance can apply through the Keystone Challenge Fund. They are the ones who, through this agreement, will be administering these additional funds. There are the same requirements that we have as for the rental assistance in terms of income qualification. So they do need to be income qualified, and Keystone does all of that review on behalf of the city.
Is there a certain length of time they have to be back in delinquent in their payments?
No, they just have to have shown a loss of income as a result of COVID. So either they were laid off or they've had a reduced number of work hours. That is one of the requirements.
Thank you.
Any other questions by commissioners? Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, this is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Now we have our final agenda item. Ms. Sirianni.
Good evening. We have, the final item is an agreement with Control Components, Inc. for Macintosh Unit 5 bypass silencer replacement. This is for the procurement of 2 bypass silencers for Unit 5. These bypass silencers vent the high-pressure steam during startup and shutdown and help also maintain noise requirements in accordance with the city's site permit. The purchasing department has approved CCI as the sole source supplier of the equipment, and upon approval by the City Commission, CCI will construct the bypass silencers, which will then be installed by city staff during the fall outage in October of 2021. The terms and conditions will be in accordance with CCI's proposal dated February 26, 2021. The total cost of the work is $106,642. That includes the purchase of the 2 bypass silencers and shipping, and that is included in Lakeland Electric's FY22 budget, and we would ask for your favorable approval.
So move.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Selvage. Any questions from the commission? Any discussion from the audience? Seeing none, this is a voice vote. Commissioner McLeod?
Aye.
Yes?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Sirianni. Now we move to the audience portion of our agenda. If we have any audience members who want to speak or address the commission, they'll have 3 minutes. And please state your name and address for us. And you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Fred Lohr, Lohr Enterprises. I'm a native Lakelander. I've been in business for over 60 years in Lakeland. I've been in the apartment business over 60 years in Lakeland. And I have some lots out in the Dixieland area on Patterson Street. I'd like to give you a little information about that. My family has owned those lots for over 80 years. We've never had any complaints or problems in regard to those lots. But here, I want to say I've been in business long before code enforcement came into the Lakeland. The ordinance was put into effect. Well, later on, years ago, there's an alley between Patterson Street and Park Street, and all the refuse was put in the alley. So the garbage truck came in off of New York Avenue and had to, because there was a house that he could not get out down at the other end, he had to back down the alley in order to get out. But so what happened was, I have 2 lots there that he would just, he would just come on out off of our property. Well, it didn't bother us, wasn't any, you know, we didn't care about that. But here, years later, when code enforcement came into being, then they required mowing on the property. And we complied with that, you know, for a while, but then we had neighbors there that I went before Jim Studio to request an agreement with him that a certain portion on the back of this property that we kind of like at the oceans or the oats, you know, the kind of, we wanted to use that as a buffer area between the neighbors, and also it was kind of we had some exotic plants and trees there on the property. Jim gave us, he made an agreement with us to not, we didn't need to mow that because it had these kind of oats like over at the beach. Well, that agreement's been in effect ever since then. But on several occasions, maybe a couple years after that, or code enforcement went out and mowed that area and sent me a bill for it. Well, I took it to the finance department and they called Jim Studio, and Jim said, well, Fred, yeah, I gave him permission, he didn't have to.
We'll give you another minute. Yes,
Yeah.
1 more minute, please, sir.
Well, the bottom line, I had another item I need to speak to you about also, ma'am. But the bottom line was he forgave that. Well, over the years, we've had other people that have assumed that position, and it's been in effect ever since Jim Studio gave us that. And then here recently, it was put into effect again, where they went out and mowed an area that took about 15 minutes. So what I was requesting the commission was, why can't we honor the city commissioner, the director of development there? Why can't we honor that decision? They went out and mowed the property. It took about 15 minutes. I'm saying that, in my opinion, the agreement was still in effect.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. What was your second item?
The second item here regarded the Lakeland Code Enforcement. I received a letter from Code Enforcement Board from the city a few days ago. And this was going back to, let me see, the case number LCE 2003025. Last year sometime, that I did not receive any notification whatsoever. Here recently, I received a notification that they reported that to the Code Enforcement Board. And I have a hearing coming up on next month around the 4th. So what I'm saying is, though, that this particular property is commercial property. It's zoned commercial property, but it's used as residential. It's used as multifamily, and so I have other apartments here in Lakeland, Wilsonian apartments over on the west side of Lake Morton Street. We had a similar case there that involved a few minor items that this particular code enforcement officer, it's zoned commercial, but it's used as multifamily. So he didn't have the authority to go over and Jim, the code enforcement man, Jim Daney, he just threw the matter out. Well, here I get another letter, and it's the same matter. The same matter. It's commercial property. It's zoned commercial, and yet it's being used as multifamily. So I'm saying that should be, I should not have to go to that hearing. It should be thrown out the same as my Wilsonian property. Then I have one other case too, here.
We're now at like 10 minutes. If
I know, ma'am, but give me a few more minutes. I'll try to wrap it up real
I'll give you
quick.
2 more minutes and we'll put the timer on.
I have another property there right adjacent to my Wilsonian property called the Palmetto Apartments. And I have a new tenant that moved in the upstairs apartment. Well, I was notified here a few days ago that one night, she just moved in now, one night she heard a noise in the attic and assumed it was a rat. So I went over there this coming Monday and she went on to say, well, I heard this noise, Mr. Lohr, I assumed it was a rat. And I said, well, it could be. I said, because I've been in this business, I've been in the apartment business well over 60 years. I'm familiar with rats. I know how to get rid of them. I know exactly how to get rid of them. So I told her I'd take care of the problem. Well, here before I know it, the next day, I went over on this past Monday. I went and proceeded to put the traps in because I know how to take them out. I've done this over the years. I mean, I assume any of you gentlemen up there over the years, you may or may not have had a rat in your place. I'm just assuming that. So I set 2 traps and sure enough, next morning I caught the rat. But also she was kind of fearful about, well, maybe there's another one in. I said, I can take care of them. She said, well, Mr. Lohr, can I move over to your other? And sure, I said, move over to my Wilsonian, which she did. I went over and done a lot of things in the apartment. After she moved out, I put in a new heat pump and did a lot of other minor things to the apartment.
You have about 30 seconds, Mr.
By the end of the day, this same code enforcement officer was over there. And there again, this is a commercial property. It's being used as multifamily. And he cited some, in my opinion, some small items. I want to speak more about this officer because the last time I talked to him, he was rude to me.
Thank you, sir.
He didn't want to take the time to listen to, here I've been in business a long, long time. He didn't want to take the time to listen to what I had to say.
Yes, sir.
And also, he just said, Mr. Lohr, if you want, I referred him to some thing that he knew about. He said, well, why don't you look it up on the internet? I said, look, I don't use the internet. I'm happy with the way I've been working for the last 60 years.
Mr. Lohr, we appreciate that, and thank you so much. I'm sorry for your concerns. I don't know if Ms. Travis would want to connect with you as the Community Development Director and help you directly, if you could do that, Ms. Travis, or staff, if you could help Mr. Lohr any further with his issues.
Well, I mean, so how am I to take this, ma'am? In other words, on the first item, I asked you, I had received an agreement from the Director of Community Services. In my opinion, the agreement's still in effect. Are
Yes,
you
sir.
saying it's out the window?
No, sir, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm referring to staff to see how we can work through these issues with you from a staff perspective.
Who would I expect to?
Right here.
Right beside you.
Right here.
Yeah.
Right in front of you.
Right there.
This lady, well, I think I know this lady.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Ms. Travis? Commissioner Savage?
I don't think we need answers right now to his complaints.
No.
I just ask that the city manager make sure that we get a response at appropriate time to what Mr. Lohr is addressing.
We can certainly delay if the commission would prefer that. We've had conversations and are aware of the items and have had discussions with Mr. Lohr, which is what brings him here tonight. So we're happy to certainly delay if the commission prefers, or we can address that now.
Commissioner Reed?
Is it the issue with mowing? Is that it?
It's several different issues as Mr. Lohr laid out. And again, we're prepared to speak to each of those, but it can certainly be delayed if you would prefer. The only issue would be the timing of of the date for Mr. Lohr to comply.
Commissioner McLeod?
Well, I think given the multiple incidents and things going on, I would prefer to delay it and come back instead of Nicole trying to walk through one by one, and given the hour of the meeting. But I'll defer to the others as well.
Let me just check the date, though, commissioners, on whether or not, when is that scheduled, staff? We just need to make sure we would have the time to address it.
The hearing for the multifamily. Let me see here.
The date.
The first case that Mr. Lohr was talking to you about, that was before the commission at the last meeting, which is why he's here tonight. This is April 4th is the next, this is date. April 9th. So we'll have one commission meeting before that, his hearing, the 5th.
We will. There will be a commission meeting, sir.
Yeah, April 5th is your next commission meeting.
Right.
And that's before his April 9th hearing.
And Commissioner Madden?
And so I will say, Mr. Lohr, thank you for telling us your grievances. I will say that this commission has been really more of a strong advocate for code enforcement, and so maybe our rules have changed. I know Commissioner Walker, brought to our attention, and we had a policy workshop just of, so I certainly understand that you've been in business a long time, but actually, I personally even had a code enforcement officer at my house and had to, improve some things. So it could be that our codes have gotten a little stricter and that our enforcement has become a little bit more thorough. And so I don't know your case specifically, but I do want to say that from a commission standpoint, I think we have become a little more strict in that regard. So, I hope that staff does the best they can, but I don't know if we have extra sympathy. I mean, I'm only one commissioner to need to do anything differently than staff. Do you?
Commissioner Walker, did you have a comment?
No, I just want to make sure that we understand, that's why we have the codes there, to make sure that, we have what we have here in Lakeland. So I agree. I've been cited myself, and not just one time, not just 2 times, not 3 times, but that's what we have to do to make sure things abide by those particular ordinances that we have, code regulations that we have, and some things are forgiven and sometimes it's not. So I would just wait to hear what you have to report back to tell us as we move forward.
So you want that report on April 5th, or you want me to speak to it now?
I still recommend that this be delegated to staff, and at the next agenda studies, we get a report. This is a grievance between a citizen and the city. To address it now, I just don't think it's counterproductive.
So, Mr. Lohr, we'll get a report back from Ms. Travis at our April 5th, which will precede your hearing on the 8th, correct?
Would you say that again, ma'am?
I'm gonna report back to them on April 5th, and that's before your hearing date on the 9th. Okay? So
Thank you, sir.
You and I will be meeting again. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Travis. We appreciate you. Now we're to the point in the agenda for commissioner comments. Commissioner Palmer, you had your hand up? No, okay. Commissioner Selvage.
All right, I'll make it quick. This is why I love city politics, because we really deal with issues every commission meeting that affect people's lives directly. And so congratulate all my colleagues. But this is fun. This is why I enjoy being up here, to try to solve problems like
So
this.
why are you not staying?
I'm not. So anyhow, I do have just a couple things. Tomorrow night, Lakeland Now is scheduling a city commission candidate forum. Lakeland Now, and it's going to be, I understand, on YouTube. And I just, anybody who's listening out there, that this is a chance to meet these 4 gentlemen. If you're like me, you're getting questions about who's running. And Kevin, is there any way that we can put out the word how to, I don't have the link with me, but it's 6:30 tomorrow night through Lakeland Now. If we could get that word out, I'd appreciate it. On March 27th, that's Saturday, at 10 a.m. at our Lakeland Veterans Memorial Park, we will be celebrating the annual Republic of Vietnam Veteran Day. Lakeland, a few years ago, became a partner in the Vietnam War commemoration, and this is the annual event. We'll have some 200 people there attending. The Catholic War veterans will lay a wreath on the Veterans Vietnam Monument there. So I encourage everybody to come out. The Elks and Nick's Deli is serving box lunches, so please try to make it out there. I think our city manager is going to talk, I hope. And so we're looking forward to seeing you on Saturday, the 27th. And finally, ma'am, my unsung hero for this meeting, it comes from the Solid Waste Division. We take for granted just how good our city serves its citizens, and particularly the Solid Waste Division. Those men and women just do the job, and it's almost like having a referee on the field. You don't even know they're there because it just happens. It wasn't always like that. Some few years ago, we had a big debate on whether we should go to automatic delivery, buy the trucks and get the green and the blue trucks, and that was quite a debate. And then a few years before that, a commissioner, and during one of those periods when this body deliberates about having private people take over city functions, had the audacity to recommend that maybe we should outsource solid waste. And the response was emotional and very, very anti getting rid of our G-men, as we called them. And so we then went into, should we pick up in alleys, as the gentleman pointed out? So there's been some debate over the years, but solid waste through it all has managed to just do its job every day. So I want to recognize Mr. Tom Galsby. He's been working for the city and solid waste division for 20 years. He started out as a collector on the back of a truck, and now he's a senior operator. And by the way, you haven't really experienced the city of Lakeland until you've ridden in one of the trucks through a route. It is an experience that one time was enough for me. Mr. Galsby is a team player. He's one of the first to assist his tax group members. He excels in customer services, and all this while he takes care of his elderly grandmother. So, Mr. Galsby, congratulations and thank you for your work for the city. That's it, ma'am.
Commissioner Walker.
I'll be quick. I had shared with you all, of course, during the agenda study session this past Friday that I want to make sure I give you a report on the National League of Cities Congressional Cities Conference. Due to the time, I'm going to forego that and maybe do it at the next agenda study. Hopefully we have time, because that's some important things you should know that came out of that particular conference. But each one of you, of course, got a copy of the what we call the, make sure I say it right, American Rescue Plan Act, which we, of course, ourselves as a municipality, along with others, will be getting all those dollars from the federal government to support our situation here with some COVID-19 relief. I'll make sure I do that in the next agenda study. I do want to share with you that it was very good to see so many people out this past Saturday at the spring up session. It was like a breath of fresh air. It was like a breath of fresh air, seeing so many folk out, enjoying, it was a beautiful day, of course, enjoying the activity. It was usually downtown, but it was at Lake Crago, and it was nice. It was very well, I think, planned by, the Lakeland Rotary Club that put that on, and it was very well done. Very good to see people out and about. I ask you all to, again, to forgive my back and forth as I was today. So like Commissioner Madden had to do, I think, last commission meeting, trying to stay on top of some virtual meetings that we had, because this is what we call this week virtual legislative action week for Florida League of Cities, and having to give a welcome and then having to make a comment about something else caused me to be out as I was back and forth. So I ask you to forgive me for that, but had to take care of some other things as well. Lastly, let's not forget about the upcoming North Lakeland North Lake Wire Neighborhood Outreach event that's coming up this Saturday, 8 to 12. The partnership that I'll tell you that some of our ministries in our Lakeland community have done to help support some of our most impoverished or underserved communities have really been good. That was done, of course, as you all know, and have seen and witnessed, of course, as well through the Dream Center with Pastor Mike Cooper and other ministries that have taken on certain particular communities as a partner. And this particular one, I'm sure, has just been an example, I think, how well they have done things to help support that North Lake Wide Neighborhood Association with, of course, All Saints Episcopal Church. So want to make sure you all know about that. That's coming up this coming Saturday. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Commissioner Madden?
I am all set.
Briefly, as for I see Nicole's still here, I was watching TV the other night and I see they're having issues in Sarasota and St. Pete. They're just not here, but just in the future, they have issues with hotel homes. And so there again, I don't know if we have to put that in order. Again, we don't necessarily have with the Airbnb. If we have big homes where they're going to have 20, 30 people staying or more, or in a big house type thing, but we might address that some ways with our code to make sure we can beat it before it gets here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner McLeod?
The only thing was to commend you, Commissioner McCarley, as Mayor Pro Tem, for your job well done tonight. This was not an easy meeting your first one to chair, and you handled it exceptionally well, so thank
You
you.
got broke in well.
I appreciate that. Yeah, right? Death by fire, trial by fire. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Adjourn. Oh,